They haven't got that run scoring pressure that you have in one-day cricket and T20 cricket. So I'm, the likes of Devon Conway and Kane Williamson, just to give themselves a chance to get set, and we know how capable they are once they get in. So I'm really excited to see the top order in New Zealand and how they go, and I think they'll be more than happy to bat on the surface at any time. I know they'd prefer to bowl first, but if they lose the toss, I think they'll still be reasonably confident to bat on that surface first up.
Daniel McHardy, Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney just touched on Tom Latham just a few moments ago. I wanted to ask you a little bit about him. Harry, obviously been such a stalwart, I suppose, as an opener for New Zealand. Now he's the captain. Could really do with a big series with the bat here, couldn't he?
Yeah, I'm confident. I just feel that it's been set up perfectly for Tom Latham. He started to get a little bit of form back in the shorter format, and I just think, he's got a fantastic record here at Hagley. Loves batting here, loves batting at home, and especially if New Zealand get to bat second, I can see Tom Latham getting a lot of runs in the series.
Who do you think he'll open with?
It's $1 million question, isn't it? What's your thought?
Well, I feel like Will Young might get the opportunity. You never really know, do you? It's a tough one to sort of think about and what opportunities they want to get. Also, they've got to sort of think who's in form, who needs the runs, who might prosper in these conditions. I love the point you make about Tom Latham being here at home. He'll love the fact this first test match is being played at home, won't he?
And the other advantage, as you said, with Will Young is you then have a left-right-hand combination, which is always challenging for the bowling team. So that may factor into it as well. So look, I think Will Young has probably done enough. Wasn't great with in the shorter format, but I think he deserves another opportunity in the longer version.
And you touched on Kane Williamson too, Harry. So much talk about Kane and his future as an international player. Obviously, he's very committed to New Zealand cricket from a wanting to play perspective. But so good to see him back, and in this format, the one that I think the purists obviously enjoy, but Kane himself seems to really enjoy.
And knowing Kane Williamson as well, he'll be hungry. He's been waiting for this series. He's been building up, getting himself ready. So I think he'll be, fitness-wise, he'll be in great condition. Mentally, he'll be good. So just perfect conditions for him to get a big one.
So the toss has been conducted. The West Indies have won it, and we're just waiting to see what they are going to do. The New Zealand team is in. So Royston Chase just speaking to television there, just waiting for whether or not. So the West Indies have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. So first result West Indies wise, the West Indies have won the toss, elected to bowl. No real great surprise there, Harry.
No, and I think that's good for the game as well. I think these are the perfect conditions on the wicket first up with these overhead conditions. I think if the West Indies get it in a good area, they will be able to put the top order of New Zealand under pressure, because I think there will be a little bit of swing, and we always know, even though it looks brown, there will be a little bit of seam. So West Indies will be delighted to have won that toss.
Well, the New Zealand team has just appeared on our screen here too, and Devon Conway looks to have got the nod in that opening spot there, Harry, with Latham, Williamson, Ravindra, Young slated to bat at 5, so no Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Michael Bracewell, Nathan Smith, obviously no Mitchell Satner there, and Zach Folks, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy. So perhaps some suggestions there around the let's go down actually to Daniel McHardy, who's on the ground with Royston Chase.
I do indeed have the West Indian skipper. He had a big smile on his face as the coin fell your way. You're bowling.
Yeah, we're bowling. I mean, we've had some hard times with the toss. We don't seem to win very much tosses, so I was happy with it.
What do you see when you look at the surface here?
Yeah, I see a lot of grass, some thick grass. Is a bit green as well. And obviously with the overhead conditions, I think bowling first would be a good advantage.
Tell us about your attack. You've got Kemar Roach back. We all know about him. Jaden Steels has started so well, but the other newcomers.
Yeah, we have also Johan Lien. He's a tall guy, gets a lot of bumps, move the ball both ways. And then we have Ojis Shields, who will be making his debut. A bit of pace, a bit of bumps as well. So we're excited to see how he goes.
Great opportunity. Haven't won here in 30 years. Is it all about creating a bit of history for yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, to be on the good side of history sometimes is a good way to feel about yourself. So we want to be on the good side of history this time.
But what do you make of this New Zealand side at home?
Yeah, they're a strong side. We know how they play at home. They're a very smart unit. They go about their cricket very smart, very strategic, plan very well. So we know it's going to be tough, especially in their home conditions, but we're looking forward for the fight.
Thanks so much for your time. All the very best.
Thanks.
There's the West Indian captain, Royston Chase. Tom Latham, smile is not as big as I'm assuming you would have done the same?
Yeah, we were going to bowl first. Obviously a reasonably traditional wicket here at Hagley by the looks of things. So, we've been in this situation before where we're batting, but, it's important that if we do it well, then we can give ourselves a chance throughout the back end of the day.
Yeah, what do you make of it? To us, it looks a little bit maybe not as lush as previous years.
Yeah, it's funny the guys are talking about it. Yeah, it doesn't look as green as maybe what we've had in the past. So for us, it's always about adapting to each surface as best we can. We're still going to look to score on these sort of surfaces, and if we do that, then we'll get ourselves in good positions and hopefully have a good first hour or first 2 hours.
Tell us about your lineup. It sounds like some fitness testing yesterday didn't go your way.
No, a couple of injuries. So Mitch Satner has unfortunately been ruled out with a weak groin niggle, and who's the other one? Daryl Mitchell hasn't quite come through his injury from the ODIs, which is a bit of a shame. It was touch and go, but again, really good opportunity for a couple of other guys that haven't played heaps of Test cricket. And we're excited for them this week.
We've got 3 openers in your squad. How are you going to make up your order?
So Will Young will just slip in for Daryl at 5. So a nice opportunity for Youngie. He's obviously floated up and down the order a little bit, but excited for him to get his opportunity this week.
Speaking of excitement, as I wrap this up, you finally joined the World Test Championship.
Yeah, it was a bit weird sitting or watching TV, seeing the table come up and with a wee dash beside our name. But it's always exciting when we play Test cricket, and obviously in a really exciting 2-year period for us coming up. So looking forward to what this week presents.
Well, go get the pads on. Although behind us, the Hessians is going on, Tom, as very light drizzle has started to come down. We do appreciate the time of both captains. The West Indies, unsurprisingly, winning the toss and bowling here. Maybe, just maybe, Tom, we might have a delayed start, though, as the Hessian is coming on.
There are thanks there to Daniel McHardy on the ground, and as you just heard from Daniel as he was completing that interview with Tom Latham, the Hessian cover's gone on. Just a little drizzle coming across the ground. It's not particularly heavy, no one's sprinting, but the ground staff have deemed it necessary to put the Hessian on, so let's hope we don't get any delay in that pass. There was some suggestion in the forecast that might be the case, a few scattered showers, and at the moment perhaps that is why that Hessian has gone on. The news from Hagley Oval is that the West Indies have won the toss. They are bowling first. I'll go through the teams for you. The New Zealand team to start with Tom Latham and Devon Conway set to open the batting when play begins at 11 o'clock. Kane Williamson back in the New Zealand side at 3. Rachin Ravindra slated to bat at 4. No Daryl Mitchell in the New Zealand team for this test match. Will Young will bat at 5. Tom Blundell, Michael Bracewell is in the side. No Mitchell. Satner for the test. Nathan Smith, Zach Folkes, Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy rounds out the New Zealand 11. The West Indies, Tender Ryan, Chander Paul and John Campbell slated as the openers. Alec Athanase, Shai Hope, so good in the white ball series, wasn't he, Hope? Roston Chase, the captain, at 5. Justin Graves at 6. Kevlin Imlach is the wicket keeper. Kimar Roach, great to see Kimar Roach back in the West Indies side after a year. Johan Lane, Jaden Seals and OJ Shields will make his test debut in Christchurch this week. It is coming up to 21 minutes away from 11 o'clock. The news from Hagley, the West Indies are bowling first. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Back at Hagley in just a moment.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch on Sport Nation.
And now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson, thanks to Tavendale and Partners, expertly navigating the primary sector's legal landscape.
In rural news, a new wind farm makes it possible for the diesel-reliant Chatham Islands to go green and run entirely on renewable energy. Locals hope it will slash astronomically high power prices, with some saying the costs are deterring others from moving there. The 3 new wind turbines at the Point Durham wind farm can generate more energy than the current peak demand. The power price is expected to drop by more than 20% to about 89 cents per kilowatt hour. Currently, diesel fuels the power supply on the Chatham Islands, but it is costly and vulnerable to supply chain issues with an ageing ship and price fluctuations. It's come at the perfect time as locals are looking forward to a greener, cheaper and more stable energy source.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson, thanks to Tavendale and Partners, delivering exceptional legal expertise grounded in a genuine understanding of the primary sector.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
Superstitious people believe Black Friday brings bad luck.
But not at Magnus Bedner. This one is an absolute charmer.
The Vico 10kg front loader for just $888.
That's a massive capacity for a family washing machine. 15 wash programs.
Plus steam cure that actually refreshes your clothes without washing them.
Stain expert for those stubborn marks that never seem to come out.
And $888. How's that for a lucky number?
10 kg Vico Black Friday, get in fast.
Only at 100% Magnus Benro.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betch has now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betcha. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation thanks to Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. The Hessian strip, as Tom Bartlett was telling you about, is still on the field, but we see the TV commentators out there conducting interviews. There are no umbrellas around, and hopefully this little skiff of rain will disappear shortly. Just reminding you that New Zealand have lost the toss, the West Indies winning it. New Zealand will bat first, and their lineup will be Latham and Conway, Williamson at 3, Ravindra. Young comes in at 5 with Daryl Mitchell not being declared fit. Blundell will take the gloves. Bracewell comes in with Mitchell Satner being injured as well. He's suffered a groin injury and won't play. And then it's a 4-string seam attack or swing attack as well with Foulkes, Smith, Henry and Duffy. That's the New Zealand side. And for the West Indies, Chanderpaul, Campbell, Athanase, Hope, Chase, Graves, Imlach will come in and take the gloves. Roach, Lane, Seals and Shields will make his test debut here at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. And the lights now coming on, that just indicates that it's dark. I'm still going to be very optimistic and say that we will get a full day of play here. Now, let's catch up with an interview that Daniel McHardy took with New Zealand quick bowler Matt Henry.
It's the Summer of Cricket on Sports Nation. The sun is out and glorious, the Garden City. And we've got a champion of this part of the world. Matt Henry joins us. Matt, your first test at home in nearly a year and in your home city. Is it like cricketing Christmas?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I think to start the test series at home and the World Test Championship for us, no better place than having it here in Christchurch. And like you said, the sun's out and hopefully it stays that way for the 5 days. Better late than never. It started back in June, the World Test Championship. Is the team just itching, rearing to get into it? Yeah, I think it's an exciting part of the format of the game for us. So we obviously played some games in Zimbabwe, which was nice to get the test group together, rearing to go for the Test Championship, which we know that we've started a little bit late, but for us it's still very exciting. I know you're worried about the here and now, but over the next year it's an extraordinarily tasty set of fixtures with England, India, Australia. This is, I guess, what players really want, to test themselves against the very best. Yeah, I mean, that's what I suppose the great part of the World Test Championship is. You play different teams and across all countries as well, so it's an exciting format and a great 2-year cycle for us. What are the West Indies going to pose? I guess there is a vulnerability in their batting. Their bowling has done well, but have they impressed you with their fight and togetherness in the white ball series? Yeah, definitely. I think they're a strong side, and when you're going to be playing the West Indies, you're going to be up against a good side, and they've shown that with the cricket they have played, they possess a lot of threat with the ball, but also with the bat. There's a lot of grit, determination, and they're willing to I suppose take it deep as well. So for us, we're going to have to put them under pressure early and make sure that we can hold that. Not as green as we normally would expect. It looks more like a day two. Will that nip around a bit quicker? Is that what tends to happen? Yeah, not too sure. I think, it obviously looks a little bit different to what you're used to. So probably hasn't been as fast and as bouncy as usual. So I think for us, the ability to adapt is going to be important for us and make sure that we can find ways to possess threat right throughout. You always talk about your adaptability as a unit. So as far as your skill and with the red ball, what are the most important aspects of getting in to Test cricket again? The ability to challenge both edges for an extended period of times. It's pretty simple, isn't it? You're finding your length to each bat is slightly different and then using that short ball effectively, and I think that's probably something that Test cricket demands. People the way that the game's going is people are putting the bowlers under pressure a lot more, and it's probably brings you in the game as well. I think, like we said with adapting, is every ground's different, and every team will present different challenges. So for us, it's identifying it and then putting our plans in place and implementing it. we got it. We're into December. The Tash is still on. Very, very Sir Richard-like. Something like that. Just looking forward to getting back into the whites, and it's an exciting time to be playing Test cricket. Go well. Appreciate your time. Appreciate it. Cheers. Thank you. Good stuff, guys. So good of you.
There you are, that's Sport Nation's Daniel McHardy talking to New Zealand fast bowler Matt Henry. And now a play due to start in 12 minutes' time again. No further rain here. I'm pretty sure we'll get play underway in New Zealand in their first round of the World Test Championship for 2025-2027. Their first match and an opportunity to take points against the West Indies. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Back after this break with Daniel McHardy, and not far away, hopefully, from live cricket here in Christchurch.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch on Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread temporary surface protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Rights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. pggwrightsandturf.com.
At Tavendale and Partners, we believe great legal support starts with great relationships. We're more than just lawyers, we're partners in your success. Whether you're growing a business, protecting your assets, or planning for the future, we bring expertise, innovation, and a refreshingly down-to-earth approach. No jargon, no one-size-fits-all solutions, just clear, confident advice that puts you first. Partner with us today, visit tp.co.nz or call us to transform your legal landscape.
A day spent at Auckland FC is the city's best day out. Whether you're a die-hard football fan or just looking for something to do with the kids, a trip to Auckland FC guarantees entertainment on and off the pitch. And after a massive first season in the A-League, it's time for the Black Knights to chase the title. So get behind your team, put on some blue and black, and enjoy Auckland's best day out. Get your tickets and membership now via Ticketmaster. Celebrate summer at Auckland FC.
Thinking about selling? Whether it's your farm, orchard, forestry block, vineyard, or lifestyle property, Bailey's Country Portfolio helps achieve outstanding results. As New Zealand's leading multi-channel campaign, Bailey's Country maximises your property's potential with unmatched audience reach, engaged buyers, and a proven track record. It's no wonder Bailey's is New Zealand's #1 rural real estate brand. To secure your place in the Bailey's Country Autumn issue, visit baileys.co.nz/country. Bailey's, altogether better at rural real estate.
Licensed under the REAA 2008.
Catch Hilton Collier, CEO of Tairāwhiti Whenua, on Rural Roundup each month. Hilton takes the jargon out of forestry, the ETS and farm planning and makes it real, breaking it down into straight talk you can use on your whenua and farm today. Whether you're running sheep and beef, planting trees or planning for future generations, this is for Māori landowners, farmers and rural whānau alike. If you care about your whenua and your family's future, this is where you'll want to tune in.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation. Sport Nation.
You can just sit where you normally sit there. Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. We've just heard the bell ring here at Hagley Oval, which means the two sides are coming out onto the field. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. The news, if you're just tuning into our coverage, is the West Indies have won the toss and will bowl, handing a debut to OJ Shields, while New Zealand, late injury scratchings, no Mitchell Santner and no Daryl Mitchell. That will mean, the great team man that is Will Young asked again to compromise. He will bat at number 5 while Michael Bracewell comes in to the starting 11 in place of the injured Mitchell Santner. We are almost ready for the national anthems. We'll all be upstanding for the two national anthems.
The anthem of the West Indies,
starting with Rally Round the West Indies
of New Zealand.
Their willow and leather
Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Two teams linked arm in arm during their anthems. They now break away. The coolest man on the ground, Darren Sammy, huge smile throughout the anthem. Johan Lane rocking the sunnies on an overcast day. The lights are on at Hagley. The Hessian being removed from the surface due to that little drizzle downpour we had. But we will start on time. Let's look at our Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. Currently 15 degrees in Christchurch, high cloud about. The forecast itself reads these cloudy periods may bring some scattered rain around late morning and early afternoon. Easterlies turning southwesterly for a time this afternoon and evening. It has swung around to the southwest currently. That wind about 15 to 20k. We're heading to a high of 19 degrees. All going well. We will not have any interruptions. Stay with us here on the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper when we return. The first ball of the Test series between the Black Caps of New Zealand and the West Indies.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Juicy Kishua Viva La Juicy 3-piece set, $74.99, save $83. And save $10 on B Pure 1 multivitamin 90 caps, now $52.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Reliable, super pure blue bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Very good morning. Welcome to Hagley Oval in Christchurch. This is day one of the first test between New Zealand and the West Indies. The West Indies won the toss. They have elected to bowl first. And out in the centre of Hagley Oval, the New Zealand captain Tom Latham and Devon Conway. Looking forward to this one. The West Indies, of course, haven't tasted success in New Zealand for 30 years. Of course, New Zealand haven't played their own test match at home for a year. And it is going to be the veteran Kemar Roach who will open up from the Botanic Garden end of Hagley Oval. Good crowd in, early overcast conditions. The Hessian cover was on the pitch. And here we go. First morning of the first test, Kemar Roach coming around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Latham. It's a ball that he's clipped down to fine leg. He'll get through for one run, and the test match is underway. It's one without loss. Very good morning, Ian Smith.
Good morning to you, Tom. Yes, and leg by for Tom Latham gets a nice one on the hip that every batsman would like. First ball of a test match. Kemar Roach has decided to go round the wicket with these two left-handers, and the West Indies are anticipating a little bit of movement perhaps in the air and off the seam because they've got four slips, a very powerful slip cordon in place there, a fine leg, a man just in front of square, a sort of a mid-wicket, a mid-on. Just two players on the offside protecting runs. It's a backward point and a wide mid-off, which gives an opportunity, a massive gap between the covers if you get an opportunity there to hit through the offside. But round the wicket to both left-handers. Interesting.
Devon Conway waits now as Kemar Roach again operates round the wicket to him. This one is short of a length and he's able to shoulder arms and it flies through to the wicket keeper Tevlin Imlach. Chris Harris is alongside us. Morning, Harry.
Morning, Tom. Almost the perfect start for Tom Latham. That first ball just on your hip. You like to get a bit of bat on that first one though. I mean, it's nice to get to the other end and you take the pressure off, but just to get off that dreaded zero, it's always nice to get a nice little one on your hip and just tuck it down to fine leg. Unfortunately didn't get bat on it, but New Zealand underway.
Conway waits again as the four slips in place. Roach a little bit full of this time, edging, and he's out! He's caught in the slips of the West Indies. Have an early breakthrough. Devon Conway caught, and New Zealand are 1 for 1.
He has got a mountain of experience, Kemar Roach, which means as a new ball bowler you must make the batsman play. You've got to get it into an area of uncertainty, particularly when no one quite knows how the pitch is going to perform. He went deliberately round the wicket to bowl in angle towards Devon Conway to commit him to play. Conway will probably think he might have left that. He'll go back to the dressing room and think, no, should I have to play that length third ball of a test match? Perhaps not. That was a mistake he made. He got the outside edge. Graves took a good catch, and so Devon Conway goes for a duck in a test match innings that he wanted to make a statement. He has failed to do so, and out walks Kane Williamson very quickly.
What a start for the West Indies. Kemar Roach right on the money, and while the ball was dipping, Justin Graves just moving to his right, taking a comfortable catch, and just like that, out comes Kane Williamson to join the New Zealand captain. Couldn't have wished Chris Harris for a better start, Kemar Roach.
Yeah, well, just because of his experience, he's not trying to bowl quick, he's bowling within himself, and he's just trying to put the ball in a good area. We saw Devon Conway leave the first ball he faced, and that was just a little bit closer, but still, I think when he sees the replay, he'll feel as though he should have left it. It almost looked as though it was about a 6-stump line starting, going further away, and he just one of those ones where he just followed it a little bit with his hands. But I tell you what, it's what the West Indies are going to have to do, especially after winning the toss, is catch well, and that was a brilliant catch to get their summer of Test cricket underway.
I like the round the wicket line. That was the one that flummoxed Conway for me. The angle back into him and not quite knowing where the off stump was and how much was going to move. Was it going to move in off the pitch? Was it going to threaten? Good thinking.
He's coming over the wicket now to the right-handed Williamson. Roach, first delivery wide of off stump, and Williamson is able to watch it fly through to Tevlin Imlach, the wicket keeper.
Well, for Kane Williamson and for New Zealand, this is a very big innings from him, because we haven't seen too much of him of late in any form of cricket. He is, without doubt, statistically New Zealand's best ever batter. And, they need something for him. This is his role. If you lose an early one, you send out your rock. But he has not played a lot of cricket. This will be searching for even him.
Roach in again, passes umpire rifle. This time Williamson's forced to play as that ball's angling back towards him, tries to turn it on the onside, and it's collected by the player just in front of square, and there is no addition to the score. 1 for 1. Devon Conway dismissed in the first over.
And what the other thing that the West Indies will want is movement, and there was considerable movement in that delivery back into Kane Williamson, which meant he had to play at that. Started outside off stump and then in the air moved in quite some margin. So they won the toss, they bowled. Instant success and really good signs.
Roach in again, 4 slips waiting. Williamson is in on the pad. Big appeal from the West Indies. Roach is down, begging the umpire. A few suggestions from the West Indian fielders that it might have been a bit high, but that is a very good first over delivered by the West Indian veteran Kemar Roach. Gets the wicket of Devon Conway, and after 1 over, New Zealand 1 for 1.
Yeah, perfect bowling, perfect start by Kemar Roach. Making the batsman play at most deliveries. Obviously got the important breakthrough of Devon Conway, and then instantly putting Kane Williamson under pressure with the ball swinging. Perfect conditions for swing bowling. The lights are on here at Hagley. It's overcast, it's dark, and we've seen Roach swing the ball a lot, especially away to the left-hander and into the right-handed Kane Williamson. So brilliant start from the experienced Kemar Roach.
So Jaden Seals is going to take up the attack from the city end of Hagley, and after that first over from Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals would have known, sitting down at fine leg. Blueprint delivered by the veteran. Pretty much made the New Zealand batters play every delivery, barring a couple. Got the wicket of Conway. Wicket maiden for Roach. And here's Seals. He's also operating with 4 slips, and he's coming round the wicket to the New Zealand captain, Tom Latham. And it's down the leg side. Can't catch up with it. Well, taken down the leg side by Imlach.
Well, identical field for Seals as it was for Roach, bowling to the left-handers. Now Alex Wharf is one of the umpires standing along with Paul Rifle, 2 very, very experienced gentlemen with the white coats on, and that is good. And Alex Wharf right from the outset assessing the fact that on the pitch, which he's seen for the first time, that was bouncing too high, and it was the correct decision. And there's movement too, so he's LBW shouts, you've got to be very precise.
Tom Latham taps again and waits for right arm quick of Seals. And he's able to get some bat on this one. Guide this one down to fine leg. And Latham is underway with a single. 2 for 1 New Zealand.
It's obviously a plan the West Indies have got to the New Zealand left-handers for all the bowlers to come around the wicket. Again, that swinging in the air back into the left-handed Tom Latham, but played it nicely late under his eyes and gets his first run for the test match. Such a big job for Seals here, though. We saw such a great start from Roach, and it's so important the West Indies put New Zealand under pressure early by bowling good areas and forcing the New Zealanders to play.
And he's got the 4 slips in, does Seals. There's a fine leg player just in front of square on the onside. Mid-on, mid-off, point. Kane Williamson as Jaden Seals over the wicket, the right arm, bowls to Williamson, and he's able to lift the arms and let it fly through to wicketkeeper Imlach.
Got to make Kane Williamson play. They have to do that. What he wants is time in the middle without being under threat, and that means he wants them to bowl wide of off stump, and if they bowl too straight, he'll pick them off through the onside. You won't see anything too flourishing from Kane Williamson initially. He's a proven test player, as we all know, and that means getting set in the conditions. It's a little bit overcast. It's in the bowler's favour, so therefore you have a lot more respect than perhaps you would on a nice sunny day. It'll interesting to see how Williamson gets himself into this test match, because it's been so far away from this kind of pressure, this kind of atmosphere for so long.
Customary taps from Williamson as Seals in past umpire rifle, and he's playing this one with the full face just behind point. Good bit of fielding by the West Indian fielder, and there's no run.
And that is exactly where Seals has to bowl. If he can bowl that length with just that fraction of swing, got the outside half of Kane Williamson's bat and went behind point. Didn't go in the air, so it was quite safe because he didn't try to overhit it. But that is exactly where Seals has to bowl, line and length, and bring the slips, 3 slips and a gully, because Williamson, we all know, loves to work the ball with soft hands through that gully area.
Seals in again to Williamson. Again, it's another ball outside the off stump, and Williamson's happy to watch it fly through to the wicketkeeper, as Ian Smith has described. Quite happy to sit there all day and watch it fly past. 2 for 1 New Zealand. Man out Devon Conway. Caught at second slip off Kemar Roach by Justin Graves. Umpires Alex Wharf in his 13th Test match, and the veteran Paul Rifle, who's gone into the 70s. Vastly experienced pair officiating in this Test match. Jayden Seals in again to Williamson, and he's playing and missing. It's a good delivery. It's a nod from Kane Williamson as the ball flies past the outside edge, and that ends the second over at Hagley Oval. The West Indies won the toss. They're bowling first. New Zealand 2 for 1 after 2.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Test at Hagley Oval as Kemar Roach starts a new over. Ball moving away from the left-handed Latham. No shot offered through to wicketkeeper Imlach. Devon Conway, the man out, caught by Justin Graves at second slip for a duck. Kemar Roach, vastly experienced player, back in the West Indies team. First time since the start of the year. In these conditions, getting the New Zealand batsman to play in that first over netted him a reward. And now he's hunting the wicket of Tom Latham. Round the wicket again goes Roach. Again, Latham happy to watch the ball fly through to wicketkeeper Imlach.
Interesting to look at this New Zealand side too, with Will Young listed to come in at number 5. Suggests to me that Will Young would not have been in the side had Daryl Mitchell been fit. That is just replacement for replacement. Will Young doesn't bat at 5 very often. He's a 1, 2 or 3 sort of a bloke. And so to me that suggests had Mitchell been fit, then Young would have been out of the side. Otherwise they'd have used Young at the top of the order.
Roach around the wicket again to Latham. Again, no shot offered.
So that also means, Harry, of course, that he now has an opportunity, having seen Conway, who basically he's up against for a place in the side, get out so cheaply.
I think the other point that you make, that he's used to batting 1, 2 or 3. If there was any consideration on this surface losing the toss, especially losing an early wicket, where they'd think about bringing Will Young in at 4, where he's used to, you know, the newer ball, and we know with Ravindra he's going to play his shots a little bit more, and you just wonder if it's probably not suited, especially early on.
Roach around the wicket again as the 4 slips wait for Latham's delivery back of a length, and Latham able to watch it fly past and into the gloves of Imlach.
It feels like the sort of surface that you've got to leave well, you've got to judge exactly where your off stump is and just give yourself a chance to get in, get used to the pace, get used to the swing. And as these two, who probably are best in the New Zealand side at that particular art of leaving the ball and judging length and line, you just wonder if Ravindra, particularly on this surface, after losing an early wicket, might be suited to coming in at 5, where he can be a little bit more aggressive, which suits his style.
Not quite as accurate at the start of this over, Roach, but he's still on a good line, a good length, and this time Latham is forward, playing it just behind point. Chanderpaul does the fielding, and there's no run. 2 for 1 New Zealand.
Yeah, much better from Roach. Made the adjustment. Latham's been happy to leave anything 5th or 6th stump wide of off stump, and that time Roach getting just a little bit tighter, making him play.
So we've got Imlach as the keeper, Tevin Imlach. First slip is the diminutive figure of Altanese. Alongside of him is already taken a catch, Justin Graves. Roston Chase and Shea Hope. They're the 4 slips.
Roach. Again, it's a fuller delivery, but it's outside the off stump, and so Latham offers no shot. End of 3, 2 for 1 New Zealand.
So just trying to familiarise myself with some of these new Test players because I haven't seen a lot. This is a real new look West Indies side. Last time I commentated them in a Test match, they beat Australia at the Gabba. There they had Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph, and they took Australia apart. It was an absolutely fantastic time to be around, and we thought at that point that might be the start of the rejuvenation of West Indies Test cricket. Hasn't quite kicked on from that way. In fact, in the World Test Championship so far, they've played 5, lost 5. So they sit at the bottom along with us as a New Zealand supporter because, of course, we haven't played.
3 for 1 New Zealand. Devon Conway, the man out, as Jayden Seales starts the 4th over of the innings. Bowling to Williamson. He's playing with soft hands, and the ball catches the outside edge and then dips just in front of Justin Graves at second slip.
He's found the zone, Seales. It's a cracking delivery, the last one to Williamson of the last ball of the last over that he bowled to him. And here again, that's absolutely spot on. Really is. The good news to Williamson, as we all know, he tends to defend with very soft hands. And when you defend with soft hands, there's a chance the ball will go down as opposed to fly. If you go hard at it, look out.
Licking their lips in the slip cord, and the West Indians. There's a lot of hands in the pockets, as you'd expect on a cool morning in Christchurch. Overcast conditions, good bowling conditions, as Seales is in again to Williamson. Driving well through the covers. First shot of any authority from the New Zealand batters. It's not going to reach the boundary, I don't think. It's going to pull up just inside, and they will turn and get back for 3 runs. Williamson underway. He's 3 and New Zealand 5 for 1.
Nothing makes you feel better about the start of a cricket season international than a Kane Williamson cover drive. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Wasn't overhit because of the fact that he knows flourishing with against a new ball on a pitch doing a bit has an element of danger. So that's a Williamson trademark. You know the other nice thing, Tom? When the newly elected president buys you a cup of coffee and brings it into the commentary box.
I was kind of wondering.
President Mark Greatbatch has just personally delivered coffees to some of the people in this. I mean, it's summer. It's just great.
Seales coming around the wicket to the left-handed Latham, and Latham's defending down the onside, and there's no run. 5 for 1.
I always thought I got on quite well with Paddy.
You quite clearly upset him somewhere along the line.
Not
Harry?
Not even a hello. Paddy and I were always tight. I don't know what's happened.
As tight as you think, obviously.
Yes, Mark Greatbatch, of course, newly elected president of New Zealand cricket. Players are scampering. There is a shower blowing across the ground. The New Zealand batters Williamson and Latham have headed rather promptly to the players area, and the West Indies players also off, and the ground staff in full flow.
So I just told you what was good about summer. This is bad. This is the bad side of it, and that is not good at all, because this test match it had edge, it had West Indian success. They were just finding rhythm, and all of a sudden we find ourselves in a situation where we're going to have a delay. Harry, you're the local. You were hopeful, optimistic before that we wouldn't see too much of this. I'm just looking out the window. It looks a little murky.
I'm a little less optimistic now, Smithy. It just feels as though it's just settled in a little bit. It's always a concern when the breeze drops and you're just looking into the trees. There's not a lot of breeze. Look, I think it will eventually pass, but I just feel as though this has just settled in for a period of time. Yeah, that no wind is a worrying concern.
Well, the forecast did make reference to some scattered showers this morning in the early part of the afternoon. Our friends at the Met Service. And as we look out across the ground, Hessian's gone on the pitch. Another cover's going on. Ground staff busy just making sure it's not a particularly heavy shower by any stretch, but enough to send the players from the field. With New Zealand 5 for 1, 3.3. Kemar Roach, the successful bowler. He had Devon Conway playing at a beautiful line, beautiful length from Roach. Caught the outside edge, and the catch comfortably taken by Justin Graves at second slip. 5 for 1 with players off the field. And like you say, Smithy, summer, that beautiful cover drive. It's almost like we put the mockers on it, didn't we? Said it was beautiful and then it started raining.
Yeah, I got cheeky too early, didn't I? Just confident about getting... Because as a commentator, people don't believe this or realise this yet. As a commentator, you kind of have to get into it as well. You know, you just don't arrive in that cricketing mode and think, right, you have to actually commentate your way into the game. Does it sound weird or not?
No, I agree.
And you do. And so that... It's always nerve-wracking, as Harry says. I heard him say the first morning of any test series is always an edgy one for the players. And you just don't know how... You hope you're going to have a really positive start to the series and set up a nice summer. Devon Conway has had exactly the opposite. But what you're searching for as a player is whatever you're doing, whether you're in the field or whether you're batting or keeping or whatever, is a nice, solid, confident start where things work well for you. It's not so different in terms of commentary because you're just trying to reset yourself on what exactly is going on. It is, it is. But particularly when you're commentating a side you haven't seen too much of, like the West Indies. I mean, West Indies in the olden days, you didn't even have to know because they were such a formidable side, but they were constant. Everyone in the side just kept on playing. This West Indies side, we're getting to know them like everyone else.
Yeah, it's a changing of the times, isn't it? You're absolutely right. The West Indies in their heyday, you always knew exactly what you were getting. You're going to get fast pitch bowling and you're going to get domination at the top of the order. Now the names are changing regularly depending on the format. There's so many new players coming in and they're certainly going through a rebuilding stage. Tell you what, they're off to a great start this morning though. Perfect from their experienced Kemar Roach and a good catch from Greaves in the slip. So the perfect start. So they'll be disappointed because they'll felt as though they had New Zealand under pressure for a short period of time, and this perhaps gives New Zealand, although it's not great for batting either, as Smithy said, as a batsman you live it. Kane Williamson just played a cover drive, feeling better about things, just got into his innings, and he has to effectively, as a batter, this early on in your innings, you've got to come back out and start all over again. So this is going to work more in the West Indies' favour, but it's not ideal for anyone really. You want to be out there playing.
Well, if you're just joining us at 22 minutes past 11 o'clock on the first morning of the first test between New Zealand and the West Indies, players off the field with a rain delay. As I said a few moments ago, there were some scattered showers in the forecast and they have blown in. Not a lot of breeze blowing around Hagley Oval at the moment. High cloud cover, but that drizzle is falling, and so the players are off the field. 5 for 1, the New Zealand score. The West Indies won the toss, elected to bowl first, and instant success for the veteran right-arm quick Kemar Roach, who had Devon Conway playing at a ball that he needed to play, and it nipped away, took the outside edge of the bat and was taken by Justin Graves at second slip. He is out. Tom Latham is 1. Kane Williamson's played a glorious cover drive. He's 3. 5 for 1, the New Zealand score, with players off the field due to rain. And now there's a big white cover that is covering the block here at Hagley Oval, so that's not a great picture.
No, it's not good. That means the ground staff are probably thinking there's some substance to this rain, and they're just going to... The precautionary part of it is to cover the wicket block, and that's for those people that don't know what I'm talking about, that's the area where the pitches and all the other pitches that they've used already this year and intend to use, it's called the block. And that is usually the one with the shortest grass and the one that's got perhaps a little bit of wear and tear from previous games where when rain gets on it, it turns to sort of a wet soil situation, and that becomes a problem. Outfield at this stage, I think it'll handle it nicely. It's not damaging rain, it's just annoying rain. Interesting to look to, going back to the New Zealand makeup of the side. Came to the ground this morning and I had an open mind about it. I had no idea who was 100% fit or who was not. When it comes to the official team sheet, Blair Tickner is listed as the 12th man, and Daryl Mitchell is basically number 15 as a possibility as a sub fielder. Scott Janet and Jesse Frew, who are obviously local players, are going to do the lion's share of the coming and going in terms of the backup crew, which means Mitchell Santner's name is not even on the team sheet, which is interesting to me, which means he might have been ruled out yesterday or the day before. Absolutely took no part in the warm-ups this morning, and I thought Mitchell Santner, when I had thoughts of Mitchell Santner batting at 7 in this test, and Michael Bracewell not playing. So There's a couple of guys that perhaps with Will Young as well have been given opportunities here in a side that perhaps they might not have played.
Yeah, it's a wonderful opportunity for Will Young. As you said, he's basically got an opportunity because Daryl Mitchell is unfit. But I like what you said about Mitchell Santner. I just think he's in the form of his life with the bat. And I certainly think he's good enough to now bat 7 in Test cricket. And in some ways that's great. And I think that will really help his bowling because it almost takes a little bit of pressure off his bowling because he's now offering such dominance with the bat as well. So it's a shame that he's not available. We just all desperately hope that he comes right and is hopefully fit for Test 2 and 3. But his batting, particularly this season, has just gone to another level, and the dominance that he showed in the shorter format, I'm sure, is going to come over to the Test matches as well.
What are your thoughts, just before we take a short break, he's Will Young listed to bat at 5. I'm trying to think the last time we've seen him bat at 5. He's not a 5 really, but yet he's going to be asked to do a job potentially in quite difficult conditions if he's required to bat at that point. 5 seems, it's not, I'm hasten to use the word unfair because Test cricket's not fair, it's hard, but Will Young has batted either opener or 3 for the large part of the Tests he has played. Knowing Will Young though, he'll just look upon this as another opportunity. It's obvious to everyone to see that he wasn't going to be playing in this Test match. All of a sudden, although he's not in his ideal position, it actually could turn out in this Test match, it could be the best place to bat. If Latham and Williamson can get through this new ball, like batting at 5 and then Ravindra comes in 4, 5 could be the perfect time to bat, where the opening bowlers are coming back for second and third spells, the ball's a little bit older. So I'm sure Will Young will be looking at this, even though it's not in his ideal position, as another wonderful opportunity to press claims for further selection. Well, the news from Hagley Oval, if you're wondering why we're not talking about what's happening on the field, is because the players are off it. Rain falling at Hagley at the moment. New Zealand 5-4-1. Just 3.3 overs were possible in that first 20 minutes stint before the rain came. The covers now include the run-ups at both ends of the ground, and the main block completely covered by the big white cover, with the ground staff busy pinning it down in anticipation perhaps of some more weather to come. It's coming up to 11:30 here on Sport Nation. We will take a short break. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Vital Proteins Allure Collagen 271 gram, now $39.99, save 14. And save $4.50 on Huggies Skin Protect Premium Nappies size 2, 48 pack, now $18.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Yup, another ad. But stick with me. If you love watching live sport, you can bet on the game too with Betcha. Get all the stats and insights you need, place your bets before the next play, and watch your bets come in with the new Bet Tracker. All on the Betcha app. Select sports and markets. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Personalized picks with the new Same Game Multi for you. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly. Okay, back to the tunes now.
Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Introducing Musashi Reaper Performance Series, co-created with UFC's Robert Whittaker. Try Performance Greens Plus for only $41.99 to support daily digestive and immune health. Always read the label and use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Yeah. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. Visi Tread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Daniel McHardy alongside Ian Smith and Chris Harris. Rain interruption, first session. Harry and Ian Smith providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. New Zealand have lost 1 wicket. It came in the third ball of the match with Devon Conway. Coolgraves bowled Roach. Bringing the bat outside of off stump, and his lean form in Test cricket continues. Latham and Williamson are there. You can contribute 8833 if you want to send a text into us. It is 5 for the loss of 1. 3.3 overs were bowled as we look at the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Roach has the wicket. He's been an awesome contributor over the years, Smithy, hasn't he? And clearly has the love of the game still. He's been in and out of the side, but a bit of an SOS call, you could say, with Alzari and Shamar Joseph not available, and straight into his work around the wicket. He's operated and he did it ever so well.
Well, without the 2 Josephs, I mean, that's tantamount to us losing Matt Henry, and I don't know who our most senior next bowler is, probably at the moment. In this lineup, believe it or not, it's probably Jacob Duffy, losing both of those 2 going into this series, because the Joseph lads, they're not brothers, the Joseph lads have been very, very good and very successful in a very short space of time. Alzari Joseph's whippy and quick and aggressive, and Shamar Joseph just has this happy knack of taking wickets and mowed over Australia in Australia, which set him up going forward. So without them, that's a big hole in the West Indies bowling plan. So Kemar Roach comes in, as you say, in an SOS call and puts it right on the spot, third delivery. We'll go back and analyse that, Harry. I mean, you're from a left-hander's point of view. They decided they would bowl round the wicket from both ends at the left-handers, which in itself is not always a common ploy. A lot of left-handers don't like it going across them towards the slip cordon, but they decided in this particular instance to go round the wicket, and it paid a very early dividend.
Yeah, I certainly like that approach from Roach, and I think the first ball that Devon Conway got was a little bit wide and he was able to leave it. And the reason I was perhaps a little bit harsh on Devon Conway, I think, look, if he's really analysing the ball, he probably followed it a little bit and in a perfect world could have left it. The trouble with Roach is because he angles into the left-hander, it feels as though it's a bit tighter and then it shapes away. I feel a little bit for Conway because, look, sure, he could have left it because it was wide enough, but it's the second ball he's faced. He's left 1 ball. He feels as though that's sort of in the zone where it's threatening the stumps, so you tend to want to feel the ball on the bat, and he's just got an outside edge. So it was brilliant from Roach, and it's always tough for the likes of Conway when you're not in the best of nick, although you felt as though he was coming back into form, particularly in the latter of the white ball series. But just to get one of those balls, second ball up, it's always tough. As a batsman, you hope that you either hit it or you goes past the outside edge and you carry on to the next delivery.
Devon Conway, Test match double 100 on debut, but more recently it's been a real grind for him. Of course, like everyone, he scored runs in Zimbabwe. I'm not sure, Smithy, if you put a line through those 2, but I think it's, a string of scores generally in single figures.
Well, you can only score runs against 2's up against you, so I suppose if you do score runs against Zimbabwe, then that's fine, and you're expected to, and he did. I mean, and that's cool. I don't mind that, but it's not a true test by world standards, okay? It's simply not. They're not on the test ladder in terms of the World Test Championship, but they're still credited as test matches. There's no points for them. So from that point of view, New Zealand are now playing their first test of this cycle of the World Test Championship. Then it gets harder once you're playing against recognised test nations. For Devon Conway, I can't quite put my finger on it, although I think his technique has changed a lot since his glory days, and they were glory days, as you say. You start with a double 100. But I've noticed when I'm watching him playing white ball cricket, and red ball cricket, his foot movement is gone. You know, that those trademark signs of a terrific left-hander, and you know, who gets that front foot, that right foot out to the pitch of the ball, and really gets forward and looks to get forward. Those are not the traits of Devon Conway at the moment. In fact, if you look at Devon Conway when there's any pace around or any bounce around, he seems very unsure even with his grip on the bat. His hands fly off. He just doesn't look as assured. And whether there's been an injury to the hands which has changed that, or whether he's just, I don't know, psychologically or subconsciously lost the ability to be as committed as he was early on, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you make a great point, and I think with him being out of form or having a couple of low scores, I think you're right, his feet aren't going and he looks a little bit more tentative. When he was playing well, he was really positive with his feet movement and he was getting in, and I think we started to see signs of that, as I said, in the white ball series against the West Indies, where he got in and his feet started going and he started hitting the ball so much better. But obviously test match a little bit different. You've got to weather the storm of that new ball when you're opening up, and it's just whether his technique is good enough in the current form that he's in to weather that storm. And you know, he got a pretty good ball second up today, and obviously it was the end of him.
He's a player who plays all forms of the game and played against the Windies in the T20 and one-day series, but Daniel asks not this one. Maybe a Plunket Shield game might have been the best way to prepare, especially because they just don't have a lot of Test cricket this year. It is unusual today for him.
Did he not play in Wellington's game?
No.
Why would that be? Because Williamson played in preparation. He didn't play that well, but he played for the Northern Districts.
Loadings, is that what they were worried about?
Well, how do you manage loadings for a batsman?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Will Young played.
He did.
Unsuccessfully.
Yep.
But they played. They got time in the middle, small time in the middle, but they got... Why would unless he was injured, why would Devon Conway not play for Wellington last week? And it's a very valid point.
Yeah.
Maybe a Plunket Shield game for Wellington might have been handy for Conway.
Do you think at times it's too much the players decide? The players decide. Like, do you want to play? And he'll go, oh no, I've played a lot. Yeah.
Well, I think in Conway's situation, because he played in the T20 series and the one-day series, they perhaps thought that they started to see him coming back into form. They thought he got some runs and thought that perhaps a rest was in the best interest of his ability to go out and do well in the Test match. You look back now that he's out second ball, and it's easy to say, I guess, in hindsight, that perhaps he should have played that four-day game for Wellington. But yeah, I purely believe it'll just be to give him a rest because he played in all of the white ball series.
I always thought you do what you feel makes you most comfortable to get ready to play a Test match. And for batsmen, I kind of think that's batting. And
funny that
spending time in the middle, particularly when you're not guaranteed your place in the side. It's not like he's an absolute certainty.
That's a great point. Yeah.
He's not guaranteed, and so you actually go and play because from a batting point of view, that is what you do for a living. I mean, and look, maybe he had a niggle. I can't for 1 second be thinking that he was tired or fatigued after a white ball series. When you're going into a Test series, I think you take those opportunities to bat.
Do you think the international player sometimes looks too far down their nose towards the first-class scene?
Well, I think Smithy made the greatest point, that he's not cemented in this side. And
absolutely not.
He's not really in a situation where I think as a player he can sort of pick and choose, because, as Smithy said, he wanted to go and get in the best form that he possibly could for this Test match.
Oh, we've got some movement. The grounds crew have looked up. A bit of pointing. They're quite happy. So,
well, Kim Cotton is the fourth umpire in this regard, and it's her job in this Test match to liaise with the head of the ground staff. She's just taken her umbrella down, which is a good sign. She's standing out in the middle, and these are live comments we're bringing you. And what she has said to the curator is, get your boys busy, get the pegs out of the covers and get them ready to take off. And that's a great sign, because they're proactive and they're wanting to get cricket going out here, and Kim Cotton is doing exactly the right thing. So they'll take off the covers. Perhaps they'll leave the one on that's covering the pitch. but they'll take the big ones off. This will be necessitate a 10-15 minute process. The other thing they'll do, because we're playing with a brand new cricket ball, is they will take a rope around and try and get any little sprinklings of surface water off the outfield. The West Indies will want that to happen, because a wet cricket ball you do not want, particularly if it's only 2 or 3 overs old. So the West Indies will quite rightfully demand that happens. But this will be a 10, 15, 20 minute window here, and hopefully it doesn't cloud back over and rain again. I'm looking out to the left as I look it out here. Harry, you can give me the compass better, and that's where it's coming from. Is that the prevailing direction, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, sort of northwest. Look, it is, although it's still a little bit sort of overcast, it does look as though the clouds are a little bit higher. The other good news is, as you see them, the ground staff struggling to try and get the covers off.
It looks like a bouncy castle now.
Yeah,
Get out there, Harry.
There's quite a lot of breeze out there, so that's a great sign for blowing this weather through. So I was saying before, when it looked settled, there wasn't much breeze, but you can just see the breeze in the trees, and as I said, in the covers. So that's a great sign for getting this little bit of rain past us and getting into some more Test cricket.
I'm a bit surprised Rachin Ravinda didn't play either, did he?
Don't think he did, no.
Wellington. I'm very interested to know why Coney and Ravindra didn't play. I can see obviously Mitchell's injured. Will Young, we know, played. Tom Latham, and I'm not sure he played first class cricket, but he has been playing quite a lot of cricket for Canterbury, because of course he doesn't play T20 cricket, so he's been playing. And you know, I would just be thinking your batter's bat. You know, your batter's bat, and they get themselves into a mode, and nothing like 2 or 3 hours in the middle in a match situation to prepare yourself mentally and physically for a Test match from a batting point of view.
If you want to be playing in the most important game, June 2027, the World Test Championship final, with what's on the horizon, you have to win this series 3-0 in all likelihood, don't you, Smith?
Well, you have to average, and the way the World Test Championship works is that it's done on percentage, because not every team plays the same amount of games as the other teams, right? England traditionally, because of their schedule, end up playing the most Test matches. Australia play a few.
India's already played 9.
India have already played 9, and this is our first one. So effectively what you have to do is win at a high ratio, and that ratio generally means in the excess of 60%. So the West Indies right now behind the 8 ball, they've got 0% after 5 tests. Very hard to recover from that, even with a 2-year cycle. New Zealand, you're quite right to point out, have got to win the ones that they should win. And this is a series, as I said right from the outset, that they should dominate and should win on ability and form at the moment. So as we just say that, covers come over again, and
the big covers come back.
Umbrella's gone up for Kim Cotton, so we're not going to go anywhere in a hurry. So yes, you've got to win about 60%, 6 out of 10 minimum, to make the World Test Championship over a period of 2 years. So that means winning these, and it also means, you're right, it's not a long period of time, 2 years in cricket. They will say it is, there's a high workload, but it's not really. 2 years, I mean, you know, some guys play for 15, 16, 17 years. It's not even like a quarter of your career for a lot of guys. So, I mean, you should just I would have thought you just want to bat and prepare yourself. And I'm old school, Harry, you're slightly younger school, but I always thought the best way to prepare for batting is to bat.
Yeah, well, I always used to play. I used to go off and play club cricket if there was no Canterbury stuff on as well.
Retired, Harry. That's quite well known.
Yeah, well, I still haven't retired. I can't but help agree, really. You get an opportunity to bat, you know, especially in good conditions in the first class environment against good bowlers. There's no better way to prepare for a Test match than to be out in the middle, so it's very hard to argue.
All right, more of your comments welcome on 8833, like this one from Jim and Tamuka, who has the important question. Smithy, did Mark Greatbatch, the president, bring you scones as well as the coffee?
I get what you're saying. That was his nickname for a lot of people, Greatbatch, scones. No, he didn't want to blow the whole presidential budget on his first morning, so just the coffee at this point. But they'll follow at some stage. Rain Daniel, would you have thought Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, fine? Yes, but I'm being grumpy. Yes, I understand the reasons, but still think the fan experience should have been first.
Yeah, Mikey called yesterday into the station and questioned why this Test match was starting on Tuesday. My understanding is well, originally it was going to be a 2-match series. New Zealand Cricket compromised, wanted a third, and listened to their fans, and the only way they could fit it in was this rather unusual Tuesday start date. And you would say it's a Tuesday crowd. There's a lot of Hardy Souls got the umbrellas up, the jackets on. They're going to stick through it, and all going well, we'll get Test cricket soon enough.
Christchurch people are very good supporters of sport.
They are.
I've found, particularly if you're a Cantab. But if you're a visitor, generally not quite so nice. But I think they've mellowed this generation. Not quite hardened like they used to be at Lancaster Park, where you felt like you were the arch enemy one week when you played for Central Districts, and the following week you felt like a bit of a hero playing for New Zealand. Then you go back and play the Central Districts again, and how quickly they would forget. But
was it the most raucous venue?
It was very audible.
Yeah. The acoustics were good.
Those single syllable insults, very audible. But I like playing there because it was always a challenge.
Yeah.
And when you played for New Zealand, it was tremendously supportive, as they are down here. But this is Canterbury people are very, very good, and whilst that it's not ideal, it's needs must, really. And people have said, well, why were we playing Australia so early? Remember when we played Australia in the Chapel Hadley?
Yep.
Beginning of October. You can't possibly... Well, the fact of the matter is, if you want to play, you have to fit in where you are, particularly if you are New Zealand.
Yeah, well...
You just do, because we're not that highly ranked up the ICC ladder where we can pick and choose. We don't pick and choose. We get chosen.
We try. They certainly try.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, better some than none at all. And that's what I'm saying here. Better some than not at all. And it's not ideal. But this, to me, is a really good Tuesday murky weather crowd.
Yeah, it is. They've certainly turned up, because it's that rain's a little bit heavier than, as we said, the main covers come on, and there's lots of umbrellas up, and they're gutsing it out though, aren't they? It's almost as though there's people still coming in, which is great to see.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get cricket, although right now it has just got a little bit heavier. The heavy covers are on, covering the entire block, and the bowlers run-ups. Kim Cotton, the fourth umpire, now wandering to the sideline. We will stay with you though at Hagley Oval, and more expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Ian Smith, Chris Harris and Jeremy Coney providing that. We'll take a short break. It is 14 minutes away from 12 o'clock. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Your business funded faster continues after this.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread temporary surface protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Take the sting out of insect bites with Serve Bite. Just $9.99 at Chemist Warehouse. The triple action formula helps relieve the itch, alleviate pain and prevent infection. Always read the label and use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse. Like Sabrina Carpenter's Sweet Tooth 75ml EDP now $39.99, save $10. And save $11 on Musashi Reaper Creatine 300 gram, now $41.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sport Nation.
Ugh, my rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. 8833, keep your messages rolling through. I've got one here. Good morning. Is there an app for this station? My radio earmuffs don't get AM. Thanks, Auckland groundsman sitting on his roller. Of course, search for the Sport Nation app, download it, and you will hear it in crystal clear quality, magnificent quality, to that unnamed groundsman sitting on his roller. Download the app. And for those who are actually at Hagley Oval in Christchurch, another text asks, any on-site broadcast without the delay? We do have that. If you're already on it inside the ground and you're wondering why is there a slight delay, just close the app, reopen it, and right above the live cricket feed you will see a banner that says live commentary of the cricket, and you can hear our next wonderful duo. The Everly brothers have joined us. It's Garth Galloway.
Wake up, little Susie.
It's Garth Galloway and Jeremy Coney for the next while as the rain continues to fall.
Which reminds me, Jeremy, and good morning again. I've had the best hour, 1 hour 50 of work, of non-work, since I've been involved in broadcasting.
You've been hard to get hold of.
I have. I've been elusive, haven't I?
You have been elusive.
Yeah.
Did you see anybody while you were circuiting the ground
I did,
things like that?
I will get to that, but I did the Wake Up Little Susie and the Everly Brothers stuff reminded me of a horrible moment when I was commentating a game with John Bracewell. And well,
that's the horror, is it, or?
It wasn't great, but Braces, he's mellowed a lot, as you've said off air a few times.
He's going through a zen phase.
He is. He's skiing in Europe at the moment. Yeah, tell you what, the ski fields won't have seen anything like it over in Europe. John Bracewell coming down at them. But he said, he had been to see Sir Cliff Richard in concert, and that the whole thing just made me feel icky.
Why was that?
Well, he's 85, Cliff Richard. You know, he's had a lot of work done. It's never quite sure if it's the real. Who is this person?
Oh, is it Cliff
and
or
also,
not?
85-year-old singing
the right-hand side of his face is Cliff. I'm not sure about the left. They've been parts that have been joined together. I'm kind of thinking of.
What are you thinking?
A short story written years ago. You know, Doctor. Yeah. Anyway.
Dr. J.
Yeah.
And Mr.
Hyde.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, back to cricket anyway. But Braces, that was a thing that I just found, that whole pink, tiny, eeny-weeny polka dot bikini and Braces.
Oh, him singing that.
He did sing it off air, and it was all not good. Anyway, Jerry, we're back. So I did go wandering. Actually, it's lovely. The first morning of a test is always, it's great, isn't it? And we've got a nice crowd in here who, as the drizzle still comes down here in Christchurch, I'm sure it's going to go. That breeze is getting up, as Chris Harris said, which are good signs. But been into the members area, very happy in there, and bumped into the president of New Zealand Cricket, Mark Greatbatch. Now, Smithy was on air when the coffees turned up, and he thinks that Greatbatch paid for his coffee. I was in the queue, and I said, Mark, can I buy you a coffee, because you're president of you're taking over from my father, because he had the role, didn't he, many years ago?
Yes, quite a while ago.
Yeah. And he's not involved anymore. But I said, what would you like? And I got him a coffee, and he said, I will bring them in for you. Where are you? Because we had to get back and do some work. Lovely to have the president of New Zealand Cricket delivering it for us. Paid for by me, Smithy, I'll have you know. And I look forward to reciprocity tomorrow.
That's a good story, isn't it, that one? I mean, that one really is going to be up there.
It's not really a story. It's just an observation.
Anyway, I expect something from you tomorrow, story.
Well, I want a coffee from Smith. I bumped into... I'll tell you who I saw out was Barry and Dale Headley.
Oh, yes.
And they were
How are they?
Dry, they were we had a nice discussion with them. Richard had driven into the main car park down here.
Well, he owns it, doesn't he?
He does. He parks in the nets.
Exactly. That's exactly where his brothers should park too.
Well, they didn't. It's interesting because he drives in and in they follow, walking.
He drags them along.
They walk behind. They walk behind. They walk behind Paddle's car. Anyway, I said to Dale, it's going to be, I'd like to see New Zealand bat first and be put under a little bit of pressure. And Dale said, he said you should bat first on this pitch. It doesn't do much.
I wonder if he's spoken to Devon Conway.
Well, I said, so what do you think that the New Zealand side, if they win the toss, they'll bat first? And he said, well, there are a few Cantabs in the side. They know how it works. And I said, the side that wins the toss will field first, and I'll come and see you during the day. And then he looked at me and said, I actually agree with you. So that was a win. Anyway, it's rain stop play here in Christchurch at the moment. Jerry Coney, you said to me...
Well, Dale, just before we go wherever you're going...
I'm not going anywhere.
No, okay. It's, Dale was a very difficult bowler. When you came down to play at Lancaster Park, he was actually quicker than Richard at that time when I was playing, and was also happened to have a very competitive streak, which you might call nasty. And I can remember being hit a few times by Dale and standing up again and looking towards the Wellington contingent to say, is anyone else coming out here? And no one was making any moves at all. They were all hiding under the seats. But Dale was very quick. I mean, when he went to India on that tour, he frightened the Indian players, and that was the story about Bruce Murray, Bags Murray from Wellington, coming in, I think, in perhaps the second or third test in India, and things had been
1969,
that sort of tour. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and Dale bouncing one of the Indian batsmen, and Bags had been fielding at third man, and they'd been throwing things at him, the crowd, so bricks and things like that, and also then some fruit. And of course the old story is he grabbed the banana and came in to show the umpire, so walking back in and waving the umpire and so on, and he got to short third man saving a single. Then he got beyond that to gully, and the Indian batsman played at the bouncer, and Bag actually dived and took a very good catch.
With a banana in the other hand?
The banana came up with both, the banana and the ball,
Extraordinary.
It was. It's given not out, of course.
Well, it was India.
Yeah.
Well, Dale was... And
Dale was nasty.
He played years of President's grade cricket in Christchurch as well, and bowled off spin, I think. He became a respectable off spinner, but fiercely competitive in that stuff as well.
Did his back when he came back and playing at Eden Park against John Inverarity, the number 3 for Australia, nicked it, given not out.
Right.
That was not a good thing for Dale's back.
No. Right, okay, so the back went and he became an off-spinner.
In the effort that he put in straight after that decision.
And then in the one we haven't, so we've talked about Dale, and we haven't got to Richard yet, but Barry, lovely man.
Very nice man.
Yeah.
Extraordinary how he opened with Peter Coman, wasn't it?
One very Dur, the Hadley, and Coman exotic.
Totally. Yeah. Totally. Such wildly diverse characters, the whole thing, really. I don't know how it worked.
Well, diversity's a good thing in the modern world, you know that.
That's the lawyer coming out in you, is it? My word.
Well, a politician or something.
Anyway,
we've got rain here at the moment. In fact, I think the rain's gone away and it's brightening up. But Barry was a very fine opener for Canterbury for many years.
Well, he got into the New Zealand side, exactly.
76.
Exactly. 75?
75.
Yeah.
Yeah. And but didn't play, did he? No, but a very fine player, a lovely man, Barry. He used to come up when Dad was taking cricket sides to Patiaroa in the middle of the Maniatoto in Central Otago, and he'd take a side there at Easter, and Richard would come down occasionally. Barry was there a lot. Very kind to me as a young boy. I used to think Barry was a lovely man. Dale turned up there as well, Walter, Father Wall. And I remember Dad told a story where he said to Walter once, because Christopher and Martin, the other brothers, would come as well, and I can remember Dad, he said he made the mistake of saying to Wall at one stage that he thought that either Martin or Christopher was the best of the Hadleys, so better than Dale, Richard and Barry.
Your father,
he said that, and Wall didn't speak to him for a year.
Well, might have been a good thing.
No, they were close mates and good friends. Now, what have we got here? Fellas, can Jeremy... Whereas Cliff's right side is a cliff face, Lord Lucan. God, who's that? Someone's come in with a message. Fellas, can someone please explain what is meant by a bowler bowling a heavy ball? Does the science say that all 140 kilometres per hour deliveries are as heavy as each other? And that's been sent by Lord Lucan, who's reappeared.
Good old Lord Lucan. That's good, isn't it? He's obviously following the Sport Nation commentary. It's excellent.
Well, do you want to explain what it... I'll come back to Lord Lucan in a moment, but do you want to explain what a heavy ball means?
Well, it's an English kind of phrase. It came from England. That's the first point. We just used to say there were some bowlers. And actually, I can remember playing against Australia, and there was a guy called Dave Gilbert. Not terribly well known. Yeah, he was. But he was... A heavy ball basically means it is on you quicker than you anticipate. So it's pitched and it's at you much more quickly than you would feel it was going to get there. So you were rushed a little bit in your shot, and so that's what they call a heavy ball. He bowls a heavy ball.
Also, so someone at 140 k's an hour who bowls a
even though it's 104, do you know what I mean? Even though they will be judged the same speed, but some guys just have that ability, whether it's in their action, that they're letting it go a little bit later. We hear a lot about the wrist flick and things like that these days, and where Bumrah lets the ball go closer to the batsman and all that kind of stuff. And it might be that, even though the speed is the same. I don't know, but I certainly know that there are different kinds of bowlers. Some stage, all cricketers will know that there are some people that just you find them a bit more difficult to face because you're ready to play the shot, but the ball's on you before it.
So if you think about those, let's talk about the West Indians from the mid-80s, who you played against in the West Indies. Was Malcolm Marshall a player who bowled that sort of delivery? Who were the? I mean, who were the ones? I mean, they all arrived quickly, obviously, but did any seem to arrive a little bit faster? Umpires coming onto the field while Jerry thinks about that.
Yeah, they all came
just a heavy
fairly
ball.
quickly. I mean, Malcolm was... They were all so close together, actually, and also different.
But he came... He seemed to... He bustled in it.
He used his run-up. But people don't realise, I think, the value of a run-up sometimes and how much that contributes not only to your balance when you reach the crease to deliver the ball, but also the pace. And he was a momentum bowler. So he, quite honestly, he would feel as if he would sweep in through from the car park.
Yeah.
You know, he ran such a long way sometimes.
But a player like Holding, Whispering Death,
beautiful,
coming in rhythmically.
Yeah, but you could see that ball.
Yeah.
Because it was such a nice action. You could, even though he was about the same pace, he would swing it away, actually. He was taller than Malcolm. And got in close and did everything, you know, in the right way. He was awkward in different ways. Malcolm was always, if anything, coming back into you. And I found, and I batted quite a long time against the West Indies on that 85 tour, and I found if I was going across my crease, he then would go around the wicket to me, and I couldn't see him running in. It was really quite an extraordinary thing where suddenly you knew that he was going to appear at some stage, but when? And he would just pop out at the last moment from behind the umpire. He would run directly behind the umpire. Quite a smart thing to do, really. And it left you almost felt as if you wanted to take a little step outside from your stumps and have a little peep to see where he was. But he would come across me, coming from right arm round the wicket at me, come across, because I was going across the stumps as well, and so it was still aimed right at me. So he was awkward and very accurate. That was the other aspect about all those bowlers, they, after going to England and playing 6 days a week for various counties, all wanted him. You know, they wanted them, and they were allowed 2 overseas players in those days. Every one of them was a fast bowler from the West Indies. They all wanted them, and so, yeah, they got just better and better. Rather than bowling 2 good balls and over, suddenly it was 6.
Umpires are out on the field. We've just got a break and play here. The good news is the sun is starting to come through a little bit. I don't think it'll be too long before the covers are removed and we have play underway. Here's another question from one of our wonderful listeners. Hey fellas, just wondering what your thoughts are around these restrictions on bowling loads for our bowlers. We seem to have a very limited number of fast bowlers that are allowed to bowl big loads. I'm missing a guy like Waggy, and you and I talked yesterday. Here's a quick story for you. Wes Hall, the great West Indian quick, he played in a game in England where he took 4 for 94 and he bowled for 3.5 hours without a break. There you are. That can lead you into...
Well, he'd have a break in the...
Well, he had a break.
When they went off for tea or something like that.
Just 20 minutes.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, but not bad though.
No, he just started up again, did he, straight after the break coming out. Kept going.
Carried on. Bowled a 3.5 over spell.
Well, he ran a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember him bowling to Glenn Turner in Glenn Turner's first test match. It was at Eden Park, and he was actually pushing off from the bleachers. In those days, they were just the old seats at the back there, and where Lord Ted used to be.
I remember
him, and he would just run in this big, West Indian, and the big gold chain banging against his chest, up around his face, and actually Turns was gone, though. He was mesmerised by the whole thing. Was out for a duck in his first test match.
Turns never liked gold.
No, he didn't. Not after that, he didn't.
He just a wee glint of the sun.
He won't appreciate that story. I'm sorry, Turns.
No, well, Turns, I'll come and see you in Wanaka when I'm down next, and we can talk about that. But Hall, another fascinating thing about Wes Hall, such a great force during that period for the West Indies. He started as a wicket-keeper batsman in club cricket, and then in a senior game in the West Indies, the opening bowler didn't turn up, and Wes Hall took the new ball, took 6 wickets, and never looked back.
Oh, well, what a fabulous bowler. They've had some very fast bowlers over the years, haven't they? As far as loadings go, I think, Jameson is one in point at the moment, isn't he?
O'Rourke.
But you see, these are people who have had injuries and need to take some time to come back. They're quite serious injuries, aren't they, really? Stress fractures in your back.
Been punctuated with it.
Well, he's had the same one in the same place. So he's had 2, and so and I think it was almost the same site. The second one is the first, and so they obviously want them to play, but they're not rushing them back, and I think it's the right way to go, actually. And hopefully they will be available when New Zealand are going to be playing next year against some of those harder teams. Well, and we could have, we're not going to have 3 players, three faster bowlers out. Jameson has had to adjust quite a lot, hasn't he? When he came in for a start and had that first iteration of himself, my word, he was a good bowler, wasn't he? I mean, he just suddenly was picking up 5-ers, for fun. And then he's been injured, and they don't want to, and he's been injured again as well. He came back against South Africa, didn't he, with that slightly weakened South African side, came back for that series, and then found that he had got the injury again, and so they're not going to rush him in. And I wish they'd done that to O'Rourke, actually, when he played against Zimbabwe.
That's one of my criticisms is look, again, and I won't harp on, but that was an opportunity to bring in other people and just to manage a player like O'Rourke, who was
playing. They did, didn't they? Didn't they bring in Fisher?
Yeah, they did, but again, they played O'Rourke and he was injured, and it just feels to me it was a series. He's playing in all forms of the game for New Zealand, and it felt like a series where you should have a break. But it's interesting also if we think about the Ashes and what's happening in terms of managing bowlers over there. Mark Wood apparently not going to play in the second test for England, and Jofra Archer.
don't think he ever was going to, but he might. But they might use him at Adelaide if he's fit, because the pace on those slower kind of pitches,
but again,
might work for them.
You know, that's going into a series planning from a long way out. We want to have Wood there, we want to have Archer there, but as Bumrah did in England as well, you're not going to play in all of the tests. So it's a very different. I mean, people like the Wes Hall, who we've been talking about, those West Indian quicks, Richard Hadley, they would never have wanted to give up a test for anyone.
No, that's true, and that's perhaps how the game, I suppose, all the different, if you take the cumulative effect, I know that they're only bowling 4 overs when they play a T20, but you've got to go from place to place, and you've got to get in, you know, there's a lot of different things that are going on that certainly wasn't around when I was playing. So, and so T20s and the movement and all that sort of stuff, I think, and training, I think is probably a bit different than it used to be, a different intensity perhaps. I don't know. But in our day, no, you were available to play.
And you wanted to.
Yes, of course. Well, I think these players probably do. Yeah.
Well, Jofra Archer's another case where, you know, a player who in 10 years has played 46 games of first-class cricket, and yet they want probably 20 days of him in Australia. And he hasn't played for a long time. You know, it's very hard for bowlers, I think, to build up the miles that they need to do. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Archie gets injured over here.
The hard thing about the England fast bowlers, it seems to me, is that they haven't got much time during the game themselves because of the way England bat, and they bat for such a short number of overs that they just simply can't get the rest they would like to have, and that's where you know, it's been quite costly. I think did you notice the way in the first Ashes test that the speeds had fallen quite dramatically from Wood and from Archer when they came out and bowled at head in the second innings.
And as you say, that they had barely a day's break. I mean, a session.
Well, they're only batting for 40 overs, 35 overs. I mean, even if you batted in a one-day game for only 35 overs, not a test match, but in a one-day game, you don't win those games either.
No, exactly. Just coming back to the cricket here, 3.5 overs have been bowled here. The West Indies won the toss and put New Zealand in. We saw Conway being dismissed for 1. Williamson is on 3. Latham is on 1. And it's Kemar Roach who is the successful bowler. He has 1 for none. Seals none for 4 from 1.5 overs. And Jerry, just a question here. Hey lads, nice for you to be called lad, Jerry. Happy summer of cricket, but you have had a hip replacement, so you're looking more laddish. Just wanting to get a few thoughts on the evolution we've seen with Jacob Duffy and how you see him fitting into this test side and this WTC cycle.
He's done well, hasn't he? I said that earlier today. I thought, you know, Duffy, how many years, you guys will know at the back, how many years has Duffy been playing for CD? Would he have...
Otago.
Otago. Do we know?
10
years. Why, my word. That's a lot of bowling, isn't it?
It's an apprenticeship.
It is. That's exactly what it is. And so the transition to come and play, first of all, I think they've brought him in through the door of white ball cricket. So it's been, you know... it's been 4 overs for a start, and then he's moved into the ODIs, so he's getting up to 10 overs as well. And now how many tests? He's only played 1 or 2 tests.
A look.
I think he's only played 1 against Zimbabwe, has he?
Made his day. He's played 1 test.
Yeah.
Made his debut for Otago in 2012, and he's played 109 first-class games.
There you are. That's great.
Yeah.
You see, he might have felt that his days. Of course, he was up against 2012. He was up against, you know, some pretty difficult people to play against, you know, to try and take their place, wasn't he? Would Bolton Southey would have been going. Then they were joined by Wagner, of course. You know, that's hard to break into those bowlers.
It is. I mean, it's incredible to think that but he seems to have got better and better. I mean, it will be very interesting to see. So the question is, what will his place be in the WTC cycle? So 2025 to 2027, this is the first game for New Zealand. I mean, I think he'll be a key part, won't he?
Well, okay, let's look at the bowling as far as New Zealand are concerned. I think Henry will be there because he offers something a little bit different.
Yep.
He is a seam bowler, so he hits the pitch as hard as he can, gets it to grip. He's also can bowl what they call now the wobble ball, which is at the seam, which holds both hemispheres together on the cricket ball, basically has become now a little bit more, a little bit higher and as far as the kookaburra is concerned. And as you let the ball go, you try and force one finger down so that the ball oscillates. The seam oscillates between 11 o'clock, if we think of it, the seam as the 12, between 11 and 1 as it's going down towards the batsman. And when it hits the ground, it's hard enough that it pushes into the surface of the ground and the pitch, and it either goes one way or the other, depending on whether it's between 11 and 12 or between 12 and 1, different ways. And so that's become very hard for batsmen, and batting has become a different kind of, quandary for particularly openers when the seam is still more proud.
And isn't it?
So he gets a go, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah, I am, but I love the wobble ball. It amuses me because thinking about how swing and seam bowlers were taught when I was growing up, and up until quite recently, got to have the seam proud and showing. And now, and the old coaches from yesteryear would be mortified to see a seam rolling over itself. And now it's very much part of the game. All right, so then another name for you, O'Rourke.
O'Rourke is an absolute key for New Zealand as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
a tall bowler, a strong bowler, good bounce. We haven't had that for a while. Accurate. I just think he is potentially the bee's knees for New Zealand as far as I can see at the moment in the group that we have actually got. So he's a must, and I think we whatever we need to do, we've got to look after him, and it may mean he doesn't play this year, but he's got to come back hopefully into the next cycle of tests after these.
Then you've got Jameson in the mix.
He may not even go to England.
No,
I don't know.
No,
but you hope that there's he'll be doing all the medical things.
Henry, O'Rourke, Jameson.
Well, Jameson is round there, isn't he? Well, he's having to change.
Yes.
Jameson's having to change now to more of a swing bowler. You've noticed that he swings the ball now. He didn't used to do that. He just used to bang it in just so close, and because of his height, and because he was using his back in perhaps ways that has caused problems.
But Duffy then becomes, if you think about that and the types of bowlers we're talking about, Duffy's a nice option with his outswing.
Exactly. He's a faster Southie at the moment, and he's able to also to bowl a good short ball. He doesn't quite have that seamer thing too, and we've got to get him to make sure that he can bowl. They're just removing some of the covers here, I think, at this way, folks, so you'll be rid of me shortly. So I think he's certainly so. Jameson, O'Rourke, Duffy, and I think Foakes is also starting to appear as a possibility.
We've got to find out more about him in this test match, and very much looking forward to it. Blue skies now starting to appear in the beautiful Otatahi, Christchurch. The covers disappearing, and a message, Jerry, from one of our listeners: without blowing smoke up your kilts. That's a politer word than saying up another part of your anatomy. Is there a better radio commentary team than you guys, even in the rain? Still brilliant. Signed, Daniel McHardy. We'll take a break. It's 5 for 1. Back soon.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, Example, Sachi and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
This is Black Cap Kyle Jameson, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Hey, are you looking for a new home to bet on your favourite sports like basketball, NRL or the UFC? Sign up to Betcha today and we'll double your first deposit up to $100 in bonus cash. Download the Betcha app. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Prada Paradox 50ml EDP now $159.99, save $77, and save $76 on Mont Blanc Explorer 60ml EDP now $69.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
If your fridge is on its way out, that's a terrible loss for you.
But its replacement is at Magnus Benro, and it's a huge loss for us.
Black Friday deal at Magnus Benro, Fish and Pike 413 litre bottom mount, just $1,996.
Active Smart technology keeps food fresher for longer.
Spacious bottom freezer with these easy slide drawers that actually work.
Fisher and Paykel quality that you can trust.
$1,996 Black Friday. Get in fast before they're gone.
Black Friday deals at Magnus Benro.
Nation.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. The grounds crew are moving as they are pushing off the water that is pulled on top of the covers. It's now quite bright, sunny, and here's a great sight. The match umpires wandering out. Chris Harris gives it a fist pump next to me. He's excited. We are 40 minutes away from the scheduled lunch break. Hopefully we might see something before lunch. If not, I think we'll know shortly after the umpires have come out and assessed. So we'll get some information to you as soon as we do from the match operations crew. It's in the interim. 5 for the loss of 1. New Zealand losing Devon Conway in the first over, caught at second slip by Graves off the bowling of Kemar Roach. Latham 1, Williamson is on 3. That is a look at the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Chris Harris is alongside me. Harry, not sure, with all due respect, and you know how much I love you, I'm not sure Harry's going to be top of the list as far as the next text we've received from our listeners. 8833, Rain Delay Radio, some of our favourite. Whispering Death is a great nickname, as is Scones. It's a great badge. What is the best nickname in cricket?
Well, Whispering Death, Michael Holding, that's a scary one. I like that. And he got that nickname, obviously, because he was very, very quick. But he was also, in his early career, I think he was a 400-metre runner.
Oh, was he?
And he had a beautiful running style, and he just used to, they said you could hardly hear him coming to the crease because he was so light on his feet, hence the nickname Whispering Death. So I think that's one of the better ones. The Master Blaster, good one, Viv Richards.
8833, if you've got a suggestion, we'll read them out. Absolutely. Whispering Death has got to be right up there. Better than Smudge.
Smithy, Harry. Pretty generic stuff, aren't they?
Not much thought went in. Not much thought.
Well, it's like in New Zealand we tend to add a Y to people's last names, and in Australia they tend to add like an O, like it's Harrow or Smitho. Yeah, not a lot of thought goes in.
Smithy explained to us the World Test Championship point system being a percentage. Caleb has followed that up, asking should the World Test Championship points system be restructured away from percentage. Given South Africa played the least matches compared to England and India, should all teams play an equal number of games? Oh, I do love these utopian views.
I think Smithy was basing it on what's happened in previous World Championship cycles and roughly what percentage of wins you need to do to, to get to the final. And I think that's just saying that New Zealand need to win 6 out of 10 to have a chance, really, based on previous history.
Yeah, well, Caleb, we're with you in the belief that every team should play everyone. That's why the men's one-day World Cup and the women's one-day World Cup is such a good format, right? Everyone plays everyone, then into semis and finals. There's no real compromise. It's unfair. You even look at the Champions League, they've gone to the Swiss model where you've got this weird long 30-plus team table and 24 make it and the top 8 get a week off, but not everyone plays everyone. But unfortunately, with the amount of cricket going on, with the amount of leagues around the world, it's simply impossible.
That's the point. It's not possible.
So the West Indies and New Zealand can't play a 5-match series like England and Australia are doing currently in Australia, right?
Yeah, there's just not time in 2 years for every Test nation to play even a 3-match series against everyone. As you said, with all the other cricket that's going around and the other formats, the one-days, the T20s, and then you talk about the other T20 leagues in each country as well, which are taking out international players. There's just not enough time to, as much as we all agree that would be the perfect format, because as you said, Daniel, the best format, I believe as well, in the one-day format is for everyone to play everyone in the World Cups, and that's the ideal format. Just not possible in the modern game to do that in Test matches.
I'm not laughing at you, Harry. The nickname suggestions are coming in, including Chris from his own team. We had a guy on our team called Showbags because he was full of crack and we had to carry him all day.
There's a few of those in a few teams.
Paddles wasn't bad being suggested on 8833. I love Nathan Lyon's nickname. Gary, right? Gary. I'm being pointed at quite ominously by Afghanistan. That is a very good one. Jeremy Coney shouting out. That's the forgotten war. Mark War was known as Afghanistan.
Tell you what,
once he got his chance, he made the most of it.
Yeah, I don't think he was the forgotten war. He's got a phenomenal record. He might have been forgotten for a short period of time.
Brother Tugger, wasn't it? Tugger, he was what a fighter he was. The Hairy Javelin getting a lot of love, as is his alter ego on the Saturday session on Sport Nations, which we call him Slop Chips. Slop chips.
Explain, please.
Well, slop chips are like a South African delicacy of the way you prepare your chips. Sort of crispy on the outside and quite soggy on the inside, which sort of soggy chips, really.
That's how most of my chips are.
Yeah. So I think that's a perfect way to describe Grant Elliott. All right, news from the middle as the covers are now being taken off, not for the first time, but with the rain come back straight away. But now, sun is out. We can see parts of blue sky, and we have a restart time, Harry. 1:45.
Bit surprising when you consider lunch is at 1, so that they literally...
Lunch will be taken at 1:45.
Oh, okay. I didn't think you could change the lunch.
Cricketers are just always worried about lunch.
No, not worried about it, but I was always brought up in the era that the caterers cater for a lunch to be ready at sort of 1 or 10 past 1.
Why not cater to these people out here who've sat on the bank?
Don't get me wrong, I agree with it, and I think it's perfect, but no, normally there's always been an issue because lunch is being prepared to be delivered or to hand it out at 1 o'clock, and that's when it was taken. But so we'll get an hour's play. That's fantastic.
Nine Eye Express, Mantis, some quality nicknames there coming through. Do appreciate your contribution, not only some light-hearted stuff on the nickname fronts, but the more serious questions that you have raised, and we'll continue to do that. In the interim, we've got about 19 minutes before play will resume. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 5 for the loss of 1. New Zealand will restart. 3.3 overs have been bowled. Latham 1, Williamson 3. The man out, Conway. Graves bowled Roach. Second ball, third ball of the match. On for Nord on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. John writes, boys, you have very short memories. Last time we went to Australia, Southey and Co, who bowled in 130, were absolutely awful. You cannot have bowlers under 135k in Australia. Jameson got pumped against the Aussies in T20. He's simply not fast enough to take to Australia and will not physically handle more than a test on their hard pitches. It was a nice period when he started, but we have to move on from him. Too slow and physically unreliable. Well, I think there's a fair bit of risk judging a player in a T20 game about prospects of a completely different form of the game. More importantly, what does a former international think?
Yeah, no, I don't sort of agree with that. T20 cricket really shouldn't come into it. If you look at some of the greatest bowlers of all time, look at Richard Hadley. He was in the sort of 130s. So you've just got to have skills.
You've got to have lateral movement then if you're not
And I think Jameson has shown even in that T20, he can swing it. He's 6'8", he gets bounce. And look, when he was at his best when he first came in, he did phenomenally well in all formats. He was taking wickets in all formats. So I think him back at his best, swinging it, and if he gets a little bit of, I don't like saying it, the modern word, a few more bowling loads where his body's up to speed again, I think he's got a big future.
He could bowl high 130s too.
Absolutely.
Right?
I think he can, yeah, but it's about managing it. I mean, there's just so much cricket played now. It was a bit like what happened to England. Everyone said, how come Jofra Archer was bowling 150 Ks and then the next innings he's only sort of bowling high 130s?
Because he's on the field all the time, because the batsmen have no concept of time.
He only had a session and a half off. So it's impossible as a fast bowler to continually bowling 150. That's why Wood was only bowling 3 over spells, so he could bowl that high heat.
He's out with a knee injury now. Did you hear that?
There you go. So, look, guys bowling at that pace, it's very, very hard to continually bowl at that pace over a long period of time.
And the physical attributes, the height. In Perth, was there a lot of there was obviously seam, a lot of swing, but it was that extra bounce more than anything. Although the English players driving and being caught in the cordon because of that extra bounce.
Surprisingly, it was that bounce off a fuller length. It was obviously a plan because Australia knew England were going to come after them, so they bowled a fuller length wide of off stump and forced the English guys to hit on the up. And I think we saw 3 wickets fall all in the same fashion in a short period of time, trying to hit up on the up through covers, which is just high risk at Perth. It's been proven over and over again, and unfortunately in that little period England just got it horribly wrong.
Any reason New Zealand bring in Mario into the group for test experience, even if not playing, as he seems the next to come in as we have an ageing top order, Scotty?
I love that point, because if you look at our top order, outside of Rachin Ravindra, I think everyone ranges from, I think Tom Latham's 33, and then it's 34, 34, 35. So we're getting to a stage where we definitely need to blood some young players. I thought Reece Murray, for example, there's probably others as well, it was a great opportunity for New Zealand cricket to take them to Zimbabwe and to give them some experience, whether they played or not, just to get used to touring life, because we're going to get to a stage within sort of 2 or 3 years where 4 of our top 5 are getting very close to retirement age. And you put Daryl Mitchell in that mix as well. I think he's 34. Realistically, guys, top order batsman, you can probably play to 37, 38, starting to stretch it a little bit, but not much beyond that. So it's a very good text that we do need to start seeing some younger players at international level.
Explain what can they get out of just being around a camp. We had similar messages coming through when was it Daryl Mitchell was ruled out of the last matches in the one-day series, and they called in Henry Nicholls, who has performed well, and Henry Nicholls was never going to play. He was only going to carry the drinks. So what would have Mario got out of that, being around the camp, compared to actually just going and playing and working on his craft at the domestic level?
Oh, so much. Just the first thing, just getting comfortable in that environment, seeing how other top players train, how much effort you have to put in, smart training, what you should do, what he should be looking to do in his own game, talking to, the likes of Kane Williamson about his batting. I mean, there can be no better person to talk to. So being in that environment, seeing what it takes to be on the international stage as a young player is so good for your development. And then the big advantage is when you do go back to your first class scene then and sharing a lot of that knowledge that you've learned, but you're just starting to feel a little bit, whether you play or not, just a little bit more comfortable in that environment. Because if they're picking you, they see you as a person that's going to play in the future, and then when you get that opportunity to play, it just feels a little bit less daunting, if you like, and hopefully because you've been in that environment, you're much more likely to succeed and you're ready to go.
Play to resume in 14 minutes time, and then we'll have an extended first session through to 1:45. Excellent stuff. Chris Harris alongside me, providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Let's get to all-rounders, your specialty topic on Mastermind. Would love us to have a batting all-rounder in the top 6. Blundell bats at 7, then Santner, Bracewell, then our 3 quicks. Just feel our tail is too long. Thoughts?
Well, we just talked to Smithy about that a little bit earlier. I think Mitchell Santner definitely can bat 7. I think now he's genuinely becoming, with the form that he's shown, a true all-rounder for us. So that's so that's great. I guess you put Michael Bracewell in that sort of area as well, and I'm sure Nathan Smith is someone that would like to bat slightly higher up the order as well. He's shown that he can do it with the ball, and he's certainly capable with the bat, and I think as he gets used to...
Isn't that message hinting more at a batting all-rounder?
Is it?
Yeah, batting at 6, 1 through 6. Well, I think your main currency in Test cricket's first thing is runs, is it? Maybe it could be a Mohamed Abbas. I'm not sure if his bowling's ever going to...
Yeah, or Glenn Phillips is another one. To me, a true...
And on New Zealand, you're not playing 2 spinners.
No, but a true all-rounder for me is a guy that can get picked either for his bowling or his batting. Like if he's good
at both.
If he's injured, he's good enough at both to make the side. That's a true all-rounder, and there are very few and far between.
Yeah, well, let's just grow Imran Khan.
Yeah, so if you're
they're easy. They drop off trees, all-rounders of that nature.
Yeah, but if you're talking about batters, I guess Glenn Phillips, but as you said, they're not going to pick 2 spinners. But I just think Mitchell Santner's capable, Nathan Smith. So there's a couple off the bat. Mitchell Santner's batting's improved to a level that I think he could, and I think Nathan Smith eventually, once he feels sort of more comfortable, has the ability to get into that sort of 6 or 7 role as well.
Message from our dear friend Aidan McLaughlin, a regular contributor to Sport Nation. He's just chiming in with beautiful weather here for cricket in Hawke's Bay. Of course, they haven't scheduled a game of cricket there, Aidan, so consider yourself lucky. Enjoy the day. 8833, that is our text line. Thank you so much for all your messages that have come through. Questions, comments, laughs. We're here for it all on the Summer of Cricket with Sport Nation and Prosper Fast Business Funding. I'm always a little bit worried about reading these text messages. Gentlemen, a bloke in my team we call Jandals, as we thought that's what we should wear in... Oh, that is good. That is very good. I got halfway through and then I realised this is my Ron Burgundy moment. And no, keep your nicknames coming through. I do appreciate them. I do. Do you know the New Zealand umpires? They have a good selection of nicknames. Would you like to know them, Harry?
Yes,
Wayne Knights is Boogie. Sean Haig is Haggis. Chris Brown is Charlie. Kim Cotton is Bud. Chris Gaffney is Gaff. Well, they could have spent a bit more time on Chris Gaffney, right? Seems a bit...
Yeah, Boogie Knights I like.
Yeah.
Chris Brown, Charlie Brown. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
A little bit of effort's gone in.
a little bit
more than
Poor
Gaff.
Poor Gaff. It's like...
He didn't even get Gaffy.
Gaffo.
He just got it shortened.
Didn't get Gaffo. Brilliant stuff. So thank you very much. This is the Summer of Cricket. We are waiting a start. In 10 minutes' time, play will resume. The grounds crew have done their job. The stump's now being put in by umpire, the fourth umpire, Kim Cotton. We've got... the heavy cover's now being rolled up and about to be dragged off. The fans have held on. If anything, the crowd is slightly bigger than it was in the first period of play. And when play resumes, it will be New Zealand 5 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 3.3 overs have been bowled. Conway, the man out, caught at second slip off the bowling of the veteran Roach without scoring. Latham 1, Williamson 3. Plenty more from Hagley Oval shortly.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
This is Kyle Jameson. Download the Sport Nation app right now and catch all the action as the Black Caps take on Australia, England, South Africa and the West Indies this summer.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Play will start moving shortly. In about 8 minutes' time, New Zealand to resume at 5 for the loss of 1. Let's zero back in on the game. Harry, firstly, conditions. Austin Chase was beaming smile when the head's call was right. He very quick to bowl here, as most captains do. How much did you see off the surface and through the air after 3.3 overs?
There was certainly a little bit of swing in the air. I'm not sure if there was a lot of assistance off the surface, but you just felt as though if West Indies got it in good areas, it was going to be challenging for New Zealand, as it already has in 3.3. So Chase was absolutely delighted not only to win the toss and bowl first, but within that first over to have their first breakthrough. And the experienced Roach got Devon Conway, good catch from Greaves at second slip as well. So the perfect start for West Indies. And as a captain, when you've won the toss and elected to bowl first, for something to happen in the first over, not that he probably need anything to happen for him to prove that he'd done the right thing, but it just makes you feel that much better. And I think both the bowlers, Seals and Roach, have been excellent, and it's only been 3.3 overs, but they've gone past the outside edge of Williamson already, and you know, it doesn't look comfortable for the New Zealanders. But the good news from a New Zealand point of view, I think you've got the two best players out there for judging line and length. On a surface it's a little bit difficult. These are the two guys that you want out there trying to fight New Zealand through it. So this is going to be a brilliant hour up and before lunch. A lot of hard work for Williamson and Latham to do, and the West Indies got to make sure they put the ball in the right area and make them play, because the new ball, I believe, is going to be absolutely key, and New Zealand will be aware of that. And if they can get through to lunch without any further damage, I'll feel as though they're in front in this game already.
What I like the look of is the West Indians already out on the boundary. They're ready to...
They're desperate to get out there.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. They're all ready to go. Lots of smiles there. And what the key is...
Still plenty of energy. They've only bowled 3.3 overs, so their bowlers aren't...
but don't go searching.
No.
You can get a little bit carried away.
Well, I actually think Roach... I thought he bowled a little bit within himself. I mean, he's only bowled 2 overs, but he didn't try and bowl too fast. He just knew if he got that new ball swinging and in good areas and forcing the New Zealanders to play as many balls as possible, it was going to give them a good chance of either LBs bowled, and they're pitching it up as well, caught behinds. And that's exactly what you're going to do with the new ball here at Hagley.
Early on to Latham and Williamson, where do you have to bowl to those two?
You've got to bowl as close to off stump as you can and just force them to play. And the length as well. We've seen Williamson, who likes to... To me, he looks as though he knows it's swinging a little bit, so he's trying to play it late. So he's purposely not getting too far forward, so he's playing from the crease and just trusting his technique and to play the ball as he does so brilliantly late and under his eyes. And I think they think that creates a little opportunity. So to Williamson, I'll be looking to bowl slightly fuller, because you want him stuck on the crease and just getting it to swing to beat the inside or the outside of the edge to bring in bold and LBW. And to Latham, you've got to be just back of a length around off stump, forcing him to come forward and play and defend.
Yes, the thoughts of Chris Harris providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Play to resume in 4 minutes' time. We've had a rain delay, only 3.3 overs of the first test. Seems a little bit unfair for New Zealand cricket fans. We had to wait almost a year for a home test, Harry. It's just not cricket.
No, it's not. And the good news is we're about to get some more cricket, so that's exciting. I tell you who else it's not unfair for is Williamson and Latham.
There we go.
Who are out there for 3 overs and then they've had a big break and then they've got to get back out there and start all over again.
Well, the applause is not for you, Harry. I'm afraid to say the applause is for the side of the umpires leading the West Indians onto the field. Behind them, the New Zealand batsman, Latham Williamson. Stay with us after the short break. Play resumes.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Vitality and a buzzing festive atmosphere only Addington can deliver. Book now at addington.co.nz.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Where it is 18 minutes away from 1 o'clock, play set to resume after a rain delay of over an hour. New Zealand 5 for 1, 3.3 overs have been bowled. Players are back in the centre of the ground, and Jaden Seales is going to continue from the city end. He's going around the wicket to the left-handed Latham, and Latham gets the ball outside the off stump, and he's able to shoulder arms, and it goes through to wicket-keeper Imlach. Change in the field. Still the 4 slips in place, but there's now a man under the helmet at short leg, so perhaps a change of approach. Pleased to report that the cloud cover is still very overcast here at Hagley Oval, but it's a lot higher, and obviously there's no more rain at this stage. Lights are still on, and the West Indies, well, having had to put their feet up for the best part of an hour and a half, are now out there and desperate to build on this good start that they made. Here's Seales round the wicket again to Latham. Gets a similar length delivery, similar line, and he's able to leave the ball as it flies through to wicketkeeper Imlach. Ian Smith is alongside me. Hello, Smithy. Great to have some cricket again.
Yeah, it is great, actually. We just need this test match to get rock and rolling, actually. We had an abbreviated sort of start to it. We now need a concerted sort of area of play where we're going to have an hour now till lunch, which is pretty cool at 1:45, so agree with that decision. And in that time, the West Indies have already made an adjustment. As you said, a short leg has gone and wasn't there before. That's on the basis of the little bit of sideways movement that they've seen in this pitch.
Seales round the wicket again, bowling to Latham. Again, Latham's able to raise the arms and let it fly through to the wicketkeeper to end the 4th over. 5 for 1, the New Zealand score, of course. Play resuming midway through that 4th over. The revised timings for the day, as you talked about there, Smithy, we've got an hour of play here, 12:45 to 1:45. Then we'll have lunch, second session, 2:25 to 4:55. And then the tea before the tea break in the third session will run from 5:15 till 7 p.m, hoping to get through another 84 overs today. So fingers crossed that the sun that is starting to try and burst its way through the heavy cloud can stay, and this good crowd for a Tuesday lunchtime can be rewarded with a prolonged period of play. The short leg has stayed in place for Kemar Roach, who's operating from the Botanic Gardens end. 4 slips. Shai Hope is operating almost at almost like a 5th slip, not quite gully. Here's Roach. He's bowling to Williamson, and Williamson plays a cut shot. Doesn't time it quite as well as he would have liked. It's heading out towards the backward point boundary, but it's going to be hauled in, and they will turn for a 3rd. So Williamson resumes his innings with another 3, and the New Zealand score moves on to 8 for 1.
Well, 2 good shots through the offside for Kane Williamson there. Just seeing he had a little bit of width, and it was a short delivery, and just getting over the top of it nicely, square of the wicket on the offside. So he's early days, obviously, for Kane Williamson, and he'll look to get set, but it's a positive aspect there. Anything that you get remotely loose, you've got to cash in on, even at this stage of a test match. So West Indies have just got to settle back into that rhythm, that line and length rhythm.
Roach around the wicket to Latham, no shot off it.
And they've got to make the West Indies make New Zealand play. That's the key to this new ball. And this is a difficult time when you bat and you've only got an hour. You can't make a lot of positive signs in terms of your score, but what you can do is lose your wicket. So it's actually a very good time to bowl. But it's only a good time to bowl if you use the new ball well. And that means finding a line, finding a length, and committing them to play in the right areas. At the moment, Latham's leaving with ease.
Roach round the wicket to Latham, and Latham's guiding this one behind point, but Chanderpaul's there to cut it off, and no addition to the score. 8 for 1. Yeah, I think that's the first of the 5 deliveries that Latham's faced, Smithy, that he's actually had to play at already since the resumption. So, and that's what Kemar Roach did in that first over so well. Obviously got the dismissal of Conway, but had the New Zealand batters playing at pretty much everything that he dished up.
Good time to bowl. Really is. It's a terrific time to bowl.
Around the wicket is Roach again. Back of a length outside the off stump. No shot off it.
The other thing you look for too, Tom, is carry. On the first morning of a test match in terms of the pitch, we look for sideways movement, so the ball seams and it swings, and those are attributes that a new ball does quite often. But you also look at the carry side of things. And so far, and I'm looking at the keeper here, in Tevin Imlach, he's taken the ball about waist height quite comfortably. That's a good pace, really, and the slip coordinator is adjusted accordingly to his left there, with Latham on strike in a real staggered form.
Roach in again to Latham, and again no shot off it.
More the length, but not the line. They want Tom Latham to be playing off the front foot. They got Devon Conway in no man's land, really, and he made a mistake as a result of that. But for Tom Latham at the moment, since the resumption, he's leaving very comfortably. You don't want to see that. Hey, Jerry.
Smithy. How are we doing?
Well, actually, we've been back for a while.
I know, yeah. Well, we have been back, you're quite right. I've been just sitting here listening to what you're saying. Found my glasses.
But wait.
It's over. Tighten the left hip, that's over. It's all right, see you later, guys.
That is the end of the fifth over. 8 for 1. You can continue, Jerry.
I'm a bit worried about you and Galloway. Every year, because people should know, he billets you. It's back in the days of...
I'm out in the sanctuary.
Old style, Brabham
in
cricket,
the garage.
Yeah, you're
in
billeted.
The garage, yeah.
Yeah. And it's always a bit of a worrying sign year after year, just to see what kind of form you two bring as a combination. And he's been late once so far.
Right.
He only had one commentary stint to start with, and he was late for that.
Well, they had to replace him,
He was slightly late, I think it's fair to say, for the pitch report. Slightly late.
Yeah.
Is there an issue that we should be allowing for going forward?
Well, we can only improve.
Correct.
I think there's a general hope that we could actually turn up and do our job.
Start of a new over. Jayden Seales bowling to Williamson, defending to the gully, and there's no run.
But you're right that this is in terms of the cricket, this is a perfect time to bowl. They've picked up an early wicket, and once that's occurred, and then the rain came immediately, the bowlers themselves weren't particularly tired or fatigued in any way. They've had time to think about things. Which end should they bowl from? They've got, an attacking kind of cordon where the ball, as you say, is carrying through. So any edge that comes into the game, it should carry to those fielders.
Seales bowls to Williamson, but fuller, but outside the off stump, and Williamson offers no shot.
Haven't seen a lot of swing in for the West Indies bowlers yet, so they're trying to hit the pitch at that sort of 6-7 metres from the stumps, not from the batsman, from the stumps, where you can try and draw them forward. And Williamson will be very, very keen to know where his off stump is. These are the sort of the qualities that you need if you want to stay in at this period of the game. You've got to know where that off stump is, and know that your right eye, anything outside your right eye, that's over the off stump.
Seales bowls, and this time Williamson, it's in the air a long time, just to the right of the fielder Hope in the gully. Taken one, and Williamson is going to come back for two as the ball heads down towards third man. 10 for 1.
So that's how you judge things. All the club cricketers listening, you try and set whatever it is, however you stand at the crease. Just get someone to move you across until your right eye, if you're a right-hander, and left eye, if you're a left-hander, is over the off stump. And that then gives you an idea whether you have to play the ball or not. I think it is today. And Williamson's doing that at the moment. And he's just been drawn into one, hasn't he? Lured into one that's outside. He's got he's just had a little bit of variation of bounce as well he's had to cope with.
3 slips still in place for Williamson. This one's down the leg side. Can't catch up with it.
He'll be feeling the heat too, because he's come back to New Zealand. He's decided to retire from the T20 format. as far as the internationals are concerned. He's still going to play some franchise cricket, I believe. And he's taken himself away to prepare for these series of tests. Tests obviously mean something to him, Smithy, don't you think? They're important to him. It's how he judges himself as a good cricketer or not. Loves the challenge.
He's got a challenge here. He's on 8. The Seals bowls to him. He's leaving another delivery outside the off stump.
And I think that's the way the world judges him, and the world will look back at his career, and I'm not saying it's over yet, but certainly towards the end side of things, and he will be remembered not for T20 cricket. He'll be remembered slightly for one-day international cricket. He was the captain in that famous game in 2019, and the way he got through that, he's always very highly regarded at that. But when it comes to the numbers side of things, he will be judged on the longer version of the game, and that's, I think, how he will judge himself. Is that a no ball?
Yes, it was.
A late no ball call. They're made upstairs these days, Jerry, eh?
They do. I know.
11 for 1. Here's Seals into Williamson. No shot off it again to a ball outside the off stump.
The more he can do that, the better he'll become. Williamson, that's that let go. It's actually almost a shot, folks. I know he's not actually hitting the ball, but it's almost a forward defence or a backward defence, but you don't actually bring the bat down. And those, while they're little things that you look through and say, well, why didn't you go for that and attack that? But getting yourself in becomes such an important thing. Look at the difference between the English batsman in that Ashes test and the way Head got himself in, at least by 20 balls before he started to attack.
Last ball of the over. Seals is bowling to Williamson. He's playing and missing. There's some interest from behind the stump, and it's through to the wicket-keeper, and it ends the over. 6 overs have been bowled in the innings. New Zealand are 11 for 1. Latham is 1, and Williamson is 8. Take a short break here at Hadley and back in a moment.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Roach starting a new over. Another delivery outside the off stump that Tom Latham doesn't have to play out. Of course, the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Fast business funding. 11 for 1. Latham 1, Williamson 8.
Last 2 balls, it's the length that's been the problem for the West Indies bowlers. Williamson played that ball perfectly, even though he was beaten. He was on the line of off stump. He was playing off stump. It moved away, and because it was a little bit short, tiny bit short, it moved and missed the edge of the bat.
Latham waits again as Roach goes round the wicket. No shot offered by Tom Latham. Well taken by Tevin Imlach, moving to his left, the wicket keeper.
Again, if I'm the West Indies captain, Roston Chase, I'm saying to my bowlers, we've got to be making them play more than we are, fellas. You know, it's 11 for 1. We've got rid of an opener, but the best way to get into this New Zealand side is to get stuck into this partnership here, because this partnership can hurt us. This has hurt a lot of people in the past. Latham, Williamson, they're the key figures. We get one of these guys, we bring in Rachin Ravindra, who likes to play aggressively. Got Will Young, who's out of touch. And then you're looking at a keeper batsman, Blundell, who's far from set on the side all of a sudden. And then you're into the bowling all-rounders. I mean, we're not far away. Get it right now.
Roach round the wicket again to Latham, down the leg side this time.
See, there's an overcorrection, isn't it? He's been outside the off stump at Latham. He's been frustrated. And now he's then over-adjusted down leg side. So he's very aware that he's got to get Latham to play. I just wonder if also the bowling has been a tad short, just a tad short. It looks dangerous bowling, but you really don't get the wickets. The ball beats the edge of the bat and moves.
Still the 4 slips in place as Roach is in again around the wicket, and this time he's trying to defend as Latham. He wasn't quite sure where that ball had gone. In the end, it spilt just to his left-hand side, but quite sure where that ball had gone. 11 for 1, the score remains.
It's more angled in towards off stump. It's still possibly a leave. A lot of players would leave that, but you're getting more in terms of that. He gets committed to the front foot, Tom Latham, but he's never in control of that length. So the length is pretty cool in that respect, and that's what I've got to look at, its consistency, because when you've been playing a lot of white ball cricket, your tendency is to play rather than leave. When you come to Test cricket, initially it could be the other way around.
Roach and again to Latham.
That's easy. See, that's just so really at the moment he's bowled 5 deliveries. One has created uncertainty. Only one. And the previous over, Seals bowled a magnificent last delivery to Kane Williamson, was the only one in the over. The West Indies, Roston Chase, has got to be more demanding in terms of accuracy here and what they're trying to achieve with this new ball, overcast conditions.
Chase is in the slip chord and he's fielding at third slip to the left of Justin Graves and Alec Athanase, who's at first slip. Here is Roach again. It's wide of off stump and Tom Latham doesn't need to play, and that ends the over. 7 bowled in the New Zealand innings. They are 11 for 1. Latham 1, Williamson 8. And since the resumption, I think it's fair to say probably, Jerry, the West Indies just haven't quite committed the New Zealand batters enough.
No, we know that's right. We're all in agreement with that when you get these little mini sessions, when there has been a break and batsmen therefore have to come out and restart. Well, New Zealand hardly got a start, did they? They were 1 for 5 or whatever it was. So these become the times where you break through this partnership, get a man who likes to play shots, plays quite aggressively, and then on a pitch that's doing a little bit more, he's starting to push the bat. You'll notice that some of the New Zealanders are pushing the bat at the ball a little bit.
Seals to start a new over, and no shot offered by Kane Williamson to a foolish delivery outside the off stump.
Now there's respite. Just outside that off stump there's a bit of movement, and he's able to let that go quite comfortably with Williamson. He's been tested. They just haven't been quite consistent enough with the ball. These were conditions where, say, someone like a Hadley was always at the batsman on a length that was pretty immaculate and was doing something as well. You, in the slips, we would have been in the game.
Williamson waits as Seals is in to him again. This is a rising delivery, and Williamson just gets the bat down in time as it flies past the shoulder and through to the wicketkeeper inlay.
Really well played from Kane Williamson, because when you do look to get out of the way, even if it's a last second decision, get everything out of the way. Include your gloves, get them outside or inside the line of the ball. You're right, Jerry, and a lot of people say, oh yes, you're going back to Hadley, that's ancient history. We'll go back a little bit later than that. Let's go to Bolt and Southey, their attributes. Southey in particular would make you play in these conditions all the time, and Trent Bolt as well. That was their great thing. Not express pace, but demanding that you play 4 or 5 balls out of 6. It's got to be the bare minimum.
Lights on at Hagley Oval as Seals continues. Another ball that's outside the off stump that Williamson just swivels away from.
Because eventually it will stop moving. It will stop moving, it will stop deviating, and then it becomes the batsman's turn to, and that's why you must, while your legs are fresh, while the ball is new, while the odds are in your favour, which they are for the bowler at the moment, you've got to cash in. You really have to cash in.
Roston Chase won the toss earlier. No hesitation in electing to bowl first. He's looking for some profit in this first session. Seals again to Williamson, playing the front foot just to point, and there is no run. 11 for 1. OJ Shields in the West Indies team on debut. Right arm fast medium.
They say he's actually the quickest of the West Indies kind of bowling in this particular test match, and as you say, on debut, so first match he'll be a bit nervous.
Have having to bide his time at the moment. Seals is in again to Williamson. This time he's punching through the covers. Get one run. Chanderpaul's quickly after it and restricts the scoring to just a single. Williamson to 9, New Zealand to 12 for 1.
The other thing, of course, that New Zealand know is because they're using their two most experienced bowlers right now with the new ball, and they're having to work quite hard, but they are at the moment getting through, and they'll know that they may get looser balls, more of them, when the bowling changes as well. So that's something to work for, I think, and that's what Test cricket does provide too. You go through phases of through your innings where you have to work very hard.
Short leg back in again as Latham is on strike, facing up to a delivery around the wicket, doesn't offer a shot, and that ends the over. The 8th of the innings, New Zealand are 12 for 1, Latham 1, Williamson 9. Take a short break here at Hagley Oval, and then when we come back, Daniel McHardy to join Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 12 for the loss of 1. 8 overs have been bowled. The 9th will see Roach from over the wicket bowling, getting the outside edge of the bat of Williamson from the crease line. As always, such soft hands. He sees it down and bouncing to chase it third slip. That's more demanding.
Yeah, that was scrambled seam basically, but when it did hit the seam, it straightened, and that's where Williamson was looking to play on the onside of the pitch in a defensive way, and that saved him because it didn't mean there was any pace when it came off the outside edge, because if you say soft hands, his trademark.
4 catch behind the wickets, and now into the front pad. Big appeal for LBW, and umpire unmoved.
Height good, they're saying. Height good. They might have a go at this because it's Williamson. In fact, they have.
So Kemar Roche had the old hands up, like sort of almost apologetic, going, I think it's straight.
Director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
There's the voice of the TV umpire, Eluddin Palaka of South Africa. It's hit him above the knee roll.
Doesn't appear to be any better. Can we just confirm that with outer edge?
It's quite deep in the crease, well past the inside edge. It's right on the batting crease itself.
Keep rolling.
Height. It's umpire's call, of course.
Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball.
It's height, isn't it? That's the issue. I think it's quite straight, but it's height.
You can see leg stump behind the left ankle of Kane Williamson, so he's a long way across.
What we can't see, because we're on radio quite clearly, is that Kemar Roach has gone back to the top of his bowling line.
Is not out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets missing. Alex, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by.
Half a
single
ball,
now.
Half a ball above the leg stump, so they lose a review, and umpire Wolf makes a good decision.
Yeah, good decision, Alex Wolf. He's been around the traps for quite some time, only in his 13th test, which surprised me actually. I thought he might have done more than that, done a lot of white ball cricket. Kemar Roach saw that initial replay on the big screen and went straight back to the top of his mark. He knows that, but they did say on the field, height is good, height is good. We heard it quite clearly in the background. Height wasn't good.
Would that be the hardest thing to judge if you're reviewing from the corner?
Well, normally you go to the men on square, don't you, for that?
Roach, not a tall man. He's in again. He goes very full and leading edge from Williamson. It pokes the ball back to the bowler.
That's 3 good balls in a row now from Roach. One where he's found the outside edge, which has nipped a wee bit, sort of it looked to be a wobble kind of ball, and it did just move from leg to off and found the outside edge of Williamson into the slips. Didn't carry, played it well. Next one, beaten again, and then that one that was the LBW on an angle was the angle. He got just a little bit wide.
Williamson, uncertain. He looks up and again playing right below his eye line. Not a long way forward to a full ball. Pushed to the onside. No run. The West Indies still have 2 reviews. Despite losing that one.
80-odd tests. Just shows you, doesn't it? He's now adjusted his length. He's changed his length in this last over. And Williamson has not been able to let the ball go. He's having to defend the ball, and not comfortably, you'd have to say. So much better work from the West Indies bowler.
It's fallen across to the offside on a couple of occasions. Balance is normally impeccable. Right and behind. Compactly defends the ball. The end of the over after the last Roach ball to come. It will be 9 overs. Just 12 runs have been scored. So that's tasty, but you feel, Smithy, they've not made enough of these 9 overs.
Incredible how you dug yourself out of that one.
Oh, it was quite deep there for a while, wasn't it?
No, you're still there. You're still there.
You're a mitre 10 looking for a shovel at one point.
There's a foot on your head trying to get up.
6, and I've got 6 fingers. Here's a shorter ball into the hip of Williamson. He can steer it around the corner to long leg. And a single will take the New Zealand number 3 to 10. Latham 1. It's 13 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Kia ora, boys. I have to say, Kane Williamson is back, and even better, Ian Smith is back. What a way to start the first test here in Christchurch. Now, I'm loving listening to Jeremy Coney again. Here's expert commentary with our legends with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now.
That was a much better over from the West Indies. It really was. It's experience. I mean, that's what is demanding. That's the kind of thing that will get Kane Williamson out. Consistency. And, you know, it's a real war against Kane Williamson, breaking down a technique. And the best time to break it down is early.
3 slips, Gully, points, mid-off on the offside, onside mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And it will be Seals bustling again, his 5th over. Over pitches in a classical Williamson drive, not from the middle of the bat. It's a long boundary. They've got 2. They might come back for a 3rd. He's going to push and will move to 13. 16 for 1.
Well, I mean, last over, he was tested in lots of ways, wasn't he? Whether there was an outside edge or whether there was an LBW shout which went on review and we're just going over a leg stump. There, he's just pushed a little bit hard at the ball. A fullish ball, though, just a wee bit too full, and he was able to get onto the front foot. But the bat, you can see what happens when the bat pushes out in front of your body. The further it gets away from you, the more danger of you losing control of the shot. You don't realise Latham's on 1 from 25. He's only 1 run.
He's facing now as Seals again doesn't draw a stroke from around the wicket from the left-hander.
But they haven't been able to test him, have they?
He's smart, he knows, and he would have bowled, obviously, as captain, he would have bowled as well. He knows this is a very trying time in this test match. He can't win the test today, but if they get knocked over cheaply, he can go a long way towards losing it. So he knows that he just has to occupy, and he know it'll get easier. It will get easier. So if he gets 1 off 30, 40 balls at this stage and is still there, that's just fine. He's wearing down some patience, wearing the ball down a wee bit, and making it easier for those to follow.
Seals round the wicket, bowls, and hits arm guard and goes in towards the gully. Didn't want to play that ball. It just kept creeping ever closer and could have gone anywhere.
I don't know.
The glove.
He
grabbed his hand there.
He misjudged this. It's short of a length and it's come back at him a wee bit. And
arm
yes,
guard. Was it?
If it's arm guard, it's gone through the arm guard. Might have been glove, back of the hand.
Glove, and he's holding. That's the hand that's holding the glove, the bat as well. So you can see it lob up, but it doesn't go anywhere near carrying to the slips. Lucky, can't control that. Yeah, he was looking around. Where was it?
Did that keep a bit lower too? It looked like he was trying to drop the hands out of the way, and it's just thumped into that right hand. Big little yell of ow from Latham is just taking extra time to prepare and get into his position. 16 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Seals from around the wicket. Leg side. And a bat, the pad will trickle away around the corner for just a run. We look to the umpire. It does signal leg by. 17 for 1. Good decision from the umpire wearing dark glasses, according to this text to Smithy. As an ump who's umpired thousands of hours, it is a proven fact that you don't see anywhere near as well wearing shades as you do with the naked eye. These guys are serious amateurs.
What they are is light enhancing glasses as opposed to dark glasses. And you see umpires use them particularly under lights quite often. They're light enhancing.
Do the players? Are theirs light enhancing as well?
I think so, yeah.
Seals back over the wicket of the right-hander. Back of a length, Williamson keeps the ball down as he pushes to point.
I saw Johan Lane, is it? He was down at fine leg and he was starting to jump around there. Yeah, Johan Lane, for number 57 on his back. And he looks to me as if he's just starting to get ready to bowl. So whether he's going to be replacing Kemar Roach,
we might see a bit of OJ Shields. Get them in the game.
Yeah,
get them in the game.
Absolutely.
And both of them actually are.
Like to break this first, though, wouldn't you?
Well, you'd love to
break
do
this partnership first.
But you don't want to get too greedy going searching if it's nothing's happening.
3 slips in a gully. They persist with Seals. Away from us, bowling to Williamson. He leans forward, pushes again to the point region. The end of the 5th over bowled by Seals. None for 11. 17 for the loss of 1. 10 overs into the test match.
Good to see that. You see, that's the interesting thing. What do you look at first? Do you look at line as a batsman who's waiting for the bowler to run, and as he bowls to you, do you see the line of the ball first, or do you look for length? And you know, I reckon personally length is important, because that tells you whether you're going forward or back. If you go forward to a ball that is short, you get hit in the head or in the chest. Or if you go back, you sometimes can be LBW, because the ball, you've misjudged the length of the ball, where it's going to pitch relative to where you are.
There's a few spots of rain coming back as Roach starts a new over, dragging his length back, and Latham plays around chest tight down into the point region, Chandapur Field.
And I thought that last ball of the last over, it was a good example of that, with Williamson seeing the ball full. He went forward and he looked comfortable with that, and he could play forward. And even though it was a defensive shot, it was, yes, I can handle this quite comfortably. He's 13 off 31. It's battling time, so you can all tell that from the batsmen at the moment. They're having to work hard, but so far they've survived.
On the Botanic Gardens end, Roach bowls and goes past the outside edge of Latham's bat. He was committed forward, just well bowled. Chase signalling to his substitute fielder that I think he wants the pocket warmers. It is summer, officially. Athanase at first, Graves second, Chase third, Hope in the gully, although he's creeping ever closer to Chase at third slippers. Roach over pitches, driven up towards mid-on, good fielding, tumbling stop by the tall paceman, Johan Lanes, across.
You're just looking at the body language here of Paul Rifle, and you're right, there's just the slightest of drizzle coming across. He's looking at it and he's saying enough's enough. Just like that. Doesn't take much these days, but Paul Rifle has looked at Alex Wolf and said, look, this drizzle's coming in. We've got to go. We've got to be consistent. We did it the first time, and we've set our benchmark now. As soon as it's around, we've got to go. There's not a lot of substance in it, but it's just enough. And that a victory for New Zealand, that mini session there, because they got through it. Their 2 best players will come out again when we resume, and the West Indies will think, did we do enough?
Tough session for the New Zealand batsmen. They've only scored 12 runs, something like that in that little period, and they've gone from 5 overs to 10.3 overs. So it hasn't been, really attacking cricket, but it's been very interesting cricket at the same time, where one side is obviously got the conditions suiting them. They're fresh and so on. They can get off again. They're bowlers who you thought might actually have had to need a break. They're going to get that break from the rain now. So that might have to, they're going to have to come out and perhaps face them again, depending on how long this break is. So, but it was a riveting little session, actually, from the point of view of let's set our stall out here. Let's not play loose strokes. Latham got a full ball just before the break then, and he was probably very disappointed he didn't get that away to sort of straighter to beat mid-on, but was unable to do so. But, those are the things, at least they're both still there.
Ian Smith described it as a mini session, 7 overs, 3.3 in the first. And now we've officially at the end of the first session of the test match, gentlemen, as lunch has been called. It was due to go through to 1:45, but now they've taken the opportunity to take lunch. There'll be a 40-minute break for any possibility of a restart. But good thing is it's not all that heavy. Only the lightest of covers gone on.
Well, you wouldn't have gone off now, but that's the way it is at the moment, and that's where Paul Rifle and Alex Wolff have got to have a discussion themselves and say, how bad does it really have to be, and how long's it going to last, and whether should we be just a tad more patient?
That was 2 or 3 balls before.
I'd be thinking,
the plug.
See, you wouldn't go now.
No,
you wouldn't have been anywhere near going off right now, and that's only a minute and a half since they've gone. So they might have to, being not locals. They look at it and they say this could be substantial, we've got to go. They might have decided, actually, just give it 30 seconds. Live another, should we just get to the end of this over? And they were just a little bit too quick to go there because we could still be playing cricket.
Let's look at those two little sections of play. Smithy, 3.3 overs. You thought the West Indies were quite good there and brought about the dismiss of Conway, just too loose, second ball.
Well, if you look at the scoreboard, you say New Zealand 17 for 1 off 10 overs. In other words, they haven't got away on us. We've got an early wicket. So we're at this stage, we won the toss and did what we wanted to do, and we've done it okay. It's 17 for 1. If you go deeper into the 17 for 1, you then say, did we do enough in those 10 overs? And the honest answer to themselves will be no. We did not make them play often enough. We did not make them play in areas that we wanted them to play, or defend in areas we wanted them to defend often enough for our liking to be of a high test match standard. These two players are not the kind of players that are going to give you too many favours. You've got to get them. Generally speaking, they've got good test careers, and very good in Williamson's case, because they don't give the bowlers that many opportunities. They back themselves with defence and technique. So you have to work very, very hard to dislodge these two, and you have to be accurate and demanding. I'm sorry, but for me, they just weren't enough. 17 for 1 they'll be happy with, sure, but the 17 for 1 and the 10 overs wasn't quality enough.
The more I watch the dismissal, it's classic Kemar Roach, isn't it? Round the wicket. Looks like it's going to angle in towards off stump, but he shapes it away, Jerry, and Devon Conway couldn't resist.
Well, Conway's had difficulties in going forward, hasn't he? Moving forward, as I was saying before, when you see the length is going to be close to you. What Devon Conway is doing at the moment, to me, is just pushing his hands towards the ball where that should be, but the foot isn't going with it, and then he's just using his hands to cover things from there, and so that's why I think he's getting into a bit of trouble. Sometimes, of course, only with one hand on the bat, so it's very hard to control your bat when you've only got one hand on it. I mean, you're given two and the chance to use two for a reason, so you want to control it. So I personally, I think that Devon Conway's just got to work that length issue out and getting forward. And when he does move forward, to take the foot forward and go with it and take his whole body with him. He's not doing that at the moment. He'd rather see short pitch bowling at him. But, I mean, for the rest of the New Zealanders, look, it's not mission accomplished at all. But they've seen their way through quite a potentially difficult period of play. And the West Indies know that. Both sides know that. A little bit of movement in the air, particularly from Kemar Roach. A little bit of bounce as well that we've seen as well. And New Zealand have been able to resist. And they've come from short format games where you are looking to hit the ball, you're looking to go at the ball a lot more. Here, it's very different. You're looking to let the ball go. And I think they'll feel relatively pleased about the way, yes, they've been beaten on occasion, but they've done the job. And so they're still not out. They can still go back after lunch.
As you have done, Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith providing experts commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. You can go enjoy your lunch. The rain coming and going. Should get more play though after lunch. The forecast is expected to improve. So the scenario here in Christchurch at Hagley Oval, New Zealand sent in after the West Indies won the toss, decided to bowl no Daryl Mitchell, no Mitchell Santner, failing late fitness tests, seeing Will Young drop to number 5 to fill the boots of Daryl Mitchell, while Michael Bracewell, the lone spinner, picked alongside Nathan Smith, Zach Folkes, Matt Henry, Jacob Duffy for the West Indies. A debut for OJ Shields. Haven't seen him yet. They left out their Vice Captain Warwick, the spinner, going with a full frontal pace attack 5 fast bowlers, including the all-round Graves, who did take the catch at second slip to get rid of the only man dismissed. Court Graves bowled Roach, Devon Conway, without scoring third ball of the test match. 10.3 overs have been bowled, 17 for the loss of 1 New Zealand. Latham is on 1. He's faced 31 balls. Kane Williamson's also faced 31 balls. He's 13 not out for the West Indies. Kemar Roach, 5.3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4. Jaden Seals, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. Stay with us here on the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. We'll keep you entertained throughout the lunch break. It is 23 minutes after 1 o'clock.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Vitality and a buzzing festive atmosphere only Addington can deliver. Book now at addington.co.nz.
This is Black Cat Matt Henry, and you're listening to live coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch on Sport Nation.
Now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson, thanks to Bailey's, New Zealand's #1 rural real estate brand.
In rural news, beef mince, long seen as the most affordable red meat option, is losing that status as prices continue to surge. Robo Research senior animal protein analyst Jean Corcoran said food prices had risen across the board, but beef mince had jumped up far faster than most staples. New Stats NZ figures showed that in the year to October, overall food prices rose 4.7%, but the average price of a 1 kilogram pack of beef mince climbed 18%. Corcoran said mince was now averaging $23.17 a kilo, meaning it was slightly more expensive than lamb chops. She said the spike in price came down to global demand for red meat. New Zealand exports most of our beef, 80% of it, and our biggest market actually, the most volume is going over to the United States.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson, thanks to Bailey's, New Zealand's #1 rural and lifestyle real estate brand.
At Tavendale and Partners, we believe great legal support starts with great relationships. We're more than just lawyers, we're partners in your success. Whether you're growing a business, protecting your assets, or planning for the future, we bring expertise, innovation, and a refreshingly down-to-earth approach. No jargon, no one-size-fits-all solutions, just clear, confident advice that puts you first. Partner with us today, visit tp.co.nz or call us to transform your legal landscape.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
A good beer needs a good story. And since the golfers kept asking, Captain's Beer has answered. Every course felt the same, so Chase founded Captain's Pilsner while looking for a craft beer that hit different. Brewed with Hercules and Sophia hops, Chase knew this Pilsner would play its course. Finally, a beer for the golfers. Give it a taste. A good beer needs a good story after all. Find Captain's Beer Pilsner at all good supermarkets and liquor stores.
R18, drink responsibly.
Dairy farmers, you're more than a number with Open Country.
Oh, we're proud to be with Open Country. I think they're a great company to deal with. They're really personable. It's just a phone call if there's ever a problem or something you want to talk about. Milk supply manager, he's really friendly and it's good for a chat. He's reliable, yeah. Whenever there's an issue or something, it'll always be resolved without fuss.
To find out more about the benefits of supplying Open Country, visit talkmilk.co.nz.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival with major partners Spates and Smirnoff bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation. Sport Nation.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. We've had 10.3 overs of play. Rain interrupted opening session. Lunch has been taken. 10.3 overs bowled, as I mentioned. New Zealand scratching through to 17 for the loss of 1. Latham 1 not out. Williamson 13 not out. Devon Conway the man out. Third ball of the Test match after the West Indies won the toss, decided to bowl. Caught it second slip by Graves off the bowling of Roach without scoring. Roach 1 for 4. Well, Seals, the only other bowler used. Absolutely delighted to welcome into the commentary position here at the beautiful Hagley Oval, Jana Wadsworth, daughter of Black Caps wicketkeeper Ken Wadsworth, who is honouring her late father's legacy with a unique fundraising auction. Although she's been the star of the show around these parts in the last day or so, of course, a huge figure in the history of New Zealand cricket. Ken Wadsworth, taken at a tragically young age of just 29 years of age. 33 Test matches, 13 one-day internationals. Boy, you wonder what type of record he would have fashioned in the shorter format of the game, because he was such an entertaining cricketer from everyone I have spoken to, and of course has a very, very strong legacy of Test cricket in Christchurch at the winning runs, of course, when New Zealand beat Australia for the very first time. Jana Wadsworth is alongside me, proudly wearing Dad's black cap. How special is that to you?
It's very special. Every time I, come to the cricket, I wear his cap. I just figure he's got to come with me. Watch a bit of cricket.
Tell us about how you've learnt about your dad over the years, because you were just 18 months old when he was taken from you all.
Yeah, I grew up in a very cricketing, sporty family.
Yes.
But Mum, I think when Dad died so young, made my father to me about being Dad.
Yeah.
not the cricketer. But when I got older, I was invited to Lancaster Park, where I was presented Dad's test cap by Walter Hadley. I met Ian Smith, and he had mentioned some stats to me, and I sort of thought, I actually know not too much about what my father achieved. And then started looking into sort of a bit more about what he did, and realised that, he was quite a clever man. Aggressive man. Clever.
Tell me what your mum taught you first about him as a bloke.
That he was just passionate. He was passionate for cricket. He was passionate for his family. And fun-loving. Loved his mates, loved his family, and a character, a real character of a human being. So,
Full of fun, full of energy.
Full of fun, full of energy.
Yeah.
And portrayed that to family around him.
How did Mum cope?
She was 27 years old when Dad died, and they had just moved to Nelson. In June, they had decided to relocate to Nelson because Dad could work for his family. And then play cricket because they didn't get paid back then. So, and they moved to Nelson in June, and he was gone 6 weeks later. So she decided to stay in Nelson, closer to his family, and Mum's family lived in Rangiora. So, it was tough, but she went out and became part of the golf club and all these different clubs and met some incredible people. So, she had the support, which was good.
Sounds like she was a bit like Ken, though. Full of energy.
She is, and golfer and sporting. She played hockey back in her day. She, quite often, I think she said to me the other night that when Dad started playing golf, he started off on a 12, and Mum said, "Well, how's that right?" Because he was good at anything he did, and Mum was
started on a 12.
Yeah, he was, and Mum was great at golf too. So then when Dad joined the golf club, Mum was like, "Well, why can't I join them?" So they both had that sporting interest.
So you get the cap presented to you. What are you? Early 20?
I was 24 years old at Lancaster Park.
And through Smithy, he sort of ignited an interest.
Yeah, I think Smithy had beaten one of Dad's records. And I think he said to me at the time, "Well, thank you, but, I was this age with this many games behind me. Your father did it at a younger age with this many games." And I sort of thought, I better investigate more about what Dad did. So I did.
What have you learnt over the years?
I've had so many amazing stories. Richard Collins, I'm very close to still. Richard Hadley, Dale Hadley, incredible stories from the old cricketers about his passion, that he played hard but he played fair. The Australians on many occasions have tried to claim him because back then he played like probably an Australian played, but he was aggressive. He had no fear. He went out and he hit it just hit it. And if he got out, when he got out, as I've been told many times, the dressing room was vacated because he would come off the field and the bat would go flying every time. So he was passionate about his sport.
I think one of the first things Smithy told me a few years ago about Ken was how revered he was by those guys across the ditch.
Yeah.
And the way they played, you've already hinted at it. Where do you think that came from, that fearlessness, that confidence, that attitude?
I wouldn't know. But apparently, I look at it, Mum sees a bit of that in me. I never did the sporting thing, but I see it in my younger son as well, who's 18, whether it's just something that's through genetics. But he was definitely full of passion, and that passion came out.
Any specific stories you can tell us? Any stick out?
Richard said to me that one of the stories where he came off the field and the bat went flying. Back in the day, they had the old coffins which they travelled with. The coffin lid was up, and Dad threw the bat. The bat went onto the coffin lid, landed in the trunk, and the trunk lid shut on it. And that's apparently just what he did every time. And so there was always a call to vacate when Ken got out.
Right, brilliant.
Yeah.
How important has the cricket family been to you to really understanding your father?
Huge.
Yeah.
So when I moved to Christchurch 4 years ago, I joined the Pavilion. I'd met people throughout the time, but joining the Pavilion and just talking to people and hearing stories, it kind of helps me know my father, because I didn't know him. So it gives me an idea of who he was as a person as well as a cricketer, because the guys knew him so well. I've been really lucky to have Richard Collins in my life, and those two were the two that got up to the no good. They were naughty.
It was of the era, though.
It was
right?
of the era that
they weren't paid, as you rightly said.
No.
So they did it for love of the sport.
They
and
did it for love.
Camaraderie and the fun things outside of the game.
Well, they'd finish a day's cricket and, they'd go out for a beer with Rod Marsh or the Chappells, and they'd have a few beers and then they'd go home. I mean, that's just what they did. They'd go out with the other team members, and actually the West Indies playing today was one of Dad's favourite teams. So Mum told me a story that there was a play and break over in the West Indies, and in that ground they had the drums going.
Yeah.
They had the music going. Well, Dad apparently just got up behind the wickets and started dancing. And apparently
during the game?
Because it was a stopper play with rain or something. And the whole crowd just was in an uproar. And Mum said it'd be wonderful to try and find that footage, because apparently everyone just loved it. But that's what he did.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
What are you most proud of what he did on the cricketing field? That might be a hard one to answer.
It is, but I think I'm proud that he went out and he was authentically himself. Yeah. That he just played the game how he saw it, and he loved it, and the passion, I think, came through in how he played.
Some great memorabilia around this, and he'd love this facility, wouldn't he? They've done such a great job here.
He would love this facility. Yeah, he would think it is just the way cricket needs to be watched, with embankment as well as pavilion and different options for different people. He would think this is great.
I know they had a reunion of that famous team that beat Australia for the first time when Australia was actually here, and he hits that shot through the covers, and I know it's imprinted in Smithy's mind. That famous moment, in Redpath goes up into the stand, make sure the ball is secured, as one dastardly Cantabrian was trying to run away with it.
And it was, the ball was returned to Brian Hastings, who held the ball for a long time, and Maureen and Mike Hastings gifted that ball back to Hagley a couple of years back for the 50th, which is lovely.
What other memorabilia is out there that you cherish and love to see on display?
I love to see all the different stats and the different photos of people out there. I think the more that Hagley sort of collates some more of this stuff and they can rotate it through, it's great to acknowledge every cricketer's achievements.
You looked a fun individual. Great hair, a shock of hair.
Yeah, he definitely had the blonde locks.
As you do too. And as I said at the top, you are wanting to honour his legacy with this unique fundraising auction. Who's it in aid of, firstly?
I just heard Mike King a couple of years ago, and he was pretty much at his wit's end. The funding wasn't there, and I know from experience getting help or counselling for certain individuals is really difficult, and it shouldn't be difficult. If someone's struggling mentally, there should be the help there for that person. So I had gained Brendan McCullum's signature maybe 8 years ago on one of Dad's photos, and for me the Test game is pinnacle for me. So I then thought, well, I could try and get every Test wicketkeeper since 1969. And over 3 years I've managed to get all of them. Dad and Jock Edwards are the only two that have passed, and Jock Edwards and his family have been great family friends since Dad's died. And my daughter has imprinted the signatures on Dad's photo in gold, and the ones that are in black are the originals. So I didn't know how I was going to get Kruger, because he's in South Africa, but he was over last year, and Gareth Hopkins got that for me. Lee Jamon came over and came into my workplace and signed it. So it's taken a journey, but I have managed to get all the signatures, which has just been amazing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
So that's for auction.
Yeah, so in the frame, I was literally just going to frame it. And then I met up with Diane and Richard Hadley, and Richard said, no, you need to personalise this. This needs to have something else in it. Go through your father's trunks. And so I did. I went through the old coffins and found a batting glove that he used because his wicket-keeping ones are in the museum. And
and they're not coming out, are they?
No,
That's where they rightly...
not coming about. But, and then there was a bail in there from the 1974 Test win. So that's what I collated with statistics. And so it is a one-off. It's not going to be done again.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
They're a strong, close-knit community, the wicket-keeping club, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And I was talked to Tom Blundell last night and Tom Latham and Devon Conway, you know, and they are the wicket keepers have a unique part of the cricket, I believe. Yeah.
You were wearing Dad's cap?
Yes.
What number would he have been?
He was 121.
Right.
Test.
Now tell us about caps, because you were actually inside the tent last night. You were presenting to the team.
Yeah, I got the honour and privilege. Got asked to present the team with their test caps and make a speech. And it was amazing to meet them. I've watched them over the years, but as a group of men, they're incredible. They're just lovely human beings. And you know, you see someone and you get an idea in your head of maybe who this person is, but they're just all just so gorgeous. And it was a real honour to be able to do that.
That's a huge honour to be asked to come in and make that presentation and give them a speech.
Yeah.
Did you sit down, write screeds of paper?
I did have notes on a card, but I forgot my glasses, so I couldn't read it anyway. So then I had to wing it.
And how did you wing it? Or is that sacrosanct between you and the team?
I can manage. No, I can manage just, when it's something I love. And I love honouring my father.
Yeah.
I love keeping his memory alive for myself as well. And I'm passionate about cricket. So for me, I just talk from the heart. And it's fine.
It's a pretty good message to me.
Yeah.
Play like he did.
Yeah.
Free, passion, a true love of the game.
Yeah.
It will take you a long way.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those who are interested in getting potentially involved in this auction, and for that very, very personal offering, where do they go?
So if you just go onto the Trade Me website, you just search Ken Wadsworth and it will come up. And it's got an article that was written by Richard Bock about me. He interviewed me and has written the most beautiful piece on there. It's got a photo of Dad and I when I was little, him lifting me up. And then it's got the photos of the frame. So it's all on there, and all the details are on there as well. So, yeah, just search Ken Wadsworth.
Gee, that photo must be priceless for you.
Yeah, it is priceless because there's not many photos I've got with Dad and I not in his cricket uniform because, as Mum said, Mum, after having me, came home and he was gone. He was on tour. So they toured a lot. And, the families didn't go with them back in the day. Yeah.
It's utterly gorgeous.
I know. And it's
Ken holding you up, two hands above his head.
Yeah.
It just
got
whacks me with the love of a father, and look at
I know. And in
little
the back,
girl, the biggest smile you could possibly imagine.
Yeah. And in the background, you've got a Mark Hastings and an Ali Congdon.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So in the background,
with a cricket ball in hand, one stalking in the covers, one about to release a throw.
Exactly, and that's what they did. They would get together as families would get together in the cricketing community, and the kids would play and.
Family, fraternity, and a love of cricket.
Absolutely.
Brilliant, Jana.
Absolutely.
I hope you raise so much for an incredible cause. Remind us the benefactor of that cause.
So I've decided, I'm doing it for I Am Hope. There needs to be more help out there, and it shouldn't be this hard to get, really. So I just want to do what I can.
Good on you. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Right, cricket pundit, what do you think of the cricket?
Oh, well, the covers can come off, and I'd quite like a little bit more action.
The covers are coming off.
Oh, that's good.
Well, Ken will be thinking 17 off 10 overs.
Yeah.
He'll give it a lick through the covers, wouldn't he, just?
He would.
Yeah.
He'd smack it for 6.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for
so
having
much.
me.
And we encourage everyone listening to go to Trade Me, look up Ken Wadsworth, that fantastic offering there. Jaden Wadsworth, thanks so much.
No.
And we'll see you. I know you love coming to the cricket, always wearing that cap proudly.
Absolutely.
Go enjoy it. Thanks for taking your time and joining us here on Sport Nation.
No, thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. It is now 14 minutes away from 2 o'clock. Summer of Cricket, live from Hagley Oval, will continue after this break. No break. What we're going to do is go to the highlights of the opening session. We got 10.3 overs in and 2 truncated sections. The West Indies won the toss, decided to bowl, handed a debut to OJ Shields, but it was the experienced duo of Kemar Roach and Jaden Seales who had the new ball as they went up against New Zealand captain Tom Latham and Devon Conway.
Well, the Barmy Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Caught on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled! Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
Conway waits again as the 4 slips in place. Roach a little bit full of this time. Edging, and he's out! He's caught in the slips, and the West Indies have an early breakthrough. Devon Conway caught, and New Zealand are 1 for 1.
4 catch behind the wicket. And now into the front pad. Big appeal for LBW and umpire unmoved.
Height good, they're saying. Height good. They might have a go at this because it's Williamson. In fact, they have.
Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets missing. Alex, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. Signal now.
Half a ball above the leg stump, so they lose a review, and umpire Wolf makes a good decision. Athanase at first, Graves second, Chase third. Hope in the gully, although he's creeping ever closer to Chase at third. Slippers. Roach over pitches, driven up towards mid-on. Good fielding, tumbling stop by the tall paceman Johan Lanes across.
You're just looking at the body language here of Paul Rifle, and you're right, there's just the slightest of drizzle coming across. He's looking at it and he's saying enough's enough. Just like that. Doesn't take much these days, but Paul Rifle has looked at Alex Wolf and said, look, this drizzle's coming in. We've got to go. We've got to be consistent. We did it the first time, and we've set our benchmark now.
17 for the loss of 1 at New Zealand, with Williamson 13. Latham is on 1. That's a quick look at the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals the wicket taker. Roach has 1 for 4. Conway gone without scoring, yet to have a boundary. All right. Here's a man who loves playing big shots. Bet live at your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. It's R18. Please bet responsibly with the latest TAB odds. Here's Brad Lewis.
Thanks, Daniel. Yeah, we need more of those big barrel boundaries, don't we? New Zealand paying $1.22 to win the West Indies $5.75. So West Indies have come in a bit from $6.10. That's just after what we've had 10.5 overs. So it might be a little bit of value there if you want to put a sly $10 on the West Indies. Kane Williamson leads the top run scorer chase for New Zealand. He's $2.90. Tom Latham $4.20. Still to come, the likes of Racha Ravinda, Will Young, Tom Blundell. Michael Bracewell paying $17 could be worth a little flutter if you think he could do quite well later on the innings. And as far as the West Indian bowlers go, Kemar Roach paying $2 to be the top wicket taker. Jaden Seales $3.20. And on debut, OJ Shields paying $8 to be the leading wicket taker in this innings. That is your TAB update. Thanks to the TAB. Bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. As always, Daniel, R18. Please bet responsibly.
Thank you very much, Brad Lewis. He'll have further updates as the day progresses. The covers are off. The rain has gone. The stumps being assembled and put into the ground. That is a good sign that we will have resumption of play after lunch. Only 10.3 overs in the opening session, 17 for the loss of 1. The summer of cricket will continue after this break. And with Prosper, keep your business moving. Stay with us. Back shortly from Hagley Oval.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch on Sport Nation.
Now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson. Hawkeye by Ravensdown. Order nutrients for specific paddocks anytime, anywhere.
In rural news, around 33 million trays of kiwi fruit is expected to be harvested from orchards in France, Italy, Greece, South Korea and Japan this year as the Zespri Global Supply Program gets underway. The counter-seasonal operation includes almost 26 million trays of Zespri Sun Gold kiwi fruit, 30% increase on last season. This is alongside 7 million trays of procured Zespri green kiwi fruit. Zespri's Northern Hemisphere production plays a central role in supporting its objective of maintaining a 12-month supply to customers and consumers in global markets. It also supports its position as a category leader in kiwi fruit, strengthening New Zealand and offshore grower returns, the company said.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson. Hawkeye by Ravensdown. Find out how our precision spreading technology can help reduce your on-farm costs.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. At Waterforce, we take on New Zealand's toughest water challenges, from managing industrial wastewater to optimising complex distribution systems. We deliver smart, sustainable solutions that keep your operations running smoothly. Because the right water solution isn't just important, it's how we help build a better future for New Zealand industries and a clearer tomorrow.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Same Game Multis just got better on Betcha. We've now got more markets, more combos, and more ways for you to bet on sports. Copy popular Same Game Multis and even get personalised picks with the new Same Game Multi for you. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly. Okay, back to the tunes now.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
It is 6 minutes away from 2 o'clock on Sport Nation. This is the Summer of Cricket thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. We are in the lunch break and getting set for the start of the second session on day one of this first Test match between New Zealand and the West Indies. Austin Chase, the West Indies captain, won the toss at about 10:30 this morning, and he sent New Zealand into bat. We had 3.3 overs at the start of the first session before rain came. New Zealand 5 for 1 in that very abbreviated session, losing Devon Conway to the bowling of Kemar Roach. Tom Latham and Kane Williamson then resumed, and they added 12 more runs in another very short session, which took us to a total of 10.3 overs and a score of 17 for 1. The first session in the banks, as you'd expect. There are some revised timings around the rest of the day. This second session here at Hagley Oval, which is due to begin in the next few minutes, is going to run until 4:30. So session number 2 will run from 1:55 to 4:30. Then we'll have tea, and then the second session, the third and final session of the day, 4:50 to 7 p.m. They could go through to 7:30 tonight due to the potential slow over rate, which is, of course, very likely. 17 for 1. Latham 1, Williamson 13. And it's looking a lot brighter, Ian Smith, as we look across Hagley at the players back out on the field.
There is a good time to be batting. If there is a good time to be batting, it's now when the sun's out. And these are the best batting conditions that these two have had so far today. So it'll be interesting to see how the West Indies have talked and schemed.
So here's Kemar Roach starting. First delivery, it's full and driving is Latham. There's a half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps. Wicket-keeper Tevin Imlach, but no response from the bowler, and the score remains 17 for 1.
The perfect start without getting a wicket. Absolutely spot-on delivery. It's full, it's there to drive. It's close enough from that angle to be threatening the off stump initially, and then you drive at it and you're beating outside off stump just. That was, if they planned and talked about that line and length, it's going to be tough to bat. Can they follow it up?
Well, Kemar Roach, 5.4 overs, 1 for 4 his figures. And that is just the kind of start he'll like. Shorter this time and down the leg side, and Latham can't get any bat on that. And it's through to the keeper, 17 for 1. We sort of saw Smithy in that first session. The Windies at the start, pretty meticulous, pretty accurate. Then perhaps the accuracy, while it wasn't, obviously runs never got away from them, particularly Roach, when he was on, he was as threatening as anybody you'll see in these conditions.
Well, he's the best of we've seen. We've only seen the two of them, obviously, but he's by far the more superior because he's been most likely to get a wicket. He's bowled that more consistent line and length.
It's coming around the wicket again to Latham, and Latham is playing late this time, and it's on the bounce to the 4th slip, which is the Windies white ball captain, Shai Hope, and that ends the over, which of course finished the one that started before the rain break took us to lunch. 17 for 1, the New Zealand score, 11 overs bowled, Latham 1, Williamson 13. How long do you think, Smithy, until they unleash perhaps this debutant OJ Shields, who seems to come with a reputation for being perhaps the quickest in the squad?
I would think that Kemar Roach, because he hasn't bowled long spells and he may want to bowl one or two, it'll be up to him. He's the senior bowler, but already we've seen a change at this end, the commentary box end, and we're going to see Johan Lane come into the attack. It's the first time I've actually seen him bowl live. He's only had the 2 matches, hasn't got a wicket yet, so when he does get one, he'll be celebrating, particularly if it's one of these two players. He'll have something to remember. He's very lean, he's tall, he's lean. He's looks a little bit like a fellow we used to face back in the day called Winston Davis. Whippy. Tall and thin and whippy. I haven't seen his action yet, but they say he's very handy, and he'll be, when the New Zealanders are looking at him, most of them looking at him for the first time as well.
He's operating from the city end. He's bowling to Kane Williamson. First delivery is full of length outside the off stump, and Williamson's able to watch it fly through to wicketkeeper Imlach. Well, in the warm-up game, Johan Lane got a fair chunk of the wickets in the game played at Lincoln against the New Zealand 11, so perhaps was always slated to play in this test match, but he's got long legs, tall guy. He's got a similar feel to what we saw before lunch with the 3 slips in the conventional 1, 2, 3, and then a 5th slip, almost a gully, is Shai Hope. Here he is again. It's a little bit shorter, and Williamson's trying to play the pull shot, rather the cut shot. Can't catch up with it. It's a little too wide as it goes through to Imlach.
It's far from the fluent Kane Williamson. We know he's had his battles. He played for Northern Districts in a warm-up game. Didn't manage to cash in there. So he's lacking in time in the middle. Kane with injuries and unavailability for various reasons. So he's far from the fluent one, but the best things he knows to do is to bat time, and that'll come back.
Slips have just spread out a little bit to more of a 4th and 5th slip. Here's a delivery that Williamson does get some bat on, plays it late, and it's gone behind point for the first boundary of the test match off the bat of Kane Williamson. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. He's up to 17, and the New Zealand score on to 21 for 1.
Loose start from Lane. Kane Williamson missed out on the earlier cut shot, but don't give him 2 in a row, because he'll get the second one right more often than not. And that time was not over hit, but he made sure he got over the top of it. He guided it as much as anything else, but with perfect timing. So young man's got to be in tighter than that. to follow up a very tight session of play where New Zealand could not get away on the West Indies. Don't give them easy runs now.
Williamson waits again for Lane. He's in, right arm over the wickets, outside the off stump, no shot offered.
Tom Latham's sitting at the other end thinking, give me one of those. Give me something short and wide. 34 deliveries for 1 run. But he's playing for the big picture. The big picture is a long innings, not just a short stay for fun, but it's Tom Latham's mission here.
He's at the non-striker's end, Latham. He's faced a fair few deliveries in that first 10 overs of that first session. Here is Lane, and again to Williamson. Williamson's playing fluently through extra cover, heading out towards the boundary. It's slowing up. Is it going to make it there? Yes, it does. I think it does. Does hit the boundary. So it's a second boundary in the over off the bat of Kane Williamson. Again, not perfect timing, but good enough. And New Zealand up to 25 for 1.
It was a glorious shot, though, wasn't it? In terms of its technique. It was wide. It wasn't a half volley. Again, it was hit on the up, but he can afford to do that because there's such a big gap in the covers that Williamson's weighed that up. All he has to do is make good contact and he'll get profit out of it, and that's exactly what he's done. When he hit it, he thought he'd timed it well enough, and then he put the panic button on as the ball slowed up on the outfield. But not a good start from Lane. 2 boundaries in his first over.
He's in again to Williamson. This one's wild down the leg side, and that's not so wild and so wide that it's been wider, and it's flowing down to the boundary as well. So if the over, it was difficult a moment ago, Ian Smith, it just got worse.
Well,
30 for 1.
He's a young man under pressure. A lot of pressure all of a sudden. He's let the brakes off. New Zealand are now 30 for 1. By no means they're in clover, but this kind of attack and this waywardness is not what the West Indies ordered at all. The next bowler off the rank is a player on debut as well, and OJ Shields. So all of a sudden, we're seeing just a little bit of creaky stuff.
Here's Lane bowling to Williamson. He wants a single just in front of point. It's a good call, good response too from Latham as 2 West Indians meet the ball, but they get through for a single. So Williamson will retain the strike. He's on 22 from 37, going along quite nicely. 31 for 1 the New Zealand total after 12 overs. And Latham at the other end, as Ian Smith alluded to. Well, he wouldn't mind a couple of freebies just to get himself going. Not going to have to wait a bit longer, though.
Yes, back down the other end now. Kane Williamson hogging the strike, as we used to say in the old days. 14 runs off that over. That's not what you want at any stretch. And he would have told the young man, you're going to bowl after lunch initially, so make sure you're ready. And as he makes his way down to fine weg, he'll be thinking about that over and thinking about the fact that New Zealand got away on him in particular.
A lot brighter at Hagley Oval now. If you're just joining us, first session, only 10.3 overs possible due to scattery showers that kept the players off the field for large parts. We're at the start of the second session. Kemar Roach is continuing from the Botanic Garden end. He's bowling to Williamson, who plays it in front of his body and then thinks about a single. Eventually stays home. No addition to the score. 31 for 1. I don't know if you recall, Smithy, the last time the West Indies came to New Zealand in a test series about 4 years ago. And Williamson scored a big double 100 at Hamilton. And I'm pretty sure that day he had to scratch around for the first hour and a half, but they gave him too many deliveries eventually, and he was just able to settle in. And it doesn't take Kane Williamson long to find himself back in form, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. And here he is, 22 from 38, long way to go, but getting a feel for it again, gets a delivery which he's able to clip on the leg side, going through for the single shot at the non-striker's end, and Williamson probably thought he had a bit more time as he played that ball up to mid-on. Gets through for the single, but for a second his heart might have been in his mouth. 32 for 1.
Well, Jaden Seals is the man at wideish mid-on. That was quite an athletic piece of work actually for a big fast bowler. To pick it up low down to his right and throw as he falls away. It was not accurate enough at any stretch to have Williamson in any sort of danger, but had it been a direct hit, he might have been close. So a little bit of pressure there, unwarranted pressure on yourself.
Kemar Roach continuing round the wicket from the Botanic Gardens end. Full delivery to Latham, who's happy just to watch the ball pass.
Meanwhile, Tom Latham is thinking, I can't even get into this game because I'm not getting any strike at the moment. I'm 1 off 35 deliveries and everyone's going, oh, goodness me. People watching saying, get on with it, son. But he won't be flustered, Tom Latham. This won't worry him in the slightest because he knows that in an hour's time, if he's still there, the game will be a lot easier and he'll be scoring at a quicker rate.
4 slips still in place for Latham as Roach is into him. Heather, foolish delivery, but wide enough for Latham to leave.
And he also knows the biggest threat New Zealand probably have is Kemar Roach. That's the other thing. How many is Kemar Roach going to bowl? Well, he's into his 7th now, but there's been 3 goes to get those 7 overs. So mentally and physically, he won't be tired, Kemar Roach. But Latham's fully aware that this is a key component to a long innings, is making sure Kemar Roach does not have too much success early on.
280 odd test wickets. Kemar Roach, 87 games. Vastly experienced. He's in again to Latham, who's playing a good-looking shot, and ball's been fielded by Hope in the slip court. I'm just wondering whether that ball carried to him or not, because Kemar Roach has come all the way down to the striker's end. He's got his hands on his head, perhaps out of frustration. They've got through for 1, so Latham's taken a single. 33 for 1's the score.
It might have carried, just judging by those players around as well. Whether it got through, I mean, this was a fairly full-blooded drive. It was full outside edge of the bat, so there was momentum in it. The question is, did it carry through? And if it did it carry it? No, I think it was just wide and just short. Just wide and just short. But it was what he was bowling for. Plan almost coming to fruition.
Williamson back on strike. Roach is into him, and Williamson's playing a glorious on drive. Full from Roach, and Williamson did not miss out. Gave him the full face, played it down the ground. Beautiful shot. A big barrel boundary. 37 for 1 after 13 New Zealand.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. The Penrite Convoy range offers comprehensive solutions for your tractors and earth-moving equipment. From the latest fully synthetic, semi-synthetic and premium mineral oils to classic monograde oils for older 2-stroke diesel engines. Penrite covers all applications on the farm and maximises performance and prolongs life in your tractors and machinery. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
Hagley Oval in Christchurch is the venue. This is the first test between New Zealand and the West Indies, and we are at the start of the second session. New Zealand 37 for 1, 13 overs of the innings. Rain disrupting the opening session, but since the restart 13 minutes ago, Kane Williamson has taken his score to 27. Tom Latham just the 2, but Latham's on strike. And Johan Lane is going to continue. Conceded 14 from his first over. He's coming around the wicket now to Latham. His ball is wide and throws the hands at it. Doesn't make any contact through to Imlach. Some interest from behind the stumps, but half-hearted from the West Indies.
Boy, Tom Latham would have been absolutely fuming at himself if he'd caught up with this. He's nearly nicked a wide. It is so wide that he's had no bat on ball. He's had no real scoring opportunities. He saw some width there, but everything else didn't fall into place. He's pretty lucky he didn't get a touch on that.
3 slips in place for Latham, and Lane's coming round the wicket. Bowls to him. This one pulls his length back a little bit, and Latham just gets inside and allows it to pass next to his hip. Taken down the leg side by Imlach. 2 from 39, Tom Latham.
Hasn't got the radar right at all yet. Johan Lane is just one thing or the other. It's wide of off stump, wide of leg stump. Ball's not doing a lot for him. This, I would imagine, is a nervous situation, trying to get settled into a test match, bowling to a couple of very accomplished players too. Seam-up deliveries, just not on target.
And again to Latham, and again he's giving a full delivery, quite wide, and he's throwing his hands at him, not able to catch up with it, through to him like again.
It's not doing anything really. The ball's not swinging. It's just wide deliveries without any control. And again, this one goes under the bat from Tom Latham. Gee, he'd be fuming if he gets a touch on these.
Johan Lane playing just his second test match. He hasn't taken a wicket as yet. And it's a little loose to start with. There he is again. Bowls to Latham. Plays this one off the back foot into the covers and won't score as John Campbell is up to do the fielding. Score remains 37 for 1. Lights on at Hagley Oval. Plenty of space on the embankment, but not bad for a Tuesday afternoon, and perhaps with the play to go to 7 p.m, possibly 7:30 tonight. A few more might come in. Here is another delivery to Lane, and this one Latham again. He's taken that one on the thigh pad. I've got through for a leg by as the fielding's done at fine leg. New Zealand score on to 38 for 1. So he gets a single, Smithy, but it's not off the bat.
Well, to younger heads it might be working away at them, but I don't think for Tom Latham he'd be that worried about it. What he will be annoyed with is that he didn't cash in on the looseness of Lane and 2 or 3 opportunities in this over. But Williamson, from the other point of view, is seeming to find the gaps and finding his timing.
First and second slip, and then a gully in place for Williamson. This time again he's playing with the soft hands. He gets the outside edge and ball bounces in front of that second slip fielder. Doesn't take it cleanly. Skirts off down to third man, and they get through for a single. Williamson 28, Latham 2, and at the end of the 14th over of the New Zealand innings, 39 for 1. As we look on the replay there, those soft hands, Smithy, of Williamson, meaning even if the edge of the bat is found, no threat to those slips.
3 or 4 times actually in this innings he's looked to play the ball onside and either been beaten outside off stump or squared around Kane Williamson, so it tends to suggest that he hasn't quite come to terms with the nature of the pitch just yet, but the signs are good, and the good chat going on now between the skipper Roston Chase and Kemar Roach as senior bowler, as if to say, how long can we go with this spell? How long? You're my best operator, but I don't want to spend you either.
1 for 10 figures for Roach after 7, but little asterisk, it is over 3 bursts if you like. Here he is. Williamson waits for him, gets one on the hip, turns it behind square. No real timing, and up from fine leg comes Lane, and they get 1 run. Williamson to 29 and New Zealand to 44.
Well, I'm probably not the best guy to talk about being on 1 for a long period of time, because it would have worked away at me very quickly, but Jerry's just hopped in alongside me, and Jerry used to be able to play for long periods of time and wasn't that worried about the scoreboard or the number against his name, and that's what Latham's going through, Jerry.
He is, and he's just got to take it ball by ball, because there's a partnership going, isn't there? That's the main thing. The side, always you're trying to negotiate. Of course you'd like to get the thing moving, you know, that's natural.
Roach round the wicket to Latham again. Ball full of length, outside the off stump, no shot off it.
But he's judging that quite well, isn't he? I mean, that delivery there looked quite comfortable. There was the forward defensive shot without bringing the bat down, right? So he's got a good leave going there, and he's quite organised with the ones that are that wide. And Roach again hasn't kind of put the balls either straight enough and committing players to play the ball. He almost got a drive, didn't he? Almost got a drive an over or so ago.
Roach in again. Wide of off stump, no shot offered by Latham.
And just wide of, was it Chase there in the gully or someone like that diving away to his left? And it didn't quite carry, but that's the sort of length. And maybe if he can do that again, he's had a wide one as well, Latham, hasn't he, from the new man, Lane, and he tried to play a very expensive wide stroke at it. So maybe it is just eating at him a little bit that he's not getting the runs perhaps that he should in this partnership.
So that's 44 deliveries for 2. Roach round the wicket again to Latham. And full. Ball moving away from the left-hander, so he's happy and comfortable enough to leave it through to Imlach.
Williamson, on the other hand, he's been able to pick the bowlers off. And so he's raced through. So the effect, though, for New Zealand, cumulatively, is that they, have worked quite nicely since they returned after lunch.
Partnership worth 39. Conway dismissed with the score at 1. Roach into Latham down the leg side and flings the bat at it as Latham makes no contact.
And the worst thing is that you nick that one down the leg side. You've battled away for 40-odd deliveries. 3 times you've had to get your innings started because of rain. And all of a sudden, you get one down the leg side, you just get a little touch on it. We call it strangling in the business, and it's the most frustrating thing. And that's what you try to avoid, but that's a scoring opportunity. He sees that as a scoring opportunity. It's also a get-out opportunity.
Last ball of the Roach over into Latham, back to the bowler, who doesn't collect cleanly and has followed through, and that ends the over. The 15th of the New Zealand innings. They are 40 for 1. Williamson 29, Latham 2. We'll take a short break. And on the other side, Garth Galloway will join Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Juicy Cashew Viva La Juicy 3-piece set, $74.99, save $83. And save $10 on B Pure 1 multivitamin 90 caps, now $52.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Nice conditions now as we're going to watch Lane bowling to Williamson on 29. We've seen a lovely cover drive after lunch. He's just getting about his work as Lane bowls, and he's always, just as I say, he's getting about his work. He's beaten outside the off stump, pushing forward, and one of the few times that Kane Williamson's looked uncertain. Good delivery from Lane, just bouncing, and Williamson's footwork not quite what we're used to, just a tiny pace forward and then following it with his bat. Gee, that's close to the outside edge, Derek. Just opening the face of the bat too. I don't know whether that's such a good idea, but the 2 slips and a gully in there. Here he is again bowling, and Williamson's driving this time and playing nicely to mid-off where Roach fields. No change to the score. But the effect of Williamson scoring, a little spurt of scoring if you like, the West Indies have dropped a man immediately out into the covers, haven't they? They've got 3 out in the covers now, so 1 less in that catching cordon. So whether they're concerned about this or not, but there's certainly been a release of pressure, I think, and Roach is getting to a point now, who's held the thing together actually so far. He's looking a little bit more fatigued. Here's Lane bowling again, and again Williamson's beaten outside the off stump, and you'll hear the cry of anguish from Imlach behind the stumps.
This is confidence building for Lane. It just had not, the radar just wasn't working, hadn't turned on for the first couple of overs, and he's just all over the shop now. He's bowled 3 pretty good deliveries in a row to Kane Williamson. That one there was a leave, by Williamson's standards a leave, but he's actually now a little bit more threatening than he was initially. He's got absolutely the right attributes to be a good quick bowler. He's tall, he's lean, he's got a nice action, and he gets bounce.
And just a little bit of seam movement on that last delivery. Halfway through the 16th over, here's Lane bowling, and Williamson's playing a better shot now as he's on in behind that ball, in closer to him, and he pushes into the offside and now walks down the pitch. The West Indies have come to life behind the stumps. Plenty of support from the 3 slips and a gully for Lane. None for 15 in his 3rd over. Latham 2 from 47 deliveries. It's been a battle, fighting for form. In goes the 3rd slip, cover gone. So come on, if you really want to hit it through there is a gap for you. Play the stroke. Well, he pitched it up a little bit. It's another ball. This time I think Williamson plays inside the line and lets it fly through to Imlach. But again, you'll hear the enthusiasm. 1 ball remaining in Lane's 3rd over. Been a really good start from him, and you can see Williamson now going down and again just prodding at the pitch. It just tells you that he's just got some doubts around that length. Unusual to see him being beaten a couple of times in this over. Well, they're all leaving him from the pitch, aren't they? They're quite dangerous deliveries, leaving the right-hander.
He's laying bowling, and here's a ball which has him in trouble again, squaring up and striking him, and really Williamson the victory to Lane in that over. 3 overs none for 15 for Lane. Latham is 2 from 47 balls. He'll be on strike. Williamson is 29, 40 for 1, and the West Indies fighting back into it.
Terrific over from Lane, really. Around, he's running in and banging it quite hard into the pitch, just short of a length. Williamson playing off the back foot to all of those strokes, and he's got the ball to move away from the right-handed Williamson, who's been semi-playing and missing at the ball and sometimes inside it. But he's increased his pace throughout the over, has Lane, starting at 129 and then moving through to the late 130s. Now this looks as if, as I mentioned, that Kemar Roach was looking just a little fatigued, and so this is O.J. Shields coming in for the first time in his Test career. Hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, I don't think, in the West Indies either. Here he goes.
O.J. Shields, first ball in Test cricket, bowls over the wicket, and it'll go to the boundary for 4. Good shot from Latham, just a meet and drink really. It sat up a little bit, and Tom Latham, who's been battling away, grateful for the opportunity, sees the ball fly to the boundary for the first time off his bat. He's 6, it's 44 for 1.
That's a no ball as well to start with for Shields. So Shields is he needs to not get too short here. Quite a big one too, and Tom Latham, after all the time he's been there, says, thank you, O.J. Shields, you're the sort of thing I like to see.
It just sat up, didn't it? It was a gift. Well, we'll see what Shields does. Interesting to hear Mo Abbas saying in the warm-up game that Shields was the quickest of the West Indian bowlers. Here he is, and Latham will have another run as he pushes into the offside. Good running from New Zealand, and the crowd recognising that as Williamson calling Latham through from the non-strikers end. So 5 balls remaining with that no ball, and the pace 135. So the first delivery 128 kilometres an hour, this one 135. But Mo Abbas saying that he was the fastest of the West Indian bowlers. Only 16 first class games, incredible really, and I think 11 one-day games for his home team. And here he is playing Test cricket for the West Indies in Christchurch. Still grey and overcast, the clouds are quite close to us, but lights still on.
Man on the hook there.
Yeah, here's Shields bowling to Williamson, who's just pulling inside the line of a ball which is going through down the leg side through to Imlach. So the pace there 135.
Looks as if he's very much a bowler who sort of runs a little bit wider and angles the ball towards the right-handers, away from the left-handed Latham to give him the room for that cut, for example, but coming back into the right-handed Williamson. So at the moment it's been predominantly just a tad short, which gives the batsman a bit more time to see it all. Every delivery they face, I just have to get used to him.
It's scuffing, you can hear us from here is Jaden Seals, who's come across from mid-off to get the bowling crease sorted out for O.J. Shields, who bowls, and Williamson beaten outside the off stump, driving at a ball. Williamson's footwork has just been tucked away. It's gone missing after lunch. Williamson is 29, and again he's just lulled into that ball with no footwork at all, throwing his bat at it. His foot's just gone straight down the pitch and barely moved.
Yeah, the stroke was invited, wasn't it, by O.J. Shield, by pitching the length, and he got a little bit of outswing with that, and it was full enough that Williamson felt, yep, there's gaps out there. There's a man at cover point, and there's a man at sort of a wideish mid-off. I can get runs here.
Campbell at cover point, and Seals at extra cover. Here's this delivery from Shields outside the off stump. No shot from Williamson. Wide signalled. Gosh, it must have been very wide indeed. So his second indiscretion. We've seen a no ball and a wide. 47 for 1 it is. Imlach behind the stumps for the West Indies. Chase, captain, is at first slip. Graves at second with his hands in his pockets, possibly feeling that things not quite as warm as he would like them to be. Hope is in the gully. Campbell
at point. Kemar Roach is at mid-on. And Jaden Seals at extra cover. Here is Shields running in now, bowling short delivery, which Williamson ducks underneath.
Yeah, that's one for the over. Of course, I've mentioned the man on the hook, and that's might be encouraging him to just bowl a little bit short and just to loosen up and try and get into his spell. He's also got a man at bat pad, hasn't he? So that again says a man who goes back to play a backward defensive stroke and doesn't get control over the shot and brings that man in close on the leg side into play. So 4 men on that leg side, 1 catching, and also the man on the hook is catching as well.
Shields bowls. Williamson doesn't play outside the off stump through to Imlach, and they keep the fielders set off as if it's a change of the over, but this is an 8 ball over.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be using that at the moment. I think the ball's doing enough. There's just enough on the surface and enough with the newish ball to suggest I don't have to go to plan B, and putting a man back on a hook shot is plan B unless you're bowling to Andrew Hilditch or someone of that nature. That's plan A.
He hasn't been around for a while.
No, I don't think so. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's enough there to bowl line and length.
I
to
thought
create opportunities.
I thought after the first ball they might drop another slip in, or after the second ball where Williamson was beaten. Here he is playing down the leg side and misses the ball. The end of the over, so 47 for 1. It is Shields' first over in Test cricket, costing 7 runs.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
So welcome back to the cricket from the Hagley Oval. The lights are still on. Breeze is blowing. Hopefully no more rain forecast today. We just had the first session was interrupted on a couple of occasions, curtailed in the end. It's Johan Lane who's bowling to Latham, drives down the ground. Lovely shot from Tom Latham. His feet are starting to move a little bit. It's Roach who has the chase from mid-on, and he gets up and relays the ball to Jaden Seals in time for New Zealand to score 3 runs. So Latham with a 4 and a 3, pushing along at a vast pace. 10 from 50 deliveries now, Tom Latham, and just starting to free up a little bit. Our scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals. Nice round of applause as New Zealand's 50 comes up, and not a bad crowd in here on day 1 of a test match, unusually starting on a Tuesday in New Zealand. Our next one in Wellington starts on a Wednesday, so not easy to get the big crowds in, but so far so good here in Christchurch. And as I said, hopefully no more rain. Here's Johan Lane bowling, and Williamson comes forward and plays into the onside. It's just jogging in there is Tajnareen Chanderpaul from square leg.
It's quite an interesting stage already in this test match. It's danger side time for both teams here. If New Zealand lost a couple, they're in a spot of bother. West Indies don't strike, New Zealand could get away on them. So it's quite it's such a new stage of this test match. It's quite an interesting time in that respect.
Couldn't agree more. As Lane bowls outside the off stump, and this is cut by Williamson, given a little bit of room, but can't beat Campbell at point.
It's interesting too from the West Indies point of view, isn't it? You've got the 2 younger bowlers now operating together, and there are more opportunities for the New Zealanders to score some runs here, and they look as if they are keen to cash in because of the work perhaps that they've done already, and feel that they are seeing the ball better.
3 slips and a gully. Lane bowls, Williamson given width this time, and he capitalises by playing a lovely drive through the covers for 4. The crowd enjoying that. Williamson given more width, and it was full. A gift really from Lane. He'll be frustrated at giving Williamson that opportunity. And at the boundary, big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 54 for 1.
Yeah, they need to just really be a bit careful here, don't they, the West Indies, that they're offering too many either very full balls that are a little bit wide. Williamson again having to reach for that one. It was quite wide, but he only had to make contact, got the back knee down so he could get down there.
But the extension of the front foot was better on that occasion as well from Williamson. He's 33. And he faces, and this time he's onto the back foot, and it's swung around and ends up at second slip. So the ball climbing up and possibly striking his glove as he swung around, pirouetting, trying to pull the ball through the onside. And it ends up at second slip. We're just seeing these moments where Williamson, in fact, it's off the back of the bat from wide outside the leg stump. It's an extraordinary sight.
He's got right through that, hasn't he? The ball hasn't arrived, really. So it's actually hit the back of the bat as he's played the stroke. It's gone up in the air and ended up at sort of in the slip cordon. Quite lucky there, Williamson. He didn't get more on that.
And he knows it. His smile tells you as much. As here we see Lane bowling an appeal for LBW, mainly from Imlach and Chase behind the stumps, and the umpire says not out, and we say end of the over. 54 for 1 it is. Latham is 10, Williamson 33, Lane 4 overs, none for 22. After this break it'll be Daniel McHardy.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Will be OJ Shields. His second over in Test cricket, starting around the wicket to Latham off the hip, down towards long leg where Lane is operating at the other end, the Port Hills end. Fields, single, takes New Zealand to 55 for the loss of one. We're in the 19th over. They were 17 for 1 at lunch of 10.3 overs. So the run rate has picked up fair bit. It's now over 3 for the innings. The over rate though, Jerry, sound familiar? The West Indies bowling 12 and over.
Yeah, it's interesting too, isn't it, how, you know, that the run rate is now over 3 runs and over. And it just shows you, doesn't it, that you can go through various periods in a game at different paces.
Williamson on strike, Shields bowling, short wide of off stump, good fielding, diving away to his right as Campbell. Excellent work at backward point. So much so the keeper's come running over to give him a high five.
Yes, he has. But it does, doesn't it? I mean, for a long time, New Zealand were having to battle away, to try and to just remain at the crease and hold their wickets intact. But here now, suddenly the runs are starting to come a little bit more as the two older bowlers have been rested. The two younger men are on now, and New Zealand batsmen having got themselves in, have got the chance.
Bouncer left alone by Williamson.
You know, to play a few more shots and to all the hard work that they've done to earn something for their industry.
Kane Williamson, 33 not out, going past 1,000 test runs against the West Indies. Hello, Harry. We're back on together. It means it will rain in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think you make a good point, Jerry, about the two younger bowlers giving New Zealand a few more options, but it also looks as though the intent from both Latham and Williamson is to put them under pressure by playing more shots.
Well, it's got quite bright as Lighttow's still on, and what a first test wicket for OJ Shields. He's gone through Kane Williamson, who's trying to drive. It's thundered into the stumps. Williamson goes for 33. 55 for the loss of 2. No ball. No ball called. Imlach had run down to third man to get the ball to celebrate the keeper. Oh, what a devastating blow for OJ Shields and the West Indies.
How important may that be? Oh, Ian Smith just talked about how it's an important stage for both teams. And Shields just absolutely delivers. It just looked as though it was angled, didn't look like to do much. It was almost as though Williamson hadn't picked it up. just nipped back enough to clip off stump. Williamson on the walk, trying to drive, and he's just over the front line. Well, he'll be absolutely devastated.
It's a beauty, isn't it?
It is.
Williamson's missed it by a long way.
Yeah, he has. He's played very wide at that. He saw it start to move quite early, and I think he was anticipating it'd keep going that way. And he ended up playing a big drive, but miles away. The ball wasn't involved in the stroke at all. It was on a very different kind of contour altogether.
OJ, the juice wasn't loose then, was he? 55 for 1 though. Bowls a bouncer and fetching the ball and hitting it over point. In fact, 4 point is Williamson. He was completely off the ground now towards the long boundary cover. They'll come back for 3. Well, the game really has picked up pace as New Zealand 58 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
A little bit of surprise too, I think. Williamson just adjusted his guard after getting bowled off that no ball and looked as though he took either a middle and off or an offside off stump guard just to cover that ball coming back to make sure that he stays in line.
Keep going, boys. Keep buzzing, keep buzzing.
Now to the left-hander. And back for the pull. Backward square, 3/4 away as he goes fuller this time and squaring Latham up as it goes through to the keeper. Well bowled. Oh, licorice all sorts in the first 2 overs for Shields. Seen 1 swing away from Williamson go past the outside edge. Jerry, anything back past the inside edge into the stumps.
Can be quite hard to face these kind of bowlers where you're getting some short stuff and you're getting a full ball that you can put away and then one that you can leap up and cut. then you get a nice delivery that comes back inside between bat and pad. It can be awkward.
Shields around the wicket. Full left alone. Effectively wild. Is that what you're saying?
Well, different. It's just different. It's sort of more club-ish bowling, if you know what I mean. Not consistent.
End of the over. 59 for the loss of 1. And over that saw Coney Williamson bowled, but getting a reprieve. Bowled off a no ball. Would have been OJ Shields' first test wicket. The celebration was 10 out of 10. It must be deflating, though.
Get it.
Captains especially.
Oh, yeah, poor guy too. Not just the bowler himself, but the whole team. They've been working hard. They've gone past the edge enough, haven't they? And they've created some half dismissals, if you like, where New Zealand have had a little bit of luck. The back of the bat, sometimes it's a glove going towards the slip cordon and so on, but it hasn't carried. They probably feel as though they deserve 1 more, but of course you don't. Now here's Justin Graves is going to take the ball from Lane at the Port Hills end.
15 test wickets, an average of around 38. He will operate with 2 slips and a gully. No short leg for him. He bowls a ball that bounces on the way through to the keeper. Oh, it was quite full. First one that's really kept low. Just watching a replay of the bowled. Williamson wouldn't have hit it with the second bat, Harry.
No, I think he's just lost it. And almost just got it completely wrong, didn't he, by his standards? It did nip back a little bit, but not that much. He never lined it up properly.
Driving on the wrong side of the road, his bat was.
Give him a ticket. Graves, full punch drive, past cover. At least 2. Roach gets to it inside the boundary. Indeed, 2 more to the New Zealand total. 61 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Cleary conditions now in Christchurch. Rain staying away for the time being. Had 2 interruptions. Crowd building all the time. Graves from over the wicket. Too wide of off stump, much fuller. And that going across in front of first slip to take. These two came together with a score at 1 for 1 after Conway caught third ball of the test by Graves. And now have added over 117 balls, 60 runs. And most of those in the last 7 or 8. Graves bowling in the mid to high 120s, moves past umpire rifle, bowls a low full toss that's driven straight into the cover, and again, not for the first time, Campbell does good work diving away to his left fielding. Long straight approach. Right arm medium pacer in again, short wide, cut away to the fence for 4. Right on top of that, right out of the middle of Kane Williamson's bat, his 5th 4. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. He's 42, New Zealand 65 for 1.
Oh, this is a beautiful shot from Williamson. Just too wide at Graves' pace. Just asked to be hit, but put away beautifully. It's just one of those shots you play as a batsman where you feel really good about your timing and just how easily he gets it away. Wonderful shot.
It is a bit of a gimme though, isn't it? It's been dragged down and it is wide.
Generous.
And yeah.
Generous bowling from Graves. That's much better. Forcing Williamson on the front foot. He leaves alone the end of the over, the 20th of the innings, 65 for 1.
Today, Trev made 144 decisions. The smallest was how to tackle the blocked drain. The easiest was to pop out at half-time to check on the herd. The biggest, helping Millie pick what to wear for her recital.
Thanks, Dad.
But the smartest was talking to Ravensdown. Trev's Agri Manager can share the load for some of those daily decisions, like the right nutrient plan for spring. Give your Agri Manager a call or talk to us on 0800 100 123. It's one call that's easy to make. Ravensdown. To know how, you have to know who.
Good boy. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. New Zealand building fast here over the last 45 minutes or so. 65 for the loss of 1. OJ Shields continues around the wicket from Botanic Gardens end as Latham now gets in on the act. He rolls it nicely past the gully. Down to the fence for 4. His second boundary. 69 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, Chaser's going to have to nurse this attack, isn't he, very carefully. He just hasn't got quite enough experience to call upon. They may become good bowlers in the future, there's no doubt about that at all, but right now I'm afraid there's just too many gimmies being offered.
Shields needs to find line and length. This ain't going to do it. It's down the leg side, past the keeper, down to the fence for 4 byes. 73 for the loss of 1.
I mean, he really needs to get Seals back, I think, to try and restore at least some order to this, because they've lost that. And there's the odd mistake being made by the New Zealand batsmen too, and it was a mistake also on top of the mistake to be at a no ball. That meant, of course, that the delivery didn't count, and so you really do need some experience in the attack. Lane's only had 1 test.
He goes back over the wicket, loses it in his follow through, almost slipped over. Nice stroke outside of the off stump.
So it might well be that they may improve throughout this test match. Who knows? They may learn very quickly. But it looks as though, to me, just from what we've seen so far, this attack is going to have a couple of bowlers who are going to test you quite closely. In Kemar Roach and Seals.
Shields. Full Yorker length again down the leg side. bowling both sides of the wicket. He's bowling 2 lengths. Jerry, the captain amongst us, but it was a nightmare to set a field to.
Very, very difficult indeed. So he's just, I mean, sometimes you get a bowler like this and you just say, look, just bowl flat out, just bowl flat out. Try and bring the stumps into play as much as you can. At the moment, he's not. He's going either side, isn't he? He's hoping that things will be okay.
Powerfully built man, but needs to find some accuracies. And again, he loads and bowls a lifting ball that Latham defends to the offside, set off for a single, goes back. A question here for you, Harry. Hi guys, cricket, great commentary as usual. I'm cleaning out my wool shed, getting ready for the farm audit, which is such fun. One question is, has Smithy ever forgotten Harry for running him out against, I think, England or Pakistan at Lancaster Park? This was my first live game of cricket I went to. Loved it. Neil would like to know.
He definitely wouldn't have forgiven me, but I think we both can't remember that, so that's the only reason he's not brought it up, I think.
Memory not as sharp as it used to be, Harry, is that what you're saying?
Because Smithy was quite sharp between the wickets then, so I obviously got that wrong.
Then, what do you mean? Here's, again, a wild delivery right across the left-hander, falling over at his follow-through, his shields. I wonder if that might be the end of his spell. None for 16. It's been eventful, fair to say. 71 for the loss of 1 New Zealand on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, with Williamson 42, Latham 15.
Well, what I mean by that, Daniel, is he's quicker then than he is now. He's lost a little bit of speed. Has he had a hit done, Jerry? You have as well, haven't you? I think I'm going for a knee next. So we're about to compare notes.
Yeah, recovery of those are quite difficult, aren't they?
No, the hips are magnificent. If anyone's got a bad hip, I've seen enough of those surgeries and seen enough of the recovery. You're basically on it the day of the operation, and pretty quickly after you've got no pain. And a hip, I highly recommend, so don't be nervous. Knees, a little bit scurier.
You're a bit nervous.
They say the lower you go, then down to the ankles, even worse.
Okay.
Yeah, knee, quite a painful surgery, but also the recovery with the physio when they're forcing it into places that it's not ready to go to just yet.
Like your elbow.
Grave starts a new over, left alone by Williamson, well outside of off stump.
Yeah, like my legs never got up to my head, so can you stop trying to force it, please? Yeah, it takes about 9 months to a year for your knee to recover from a knee operation.
You got that scheduled?
Well, what most people do is they get both done, because once you have one done, you'd never go back for a second one.
2 for 1 deal.
No, I need a hemi knee, so that's a part knee.
A hemi knee?
Yeah.
James knee?
Yeah, you just get basically the top half done. That's not quite as bad.
As in hemisphere.
All right. 73 for 1 as Williamson rolls the ball tantalisingly past the man at second slip, diving away, can't prevent the boundary. Steered shot in control. Williamson to 46 with the big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deal, 77 for 1.
Well, that's a much better area from Graves. Just all their younger bowlers just almost feel as though they've gone searching too much, trying to bowl that special wicket-taking delivery, and just haven't had the consistency that the West Indies need, and that particularly Chase, the skipper, needs, following the good opening spell from Seals and Roach.
Kane Williamson, boundary ray from another half century, not here as he leaves alone outside of off stump.
Trying to search my memory for that run out of Smithy. The only thing I can think of that Wazim might have been bowling quite quick, and I wanted to get to the non-striker's end, and Smithy wasn't that keen to get down there. Maybe, I don't know.
Or maybe Neil in the wool shed can. Although in fairness, he doesn't remember it well. He thinks it's England or Pakistan. Graves from over the wicket. Williamson trying to force through the offside, gets a thick inside edge down into his feet. Ball deviates into the covers where Campbell is positioned, no run.
To be fair, I was involved in quite a few run-outs, so it's hard to remember them all.
Turn off. You had a liking too, Jerry, didn't you?
Unfortunately, that's true. If you play for long enough, you're going to be involved in run-outs as a batsman.
If you scored enough runs, yes, as you two did.
Well, I scored more league buys, but they all count.
They do indeed. Here's Williamson trying to catch up with a half volley down the leg side. He's really furious with himself. He's been quite animated. I don't think he's feeling in great nick, even though he's 46 not out. First morning of a test, or first day of a test rather.
Well, I think the tough thing against this second, third and fourth seam option for the West Indies is they're very much both sides of the wicket, different lengths, so it's really hard as a batsman when someone's all over the place trying to get yourself settled and line them up properly, because there's one short outside off stump and then one down leg, so it can be quite unsettling as a batsman.
Graves bowls. Williamson again onto the front foot. Softly down into the gully, hopes into field. The end of the over, 77 for the loss of 1. After this break, Tom Bartlett.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 77 for 1, New Zealand batting first in this first test against the West Indies. Just the dismissal of Devon Conway for the Windies to reflect on so far. That occurred in the third delivery of the game. Fortunately, since that first session came to a close after just 10.3 overs, we've now had almost 12 without interruption. Hello, Harry.
Hello, Tom. Well, hoping this weather's going to stay fine.
So Shields continuing, bowling to the left-handed Latham, a good Yorker, and he had to dig deep. Tom Latham was full and fast and straight, got the bat down just in the nick of time, did Latham, to dig it out at 77 for 1.
That's good pace, 137 Ks, has got one up to 140. But Latham's done very well to clamp down on this at the last minute. Actually ended up hitting it almost on the front crease. I think initially he thought he might have got it on the full, but it just sort of looked as though it shaped slightly into the left-hander. Did very well to keep that out.
Shields bowling over the wicket from the Botanic Gardens, ends bowls to Latham, gets a short one, pulls it through mid-wicket, chase for Campbell from mid-on. They've turned for 2 and they'll head back for a third. Good shot from Latham, didn't get all of it, but enough of it to collect 3. He's 18, 80 for 1 New Zealand. 8833 on the text machine. Harry's hips work amazingly. Dancing with the Stars, anyone?
Doesn't seem that long ago. It's about 7 years ago now.
Yeah, what's wrong with your hips?
Oh, they can't be that good because I only got second.
Oh, goodness.
Couldn't do a Robert Irwin.
No.
How good was he?
Oh, yeah, well, I can't say I watched too much of it, but...
well, it's all over social media.
Did see a bit of it. Couldn't avoid it.
Phenomenal.
80 for 1. Williamson on strike as Shields is into him and it's full and he's clipping it through mid-wicket. Won't beat the man who's at a very wideish mid-on, but will get a single. Kane Williamson, who's 47 from 75. 81 for 1.
I'm sure Chase is going to be desperate to go back to his two main men in Seals and Roach. Although Roach has already got through quite a few overs, but Seals will be desperate to get back. Ian Smith touched on how important it was. Session about 40 minutes ago. Well, the West Indies removed Kane Williamson with a beautiful delivery, but it ended up being a no ball.
Shields over the wicket to the left-handed Latham. Ball angling across him and he's happy to leave it.
I think the time then was crucial for both teams. Well, now it's becoming even more crucial for the West Indies. They have to do everything they can to break this partnership. And I feel as though if Williamson and Latham get going, New Zealand are going to set a sizeable first innings total.
Harry top scored with 37. Smithy got a quick 27. England in 1992 is the game some others are recalling that you ran out, Smithy. No, still nothing.
Did we lose?
33 years on. Shields is in again over the wicket to Latham. Again angling across the left-hander and leaves it through to Imler.
Yeah, that must have been the series, the pre-World Cup. I think that's what made that World Cup, I guess, for a lot of the players even more special. I think in that series leading up to the World Cup, we lost 3-0 to England, didn't even look like winning. And then all of a sudden...
It all came good.
It all came good at Eden Park against the yellow team. Canary Yellow Australia. See ya. I remember that day well.
Yeah, a lot of us do. What a day. Shields into Latham. Latham playing off the back foot and looking to force that through the offside. Makes no contact and lucky to survive at the end of the over. 23 overs bowled in the innings. 81 for 1. Latham 18. Williamson 47. Speaking of run-outs, that was the day you were involved in the side-on run-out. Right from directly side on. One stump to aim at.
When you mean involved, I was the guy
that threw it.
That hit the stumps.
You were the actual. You were it.
I guess if that's involved, then I was involved. Gavin Larson played a small role.
Well, he was bowling.
He just threw his hands in the air, and I was thinking, what are you doing?
This is the part you meant to catch it and take the veils off.
I don't know how he knew it was hitting, but fortunately it did hit. Yeah, it was the end of David Booney. Just got 100.
Oh, yes, Booney.
I think we were probably going to win anyway, but that sort of probably cemented it. Yeah, it was a great day considering the form we'd gone into leading into that World Cup.
Graves starts a new over. It's a lovely looking shot from Williamson. He plays it straight back down the pitch. No reaction from the bowlers. The ball rockets into the stumps. It's a lovely looking shot from Williamson, but the stumps get in the way. 81 for 1, the score remains. Chris Harris was run out.
Yeah, so Smithy ran me out. That makes more sense.
Chris Harris, 37 run out. Ian Smith was caught off small for 27. So he wasn't run out.
I just got in, Smithy. I'm just feeling good and starting to hit it. Yeah, it was a request from the captain, probably. Get him out.
Graves in again. Williamson turning. This one behind square. Chase for fine leg. They'll get home comfortably for 2 more as that ball is clipped nicely by Williamson, who goes to 49. And New Zealand up to 83 for 1.
Funny thing about that World Cup is, I'm sure it's happened to everyone else that's sort of played as well, you run into a lot of people, and I reckon there must have been about 300,000 people at that game in Eden Park, because everyone you talk to go, yeah, I was there that day.
I think I've told everyone I was there, but I wasn't there. I was in Wellington. I was watching on the couch, but I'm pretty sure I was there.
Yeah.
Well, I felt like I was there in spirit.
Yeah, so you get that a lot. So I reckon literally about 70,000 people have told me they were there.
Eden Park became quite big all of a sudden.
I think it only held about 30 at the time.
Williamson again, this one playing a ball shorter into the point region, plays it, the bat onto his foot and then out onto the point area. 83 for 1.
What the West Indies wouldn't do for a run out now. Just start to feel nervous for them for the way that these two look. As I said, Williamson sort of a life where he's got bowled. He's just overstepped the mark. I said at the time how important that may be.
Well, here he is. He's on 49. Waits for Graves again, who's into him. Williamson's defending. Solid defensive shot into the gully, and there is no run. 83 for 1. And they dearly would have liked to have seen the back of Kane Williamson at that moment. AJ Shields in his first test match. Thought he had a big scalp to kick things off. He may well get his big scalp, but not at that moment.
Well, they've just got to keep believing. We know how quickly this game can change. West Indies pick up a couple of quick wickets here. They're right back into it. They've got to believe.
Still attacking with the 2 slips and the gully. Graves is in. Williams is looking to play and then just pulled the bat out at the last second. That's why you can hear on the effects mic the interest from the West Indies players behind the wicket.
And it's that type of delivery that just encourages them. And I just think the West Indies haven't been there since lunch just long enough or often enough. You feel as though these 3 younger bowlers, or particularly, not necessarily from age point of view, but from experience in Test cricket, have just gone searching a little bit. And Graves there just getting the line and length right. Got to be in that area a lot more often.
Charging in is Justin Graves to Williamson. He's playing this one out to mid-wicket. No runners scored, and that ends the over. Latham 18, Williamson's on 49, and New Zealand batting first here at Hagley Oval, 83 for 1.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Vital Proteins Allure Collagen 271 gram, now $39.99, save 14. And save $4.50 on Huggies Skin Protect Premium Nappies size 2, 48 pack, now $18.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
83 for 1 at Hagley Oval. New Zealand batting first. 24 overs possible so far in this opening day. Latham 18, Williamson 49, and Jaden Seals coming back into the attack from the Botanic Gardens end.
I've been asking for it, and I think this is a good move. He's only bowled 5 overs, so we need West Indies desperately need a 3 or 4 good over spell from him.
He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Latham, and Latham's playing this one up to mid-on. Won't score as Campbell intercepts.
Right from ball 1 though, in a pretty good area, nice and full and targeting the stumps, just easing into his work. 131 k's that one, but I like it round the wicket, a little bit of shape into the left-handed Latham. I think he's still bowling within himself a little bit. He knows that there's still enough in the surface that he's in good areas. A round off stump, good length, he'll create some opportunities.
He's got the 2 slips and then the 4th slip. Seals bowls to Latham again down the leg side, and Latham's looking to score but can't catch up with it. And Imlach comes across to collect, and the score remains 83 for 1. Overcast conditions in Christchurch, lights on. West Indies winning the toss and inserting New Zealand, and at 1 for 1 after 3 deliveries. It was looking like a good decision. Here we are, a few hours later, 83 for 1. New Zealand building the partnership between their 2 most experienced players, Captain Latham and star bat Williamson. Next delivery from Seals is played down the onside of the wicket. Seals does his own fielding, score remains 83 for 1.
Still pretty overcast, isn't it? So it's still good conditions for bowling. Still looks as though there's some dark clouds building up down to the south, which is always a concern as the blue sky starts heading north, which is a bit disappointing.
It's a lot lighter though, isn't it, Harry, than it was even an hour ago. It was quite gloomy and so dark, and we felt perhaps more showers could be coming through.
Well, the lights on help that as well, that effect. Makes it look a bit lighter.
It's got me filled. Here's Seals around the wicket. Bowls to Latham. This time he wants to score, but won't beat the player just in front of square, Kemar Roach.
You can hear in our effects mic as well. There's just a bit of an upbeat and a bit more noise from the West Indies. They know how important this little stage is with Seals coming back into the attack or back into the crease. They know how important this little stage is and how important it is that he strikes. So you can just feel there's a little lift of energy knowing this is an important stage.
Captain chases that first slip. Next to him, of course, Imlach. Here's Seals bowls to Latham, rather. He's clipping through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot. Long chase for Roach. It won't reach all the way out to the boundary. It's a long boundary out there. But Latham will get home for 3 runs to take his score to 21. He's had to work hard, Tom Latham, in this innings. Just starting to lift his strike rate. 86 for 1 New Zealand.
Yeah, it's been impressive though. He had to work so hard at the start of his innings, and he was happy to leave. I'm not sure how many balls he would have left, but it must have been at least 30 or 40 where West Indies were in reasonably good areas just wide of off stump, and he's happy to leave. And through all that hard work that he's done, just starting to feel a little bit more comfortable taking those scoring opportunities.
Of course, he's been allowed to settle, if you like, from a run rate perspective, because Williamson's been scoring relatively quickly. 49 from 81. He's on the cusp of another half century. Williamson defends this one. Good delivery from Seals over the wicket to him, coming back towards the right, and defends it up on the offside. And that ends the over. 86 for 1, Latham 21, Williamson 49.
Well, the partnership now worth 85, and as you said, because Kane Williamson's been scoring at a pretty good rate, it's allowed Tom Latham just to ease into his innings. So it's, from that point of view, it's been a very important partnership, and Tom Latham a big part of that. It gives, I'm sure, Kane Williamson some security with how well Tom Latham has left the ball. You'll feel as though West Indies have been unlucky, but they've had some sort of half opportunities. Talked about Kane Williamson getting bowled off a no ball, one where he took on a hook shot down the leg side, hit the back of the bat and just landed short of second slip. And Tom Latham has been, although he has left well, has been beaten a couple of times outside off stump as well. So that's still some good signs for the West Indies.
Graves continuing on into Latham. He gets a wideish full delivery and looks to play it through the offside, but no timing. Goes out to cover and they won't score.
He's been caught out a couple of times with that wide one, Tom Latham. It's almost as though he's setting his weight back at the bowler, making sure he doesn't get too wide, and then he gets so much width and length that he feels as he has to throw his hands at it as it's a scoring opportunity. It's just caused him a little bit of issues, or a couple of issues, because he doesn't want to get too far across the offside.
And he's missed a couple too. He's not just not timing them, he's sort of not even getting to them. He's 21. Graves in again, bowling to Latham, defending this time to point. Fielding's done by Chanderpaul. Score remains 86 for 1.
Yeah, it's almost like he knows he's done all that hard work and he sees that as a scoring opportunity, but possibly not perhaps in an aggressive mindset to take that type of bowling on, trying to leave anything tight, and when he gets width, by the time he decides to go after it, it's just a little bit late and decides to throw his hands at it rather than get his body in position to hit it.
So the 3 slips in place if he doesn't get it right. Graves into Latham, this time over the wicket. Defending is Tom Latham. Link delivery from Justin Graves.
It felt as though Graves' first couple of overs were a little bit inconsistent. It feels as though he's sort of got into his rhythm now and he's settled on a good line and length. And the last over was very good, and the start of this over has been good as well. And that's what his captain will be wanting him to do. Just bowling good areas. He's got the support. 2 slips in a gully. Ring field.
Graves in again to Latham. This time playing late. Playing it to point. Quite deep as Chanderpaul. Easily cuts that one off. 5 bowlers used by Windy's skipper, Austin Chase. Hasn't used himself as yet.
Can't be far away, I don't think.
Of course, he was, I think, arguably one of their best in the white ball series, Chase. Very different format this, of course, but still effective with those orthodox spinners. Here's Latham getting one on the hip, tries to turn it square, but won't beat Seals, who's positioned by the square leg umpire, and the score remains 86 for 1.
There's quite a new captain, Chase, so it'll just be interesting to know what his thoughts are around bowling himself. I'd love for him just to come on for a couple of overs, just to have a look, see if there's anything in the surface, just try and mix up the speed and the pace of the game, try and sneak through a couple of quick ones. Might see something that he likes, but I don't know, new captains always tend to be nervous about bowling themselves.
He's positioned at first slip. Man, he's not doing any warm-up exercises, I can assure you that. Next delivery to Latham on the pads, clipping to square leg, but it will not score a run. End of the over. Latham is 21, Williamson is 49, and New Zealand batting first here at Hagley Oval. 86 for 1. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, Garth Galloway.
Powering your business or farm with solar makes sense. And Ulrich Solar are Mid-Canterbury's leading solar specialists. From dairy sheds to workshops, irrigation to packhouses, their expert team designs and installs solar systems that cut costs and keep you running efficiently. Proven technology, local service, and experience to back it up. They'll help you take control of your energy future. Ulrich Solar, trusted by Mid-Canterbury's farming and business community. ulrichelectrical.co.nz.
And welcome back to the cricket here at the Hagley Oval. Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business funding his Seals bowling. Williamson leaves outside the off stump. So Williamson on 49. Just really feel like he's getting in amongst his work now and settling down. Had a strange period after lunch where he just seemed to lose his way a bit, and his footwork not quite up to the standard that we expect. He played and missed a few times outside off stump, and then was bowled by Shields off what transpired to be a no ball. He was on 33 at that stage. It was 55 for 1. It's now 86 for 1. Latham 21, Williamson on 49. He comes forward, pushes into the gully where Hope fields, and no change to the score. So Latham has worked hard at the top of the innings. One of these spells that you just feel that he's having to get through back into Test cricket for the first time since they played against Zimbabwe in the middle of the year. And Tom Latham working hard with a lot of cricket ahead. This Test series against the West Indies, and then of course thoughts turn towards a tour to England in those Test matches against Australia. 4 tests coming up, which we're all looking forward to. A long way away as Williamson is beaten outside the off stump. That ball from Seals is beautiful. Just in the right channel. He pushed at it, played and missed, and again, just from time to time, Williamson's footwork is absent. No ball signalled now.
That would have been the ultimate if he didn't nick that.
Number 2.
Well, I mean, it's going to take time before, when you haven't had a lot of cricket yourself. I don't care whether you're Kane Williamson or you're making your debut. This sport, and this version of the sport in particular, takes time to settle in or resettle in.
I think it's really shown, hasn't it, as Seals bowling, and he's forward now, and again it's Hope who's fielding at gully. That's exactly what it's looked like, Smithy, and the same for Tom Latham as well. And Conway, of course, just didn't last long enough to give himself that opportunity.
And Kane was picked for Northern Districts to play last week in a first-class game, failed twice, so really didn't get the time in the middle that he wanted there. But he'll work his way through this. He's been through these patches before, and there's a reason why he's averaging 50 plus, and he's got 33 Test hundreds to his name, and is on the way to number 34 here.
He loves playing against the West Indies. He's done so well against them as he's leaving this ball outside the off stump, but just lands and then carries on away off the seam. But Williamson not tempted.
And that's why we admire him, because you admire players through their hard work and their work ethic and getting themselves through difficult times. That's when you really look back and say, geez, good player because of that.
Well, he doesn't try and hit his way out of it, does he?
He works his way through, and he knows. He's played in a lot of cricket that you can't score runs in the dressing room. Point 1. Point 2 is that the longer you're out there, theoretically, it gets a little easier.
Theoretically, and we're still seeing these moments, but that was a tough spell, and also his innings was broken up by the rain stoppage as well, and he had to come back and start again as he faces Seals, and he's onto the back foot. This time he'll pick up his 50, and the crowd applause. Kane Williamson, 51 from 88 deliveries. New Zealand 89 for 1. His 38th 50 in Test cricket.
Fairly mild celebration from Kane Williamson, because he knows from a purist point of view probably is not his best, but as he looks to force his way back in to the environment, I won't say into the team, but into the environment of Test cricket, quite a worthy one, because it's been hard working, it's been tough. He's had a second bite at the cherry. He had his off stump removed and a no ball, so he's playing basically his second innings here, and he's going to make the most of it.
Seals' last ball of his over bowls, and it's turned into the onside to mid-wicket, where the score remains 89 for 1. So 27 overs have been bowled. Latham is 21, Williamson 51, and Seals none for 17 from 7. And I think the point you make, Smithy, and we're seeing the same from Latham, they're just working their way in. And the thing for Tom Latham also now, having battled so hard, he was on 2 from 48 deliveries. He's got to capitalise. but when I compare and watch and see how they've worked through this tough spell, that's what worries me about Conway a little bit. And when I see that he's really just playing 2020 cricket around the world, didn't play in a first-class game coming into this, incredibly hard to base a test game around that. Here's the new over being bowled by Graves, bowls to Latham, who turns the ball square of the wicket on the onside. They're going to run 2 as it's gone quite square, and it means that there's plenty of time for Tom Latham to call Williamson back. 91 for 1, Latham 23.
And this is a 3-test series, let's remind everyone of that. And there'll be times on nice sunny afternoons when these two players will get runs in a lot easier fashion than these have been. And we'll look back at this day and say that's where it started. The hard work began in familiarising yourself, refamiliarising yourself with the test environment, red ball cricket, spicy conditions initially, and they'll be better for this later in the series. You watch.
Yep, couldn't agree more. As Graves bowls, Latham is outside the off stump. No chasing of that one from Tom Latham. So Conway out without scoring. Just getting a nick to a lovely delivery from Roach, which left the left-hander, and he just pushed at it, followed it a wee bit. It was a very good delivery, but again, as we've seen from Devon Conway at the top of the innings in Test cricket in recent times, just struggling to get his feet going towards the ball. Here's Graves bowling to Latham, the leg by, I think this time, as it runs off his hip and then runs about 15 metres away to his right and retrieves. So a leg by added to New Zealand's total, 92 for 1. Well, I suppose the other thing I guess to think about as we look at these moments within moments of games is what are the West Indies going to do in terms of trying to remove one of these players. Williamson's feet, I hate to put a curse on him, but they do seem to be moving a little bit better now. He's working through this tough spell. And how is this relatively inexperienced West Indies side? What are they going to do to pick up a wicket? They've still got 2 slips and a gully.
Sorry, bro, just wait.
There's just a pause. There's some movement behind the sight screen at the Port Hills end. Still lots of cloud cover in Christchurch. You would think sort of perfect swing bowling conditions as Graves bowls, and Williamson has cramped up a little bit, playing that ball back to the bowler. Here's a message that's come in from Jim and Temuka. Their bowlers are 27 overs for no accuracy or consistency, and we with no timing at times. We've got patient gets, batters go for it, observed Kane. Well, I agree. They are patient. They're doing a very good job of just wearing this West Indian attack down. Williamson tapping his bat is leaving outside the off stump, and again Graves just wide outside there. 1 ball remaining in his over. Latham 23, Williamson 51, and drinks at the end of this over. So we'll take a break and join you. So they're 4 overs behind Smithy. Nothing changes.
No, and that was also very symptomatic in the first Ashes test. It only went for 2 days, but I think in the first day there was something like 15 overs behind, which is an hour of cricket, which is almost inexcusable. In fact, it is inexcusable.
The incurable problem as Graves bowls the last ball before the drinks break, and it's a mistimed drive into the onside, and slightly clumsily fielded there by Lane. Tall man having to roll over at wide mid-on. 1 more run. Williamson is 52, Latham is 23, Graves 5 overs, none for 15. It's 93 for 1. 28 overs have been bowled, and drinks are coming onto the field here at the Hagley Oval.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Melody and a buzzing festive atmosphere only Addington can deliver. Book now at addington.co.nz.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread temporary surface protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. 4 cities, 9 premier race days. It's the hottest party in town with an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Grab the gang, get all glam and make it grand. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betch has now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betcha. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Drinks just leaving the field here at the Hagley Oval. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 28 overs only have been bowled, 93 for 1, and in amongst that statistic 137 dot balls, and it just tells you that either there's been a number of balls that the New Zealand batsmen have left, and also a number that have beaten the outside edge, and plenty that have been in the right areas for the West Indies. But it just feels at the moment, Smithy, as we start after the drinks break, that the West Indies have just lost their way a little bit. They're looking for inspiration.
This is not a very experienced West Indies side. And part of the growing up in Test cricket is getting through the flat patches and trying to keep yourself up during those times. Now, we're only 28 overs into this Test. There shouldn't be any flat patch mentally at this point. You shouldn't be tired. You should be up for it. There's a couple of players, one on debut, other players with very little experience.
Seals bowls to Williamson, and he's playing off the back foot.
So you just have to, and drinks have come at a good time for them just to reassess. Now, what I would do if I was Ross and Chase, I'd go back to Kemar Roach, and I'm watching him at a sort of a mid-wicket situation, just very gingerly stretching the body out, as if to say, well, yes, I've got to come in and give my captain a decent old burst here. It won't be quick fire because I haven't got that in me anymore. But what I need to bowl is with much more accuracy and be more demanding than some of the other blokes who are a bit younger than me. I have to deliver for my captain, and for Ross and Chase, he needs him badly.
Williamson faces and is letting this next ball fly through to Imlach. Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen throughout the day there has been a little bit of seam movement, a little bit of nibble, and you talked early in the day about the bounce and the ball going through at a nice height to Tevin Imlach. So there are certainly encouraging signs for the bowlers if they can consistently put it in the right areas.
Consistency is the exact word that they have not delivered on, unfortunately. And from their point of view, it's a bit of a shame because they need a good start to this series. They really do. And here they won the toss. They were gifted opportunities. They bowled Williamson with a no ball, which could come back and really haunt them.
Seals bowls to Williamson, just bouncing on him a little bit, and it surprised the New Zealand top order player. Might have just caught him at the bottom of the hand, the glove, as he's just taken his hand off the bat and walks away. So still just these little disconcerting moments for Williamson. He's getting tangled up as he's playing the ball away from his body down the leg side, and again just getting himself into an awkward position there. It has just caught his thumb. Latham's gone down to have a chat to him. Well, it's always one thing, isn't it, to win the toss in the conditions you want. It's another thing to make the most of the conditions. 133 kilometres an hour Seals during this over, 132 and 130 and 133. Here he is from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to the New Zealand right-hander, who plays a beautiful shot driving the ball, and it's picked up there by... He's trying to pick up who that fielder is at mid-on, but nicely picked up, and I thought of shying at the stumps as Latham was backing up. 93 for 1.
There's Chanderpaul down there. He's wearing the leg guards because he does short leg every now and then when they require one. So Tajnarine Chanderpaul, who a lot is expected of at the top of the order for the West Indies, shown promise, had a bit of time away from the team and back in.
Seals bowls, no shot from Williamson. Have you seen Chanderpaul in the flesh?
I saw him play against Australia, and he batted time in one of the test matches there in Adelaide, and he looked like a chip off the old block, to be fair. A full shiv.
Jesus, old man was a good player.
Oh man, was he hard to get out, and what a great record he had by the end of it. But I mean, he's living in those shadows.
Yeah.
And he has. So it's like a lot of young players come in, they make a bit of an impression, and then they get found out. People do homework on them. Then they have to go away, rethink, and come back. And this is the comeback time for Chanderpaul. Be interesting to see how he goes in this series.
Amazing to watch the generations as Williamson again is just slightly uncomfortable as he gets the ball going down the leg side, and it just gets a little bit of bat on it. Leg by, in fact, it is. So 94 for 1. Williamson remains on 52, and at the end of the over, the lights have gone off here in Christchurch, so the conditions must presumably be getting a little bit brighter. Well, Shivnarine Chanderpaul's record, he played 164 test matches. Unbelievable feat of endurance, and averaged over 50. Hell of a player. And not easy for a son coming in and having to follow a record like that.
Son of, yeah, he'd want that. But he had that remarkable technique as well, which you can't coach.
Open stance.
If you tried to coach it, you know, it'd just be ridiculous. It was given to him in some capacity, and he worked his way around it against all the odds.
Well, if our listeners haven't seen him play, for some of our younger listeners, well worth just Googling and having a look at Chanderpaul's stance and the way that he got him to line and so on. There's been no other player like it that I can recall as Graves begins an over from the Port Hills end outside the off stump, and Williamson, who seems to have taken all of the strike in this period, is just letting a ball pass.
I can't really recall who consistently played with such an open two-eyed stance. Didn't Craig McMillan try it against Shane Warne on one occasion?
Yeah, not good.
No, not a successful.
There was an England player, Peter Willey.
Yep, Peter Willey.
Yeah, who had a very open stance,
yes,
but not as pronounced as Chanderpaul's.
No.
Here's Graves, and certainly not as successful as Graves bowls to Williamson. He's looking to pull the ball onto the onside. There's an appeal, and the West Indies, Graves has just turned around and headed back. There was an appeal from Inlark and quite a lot of noise from Jaden Seals at mid-wicket. There won't be a review. Williamson he hasn't been as clean and crisp down the leg side. Missed a lot of balls that have been going down that way. We saw one where he got tangled up and the ball went off the back of the bat and ended up at second slip. It almost ballooned in the air. 94 for 1. So Kane Williamson's determination continues, trying to find form and bring himself into this series. Wide ball from Graves outside the off stump.
And for any young kids that are watching around the ground or watching on television at home or even listening to us, is that this is a pretty cool example actually of how you get through and get yourself into nick, as they say in the trade. How you get through when it's not easy, when your drives are not perfectly timed, when you're missing out on deliveries that you thought. This is a great example from one of the best there has been on how you work your way through it.
Graves bowls to him again, and he's caught at second slip. Diving away, Williamson departs. Graves is yelling at his players. He's celebrating, and this time I don't think Williamson's going to get a reprieve. Just as we're saying he's worked so hard, he's got a ball leaving him outside the off stump, followed it a little bit and been caught at second slip. Diving low, Williamson's innings comes to an end.
And that is the first commentary curse of the season, because we were saying that it is a great example of how to work your way through it. Nothing too wrong with the technique. That's a heck of a catch, I've got to say. Altanasi has taken an absolutely fantastic catch low down to his right.
He hasn't been in there all day as well.
No,
he's done really well. Superb catch by him. Here's the applause for Williamson leaving. And he'll know as Ravindra comes out with his enthusiasm of youth. Williamson will know. I thought we were going to see 100 from him. I really did.
I thought that reprieve when he lost his off stump and got given a second life, I thought West Indies might pay for that. They haven't to any great degree, which they'll be very relieved about.
So now you get Roach back on, don't you?
You do.
Ideal candidate to bowl to Ravindra.
And bowl your plans. Now, you must have done a serious amount of homework here on Rachin Ravindra, because he's a dangerous player and he can take those players that take the game away from you quickly, and he can. If he bats for 2 hours, he'll probably score 60 or 70, and that takes it away from you quite quickly. Just watching Williamson's technique, there's not a heck of a lot wrong with it, really. You give the bowler credit for a ball that was in a good line.
A little bit of bounce.
A little bit of bounce that he couldn't control, which is unusual with the soft hands. On this occasion, he didn't get away with it. But now you do your homework and you say, how do we get this bloke out? Well, you give him opportunities to drive outside off stump. Very early on in the piece. But you've got to set a field accordingly. He's got 2 slips of gully and a man behind point who becomes, I think, a big key in this. I'd be very tempted to have someone else in that zone. Take him out of in front of square and ask my bowler to bowl. Give him nothing on leg stump, and then I can have another fielder on the offside.
Chanderpaul it is at backward point. The first ball to Ravindra is an anti-climax wide down the leg side, and Imlak takes a couple of paces sideways to collect it. 1 ball for Ravindra to face in the over. But if they get into him, Smithy, then you're into Young and Blundell. It'd be interesting.
Well, it is. I mean, it's in terms of actual form, it's not a hugely encouraging batting lineup from New Zealand's point of view in terms of actual form. But Will Young, he can't buy a run at the moment. Tom Blundell's been out of the game and plays very little international cricket because he doesn't play white ball cricket, and Michael Bracewell's on a diet of white ball cricket at number 7.
Graves bowls to Ravindra. Outside the off stump, no shot. End of the over. 94 for 2. We'll take a break. Well, we will. 23 for Latham. Ravindra is yet to score. Graves 1 for 15 and Williamson out for 52. After the break, it'll be Daniel McHardy, who's been offering a lot of advice from the back of the commentary box. He should be good.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Fidelity and a buzzing festive atmosphere only Addington can deliver. Book now at addington.co.nz.
Steele starting a new over to Tom Latham, leaves alone outside of off stump. 94 for the loss of 2. Williamson the man out. Previous over well caught by Athanase at second slip for 52. 94 for 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Conway out in the first over. Only 10.3 overs in the first session. Got through to 17 for 1 at lunch.
Now the window of opportunity presents itself for the West Indies, because if they could get Latham, if they could possibly prize out Latham now, 2 new players, they can do some damage to the New Zealand lineup.
Latham's really battled hard. 79 balls he's faced, and he's trapped on the crease line. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Creeps to the offside. There's no run. Jeremy Coney rejoins us. He's leaning forward closer to the window. He knows this is an interesting phase.
It is. 2 left-handers in. You can start to set yourself around. You're not having to change
either the line of the delivery at all and go round the wicket and then over the wicket and so on with the right left hand. That makes it a bit easier. Your fielders are not having to change sides. They keep their natural positions where you want them. Lots of things going for this. Man starting.
Seals none for 17 around the wicket. Good leave on length by Latham, close to off stump, but over the top.
Seize your moment. It's the West Indies. Seize your moment. This is your moment. Be smart. It's a day that's sort of, for me, it's lacked fluency really, and it's been governed a little bit by the weather. And both aspects of the game have not been pure. The bowling side of it has been far from pure. The batting side of it has been far from pure as well. They basically look like two sides that have not played this form of the game for a while, just sort of settling back into it. And perhaps the best place to do that is in the field. It can be less damaging if you have a poor day in the field. If you poor day with the bat, you're in big trouble.
Seals charging in again. This lifter explodes off a length and take it above his head. Well by the keeper. Expert commentary, Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith with Mighty Mobile plans on sale now.
I think the pitch has done a bit though. You know, if we think about the movement from the surface, as it hasn't been a lot of, you'd say, swing, although it's starting to warm a little, isn't it, throughout the day. I just feel if someone in the West Indies side could bowl, I don't know, 130k, I don't think it's an express pace pitch. I think what it is a consistent line and length pitch.
Seals hurrying up the left-hander. Latham turns it around the corner, sets off slowly for a first, then goes harder to get possibly back for a second. He will not. 95 for the loss of 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
I think someone like, I hate to go back to our era, but I'm going to. Someone like a Chatfield, for example, on a surface like this, where that keeps you playing all the time and that brings you forward, and or just that length where you're not sure to go forward or back.
That's 2. Thank you.
Those players, I think, on a surface like this will be very difficult, A, to get away and get on top of, B, if they're extremely fit and can give you, 7 and 8 over spells each session because they're fit and ready and they're used to bowling. So I don't think we're watching bowlers who are used to bowling long spells here.
Last ball of the Seals over, leaving alone is Raj Ravindra outside of off stump. 1 run off the over. Seals now 9 overs, 1 made and no wicket for 18. 95 for the loss of 2. Someone texts, Daniel, I hope you're giving Garth the look after the Williamson commentator's curse.
That was me, actually.
Yeah,
give it to me.
Yeah, I'm not giving you that. That's okay.
I take full blame for the Williamson dismissal.
Another test wicket for you.
As long as it goes in wisdom.
A few test wickets now.
I was just thinking around Charlie Chatfield, Ewan Chatfield, life member now of New Zealand cricket.
Yeah,
well deserved.
Yeah, very.
If you went to him right now as captain of Wellington or captain of New Zealand and said, in these conditions, a bit of nibble, take a spell, wouldn't talk to you for how long?
A week or 2. A couple of matches. I get bad letter through the post.
Graves very wide outside of off stump, a Yorker length left alone. He'd rip the ball out of your hand though when you offered him another spell though, right?
Find my bat cut in half.
I remember someone said to me one day, it was a very flat pitch, go and stand up the stumps. So I did, and he refused to bowl. He thought that was the ultimate insult. So he stood at the top of his mark and motioned me back. It was the idea to try and get the batsman back in his crease, as a tactic. Not there forever, Charlie. I'm just there for a tactic.
Graves bowling. Playing and misses it. No, a healthy edge because Ravindra's gone. Latham, my apologies. On the drive, there is that wicket. 2 new batsmen they will have indeed. It's 95 for 3. It's all joy from the West Indies as Graves has a second.
And it's Graves again, yes. 2 overs. He's picked up 2 important wickets. This one's just outside the off stump, and it's sort of suggested that it might come back in to Latham, and he's driven at it, but it's really just a tad short for doing that, and so he's tried to drive and found a little villainous outside edge, and it's gone through comfortably to him, like who's taken the catch. So that that 1-2 that you were talking about, Ian, has happened, and it's now gone to 95 for 3, and you just sense this middle order, which is a wee bit uncertain for New Zealand recently. Players who are good players but are out of form at the moment and are confronting and having to battle themselves about how do I get runs anymore, you know, and we've all felt that at times. But suddenly Young now is out there on naught, and so is Ravindra on naught. It's all suddenly open. You just sense that the game is turned in the space of 2 overs and 2 deliveries from Justin Graves. Really, just outside that off stump, hanging it out there. It hung out there a little bit. The drive, it just pulled him into the drive.
It was interesting too, because it was out from over the wicket. Remember the initial blast at Latham, the left-handers?
It's always round
the wicket, round the wicket. He's gone across. It didn't do much, if anything, really. It was a nice length. It was an enticing length, but it didn't do much off the seam. But it was over the wicket, change of angle.
Now, Will Young, of course, normally at the top of the order, batting at number 5 for the 3rd time in Test cricket. Heavily pack-caught him behind, and he leaves alone outside of off stump, and he has struggled outside of off a lot of his dismissals in recent times. He's got a great temperament.
Well, he's one player I'd actually quite like to see. I watched him play, obviously, as most of you did, against India, and I just thought he was an outstanding performer throughout that, in quite difficult circumstances, but he got on top of them, and he showed the sort of the quality of his play, I think, but we haven't quite seen that again.
Young waits, 4 behind, 4 slips as he leaves. Graves alone outside of off stump once more.
It's a good stride, though. That's what I like to see so far from him. Latham, for example, wasn't a big stride, was it? It was kind of, I mean, not that you necessarily need a huge stride. What you need is a change of your weight from the back foot through to the front foot. That's important, that you get that exchange from back to forward when you're playing the drive.
Is he trying to drive onside too?
There?
Latham in that instance.
Oh, yes, well.
Graves bowls to the right-hander. Young again not seduced into his strokes.
What do you mean, it was a slightly closed face of the bat? It was angle. That I thought he was trying to hit it offside.
And that's the length and line, Smithy, you want them to have a crack at Rachin Ravindra with.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, because he cannot. I mean, that's his modus operandi. He is an offside driver and usually quite square of the wicket. That's what you want to bowl to him. They must know this. They've talked about it.
95 for 3. Last ball of the over. Shorter of length outside of off, and Young again judicious. The end of the over, 95 for 3.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Introducing Musashi Reaper Performance Series, co-created with UFC's Robert Whittaker. Try Performance Greens Plus for only $41.99 to support daily digestive and immune health. Always read the label and use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Game's moved fast since lunch, isn't it? Really occupy the crease spell before lunch. Plenty of strokes and now breakthroughs for the West Indies. Here's a beauty going past the outside edge of Rachin Ravindra as Seals, the number 1 striker, now gets into a rhythm.
So what do you follow that up with? That's a beauty. It is an absolute cracking delivery to Rachin Ravindra because it's in tight to off stump. It's beautifully bowled. Now the West Indies problem today has been they haven't been able to put a string of those deliveries together. That is nigh on perfect to Rachin Ravindra, that line. And then, of course, you might free him up with something a little bit wider. And in Ravindra fashion, he will more than likely try and break the shackles. And so he's an interesting guy to bowl to. And this, again, is round the wicket.
Demonstrated beautifully from around the wicket into the patch. Clipped away. There's runs for Ravindra. And as Ian Smith pointed out, you don't want to get leg side to him. He's flicked it away towards that long boundary. Lane gets there, preventing reaching the rope, but 3 runs to Ravindra. And New Zealand now 98 for the loss of 3 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Someone's texted Smithy unfairly. Lovely too for Smithy. Have a spell, lad. Ha.
Tiny. Yeah. Over the wicket.
There's no winning, is there?
There's not.
You think after 30-something years of doing this job, you think you're doing your lesson.
Your judgment of the game perfect just before it happens. You'd think you'd get compliments, wouldn't you?
No.
You've seen the future. So for Young, 3 slips gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, long leg. And Seals, none for 21 into his 10th over. Here's runs for Young as he comes popping forward, slicing off the bat between gully and point, and he'll hurry back for a second. And that will bring up the 100 for New Zealand on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. 100 exactly for the loss of 3.
Wouldn't be too discouraged if Seals looking at that, because he was never in control of that, Will Young. It was an awkward link. He was never in control of that shot. He got away with it. The kind of things he hasn't been getting away with of late. They've been edges and he's been on his way. So we'll just see. But I'm thinking, Roach, right at this moment, if you smell blood, which is the middle order, you look at as from a captaincy point of view, what is my best plan right now? What's my best bowler right now?
Plenty more energy in the field. Lifting delivery outside of off stump. High hands above his head. Young leaves alone. Mark Stafford sent us a message saying, gents, thank you for doing my show today. Thank you for the wonderful commentary from a Wellington to Auckland drive home. You're welcome, Staffy.
Don't text while you're driving, please. Should know better than that, Staff. You're old enough. Wellington to Auckland. He won't get past Palmerston North. God's sake, he'll be there for 2 weeks.
Exactly. Pay homage to everything around the Manawatu. Here's a lovely looking stroke here from Young. Good balance as the ball half volley into his pads. He's clipped it away forward of square. Long chase, and they'll come back for a comfortable 3 as Young will feel pleased with that.
Yeah, he goes there, isn't he? Happier with the ball there on that side round his leg, stump, middle and leg. And the length was there also, I think. It just came into the stroke nicely, didn't it? And it went exactly where he wanted it to go, whereas the drive earlier on in the over was looking awkward, standing up on it a wee bit.
Three slips of gully. Hopes this come a little bit further forward. Backward point. Thunderball on the shin pads on, building in close. Also a catching manu, I think, with Rachin Ravindra facing up to Seals, and he's bowled off stump. Yorker smashes in. Superb fast bowling, and Seals gets his first, and all of a sudden it's 103 for 4.
I was looking at that massive gap through the covers and thinking, what an enticing thing that is. Maybe Rachin Ravindra was thinking about it too, but he certainly didn't get a drivable delivery. He got a beauty. He got a really good delivery which bit off the pitch, just deviated enough to clutch off stump. That is a superb piece of bowling. Nothing too wrong with what Rachin Ravindra did there. He might think so. He looks disgusted as he walks off. He often does. But now the West Indies, on the back of a golden spell post-drinks, are in charge of this match.
Yeah, that was rather weird, I thought, looking at that, as if the ball just made as if it was going to come back into Ravindra slightly from around the wicket, just that natural angle, and he felt it was going to be a delivery that he could score on the leg side, but in fact he missed it by miles, didn't he?
He's looking at the bottom. He's looking at the bottom of the bat as if it's stuck under the bat.
So it was certainly the wrong shot to that particular delivery. So he goes, and now Blundell, who, as we know, is capable enough. He's got 500s and 1150s, but in the last 15 months or so, he's averaging low 20s, 24, that sort of thing. He's got 100, yes, but at the same time, you know, that was 100 in a very much a losing cause, wasn't it? I mean, the game was basically over at Wellington when England had scored about 1.5 million.
Graves has 2, and he starts a new over. To Will Young, drifts into the pads, work down towards long leg, and there is 1 run, 104 for the loss of 4. Just had another look at the replay, Smithy. I think he's trying for the Yorker. He's kind of missed the length. And
well, what I did notice there was that he, in effect, was looking in terms of follow-through to hit that ball through the onside. He was trying to whip it. And when it first went past the bat, I thought he didn't do a heck of a lot wrong, because it looked like he had a relatively straight bat at it. Had he just pushed forward at that and defended it, which it merited, he probably would be still out there. But he definitely, when he looks at that again, will be thinking, did I really try to hit that ball through whitish mid-wicket or even square leg? I did. That's where I made my mistake.
Yeah, it was the same sort of shot as the one that he got his runs from.
Graves bowling into Blundell, who gets his first runs to the onside as is often as wants. Pushes hard, does run well between the wickets, comebacks for 2, so he's immediately underway with the brace. 106 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. New Zealand 94 for the loss of 1, then Williamson went, Latham run later, now Rach and Ravindra. He's just trying to turn it onside. He's also started playing down the wrong line a touch.
Yeah, well, he has. And you
it?
can see he's lost his balance in the shot completely. The back foot has come right round and squared him up.
Graves bowling to Blundell onto the front foot. He turns to mid-wicket. No run. Dan would like to know one from you, Smithy. Smithy, since you're in such good nick, who's winning the second to Rotorua tomorrow?
Something else you could be doing, Dan.
Great to have your contribution to the broadcast, whether it's via text on 8833. We're also going around the globe, of course, and to the Caribbean. I'm sure you're loving life. With the email address if you want to drop us a line after this ball, because Graves in again, wider of off stump, no stroke. Your voice at sportnation.nz. That is our email address. Your voice at sportnation.nz. 106 for the loss of 4. 2 balls remaining in the Crews older, who's been really impressive. They needed him to curb the scoring rate, Jerry, because they had got a little bit wild.
Yeah, that's why he was brought back in, wasn't it? And he's not only done that, he's not only cleared 8 overs for 18 runs, but the important thing, he's picked up 2 wickets, so he's only going for 2.3 and over.
Once more, Blundell, extravagant leave. As the sun breaks through, quite bright conditions. 1 ball remaining in the over, then Tom Bartlett will come in. He'll definitely be on time. Did Garth look exhausted after his marathon 20-minute stint last time? He must have been tired.
Garth always looks exhausted.
Needed to be carried off the field.
He was on the exercise bike this morning for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he doing anything on it, or just sitting on it?
He called it whizzing and whirring.
Was it?
Does he go full lycra? I bet he does. Here's Graves, shorter on off stump. Under right and behind defence. There is no run.
Feel well all of a sudden.
I don't feel very well. Time for me to leave. It's 106 for the loss of 4.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Welcome back to Hagley Oval in Christchurch. 106 for 4 is the New Zealand score. Quite a period of play this. The West Indies, having taken a very early wicket in this game, Tom Latham and Kane Williamson were going along nicely. They are both out. Rachin Ravindra is out. Seals is continuing from the Botanic Gardens end. He's bowling to Will Young, and the ball is outside the off stump but rising as it passes the bat of Young through to wicket-keeper Imlach. 106 for 4. Chris Harris, Jeremy Coney alongside me. Hello, Harry.
Hello, Tom. Well, Jeremy, the game's changed slightly from when you and I were last on. I think we were about 86 for 1. All of a sudden, it just shows how quickly this game can change.
Yep, can't it? And now, West Indies, can they just really carry this on is the question. Can they prevent a partnership starting between these, well, what you would effectively call the last two batsmen in the New Zealand lineup, really a batsman?
Young's on 6, Blundell's on 2. Seals over the wicket to the right-handed Young. He's defending solidly. You can hear the enthusiasm that is running through the West Indies playing 11 at the moment.
Well, I like it when they bowl that fuller length, especially to Young and Blundell. I think that's where they've got to be. I feel as though they've been a little bit too short, and I think Graves got it right when he started to pitch it up and threaten the stumps, and it put New Zealand under pressure. We saw the two big breakthroughs of Williamson and Latham, and then obviously getting through Ravindra with another full one. So you think they've learnt that they've got to pitch it up on the surface.
3 slips, and Hope, who's almost in a 5th slip gully, bowling to Young as Seals. He's driving up to mid-on. It's cut off, though, by Kemar Roach.
And that's okay. If you're pitching up, I think you can set your straight fields. You've got your cordon in if the ball moves at all. And so the catch is there for behind the wicket. You're saving the runs in the front. You don't need men way out and square and so on and pushed around, So I feel there's nothing wrong with pitching up at all. Forces them to hit a straight ball wider so they're not using the whole face of the bat. So I reckon that's not a bad idea.
Seals into Young, driving. This time it's cut off, though. Good diving stop at backward point. Good bit of fielding there. King on the field. 106 for 4.
You can just feel a lift in their intensity, can't you, and the energy in the field. Just a big dive, and everyone's congratulating him and singing his praises. They certainly feel a little bit more upbeat, the West Indies. I've seen when they've pitched it up. Well, Kane Williamson was bowled off a no ball. I've seen Ravindra bowled. And then a couple of caught behinds from full deliveries.
.106 for 4. Seals into Young. Another delivery outside the off stump, but rising as it passes Young into the gloves of Imlach.
See, that's the one you don't like, Harry, and you're quite right. I mean, that's not a danger to even though you're just that's a let go straight away, isn't it, in the circumstances?
Well, it looks pretty, doesn't it? And it goes through at a nice height to the keeper, and the pace looks good, but it's just no pressure under the batsman. If you're batting in the situation, you just love seeing that, because you can just let it go through to the keeper and go well bowled. Just got to be threatening the stumps.
Seals in again. Young this time he's able to turn this one on the onside to the player just in front of square, and won't score. End of the over. 35 bowled in the innings. New Zealand 106 for 4. Will Young's on 6, Blundell's on 2, and the West Indies fighting back after that big partnership between Latham and Williamson.
Well, Roach now coming in to replace Graves, and Graves well bowled, done the job. Not only suppressed the run rate that was starting to push ahead and forge ahead for New Zealand, he've also picked up 2 very handy wickets as well. So certainly done more than you expected perhaps from him at that time when you put him on. And now Roach, who's had quite a spell. Really, he hasn't bowled, I don't think, in this, well, since lunch, has he? So he's had a time to have a rest. The thing will be is how long can Seals keep going at the moment? He's now had 11.
So Roach is going to come back into the attack from the Port Hills end. Of course, operated his first 8 overs, 1 for 11 from the Botanic Gardens end. So it's a change of ends for Roach. 1 for 11. He got the first wicket of Devon Conway. 2 slips and a gully in place. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Here's Roach bowling to Blundell, and he's tried to play on the offside, and he's inside edge, and it's flown to the left of the wicket-keeper, almost the inside edge onto the stumps from Blundell. He's got through for 1. Just trying to force that ball from Kemar Roach. It's very wide and very close to that leg stump.
Well, that's a kind of a stroke that is, it is very wide, and he's lost both feet off the ground, so you've got no balance in the stroke, because nothing is touching the ground, and he's also then got the sort of an inside edge, could have easily come back onto the stumps.
Will Young just taking guard again. Getting ready to face up to Roach for the first time. He's into Young and he's playing and missing. Good length delivery, lured Will Young forward, and ball flew past the outside edge. 107 for 4.
Yeah, I love that from Roach. That's his natural length. He's a little bit fuller than the other bowlers, and that's actually moved away from Young generally, because he tends to swing it into the right-hander. Tends, after pitching, to come towards the stumps. That's just pitched and gone away. That's a brilliant length, forcing a defensive shot from Young and going past the outside edge. The ball's also looks on one side in very good condition, doesn't it? You can still see the gold on one side of the ball.
Roach into Young, wider this time, no shot off it.
A lot of grass, of course, around, it's not as if there's areas on the block either that the ball is either hit into by the batsman or bounced in from throwing. So it's not as if, and there's enough grass on that pitch, I don't think that it's going to damage the ball at all. So the opportunity is there for, if you're good enough, to still be swinging the ball. And what are we into now? How many overs is that? 36 now. We're into this 36th.
Roach, one of 5 West Indian bowlers so far used. Here he is, bowling to Young again. Young's happy to leave. 107 for 4. 8833 is the number to send us a text. Jerry, great to see you at Barry Roberts' funeral. Great man. Will from Auckland.
Barry Roberts played first-class cricket, and he's a good man. Bottles, he's known as Bottles, as you can see there. He used to actually, on occasion, there were a lot of stories told, and one of them actually I rather liked, that he actually was getting dry, he said, in between rounds. They weren't quick enough.
Here's Roach, wider this time, and Young's able to force it just in front of the point. He'll get through for 1 at 108 for 4.
And of course the older brother of Lance Kent's first wife, Sue, who comes from Picton as well. So yeah, good man. Did a lot for cricket down in Blenheim, Mulberry area.
108 for 4. Bright conditions now at Hagley. The lights are off. Still high overcast cloud, but a little brighter. Here's Blundell defending off the back foot to mid-off and will not score. End of the over, 108 for 4.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Take the sting out of insect bites with Serve Bite. Just $9.99 at Chemist Warehouse. The triple action formula helps relieve the itch, alleviate pain and prevent infection. Always read the label and use only as directed. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Bit of weather around this morning, but let's hope it's cleared because it's bright conditions. Good crowd in for Tuesday afternoon. If you're in the area, plenty of room on the embankment. And New Zealand in a battle here. At one stage, 94 for 1. Lost wickets at 94, 95, 103. They're now 108 for 4. Will Young waits as there's a change in the bowling. Lane back into the attack. His 5th overs played to Gully. No runs scored. 108 for 4.
had a request from who it is, I don't know yet, but what is the par score? And I think really from this position, and it's a guess, of course, I reckon about 230 from here, I think.
I agree with that.
It gives you a chance. The run rates are looking around about, and that's if the pitch stays the same. It probably won't. If anything, it'll get a little bit easier, I think, batting on it.
Lane full this time outside the outside edge of the bat of Young. He came forward. Good length, good line from Lane.
Yeah, there's that full ball again being dangerous and just moving away. So, yeah, about 3 to 3.5 and over, I would say.
Well, I was going to mention that. I think when Williamson and Latham were together, the run rate was getting up to 3.5 or just above. And as you'd expect with wickets falling, that run rate has now dropped below 3. So it just shows that the West Indies are sort of trying to continue putting pressure on, but also containing that run rate.
Lane in again. This one's down the leg side and flicked, forced hard by Young. Got plenty of bat on it. Straight to fine leg. Kimar Roach does the fielding, and they get through for 109 for 4.
It's just a question of whether that score is sufficient if the pitch starts to flatten out a bit and not give the amount of movement from the surface that it's giving a wee bit. I mean, if you get it right.
Yeah, the answer is no to that question, though. If it does flatten out, 230 is not enough.
That's what I mean.
What it means is you're going to have to score a lot more runs in your second innings.
Yeah.
2 slips waiting for Lane again. The back foot is defending Blundell to mid-off. Won't score.
I guess the positive news for New Zealanders is inclement weather tomorrow as well, so moisture in the air, so perhaps holding the surface in a similar condition to the way it played today. So if it's overcast again tomorrow, if New Zealand are at a stage where you'd imagine if they get through today, at some stage they'll be bowling tomorrow, and with that forecast you'd consider that the wicket would be in similar condition as it is today.
Blundell waits, Seals bowls to him, flicking, trying to work this one off his hip. They have contact through to keeper Imrak. Lane 109 for 4. Yeah, I think we might do. Seals is bowling, Lane's bowling. Who's bowling, Jerry? It's definitely Lane.
Well, they're both, but that's 2. That's pretty hard to play.
Yeah, it's impossible, I heard.
Or you get quite a few runs.
Lane is continuing. Wide to Blundell, tries to dig one out, force on the offside, but no timing, and that ends the Lane over. 109 for 4.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Reliable, super pure blue bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
109 for 4. Will Young's on 8. Blundell's on 3. And Kimar Roach to start his 10th over from the Port Hills end. 2 slips of gully in place for Roach. And Young waits, driving elegantly up to mid-off, won't score. Young 8 from 22 deliveries. Blundell 3 from 10. Coming together, these two, with New Zealand in need of a partnership. Tom Latham and Kane Williamson had put on 93 for the second wicket, but their departures and that of Rachin Ravindra set New Zealand back to 104 for 4. They're now 109 for 4. And Roston Chase.
Big smile on his face, hasn't he? Didn't have that an hour ago.
Looks a little more relaxed. Roach into Young. Wide of off stump. No shot off it.
You almost feel you get into that point at 86 for 1. You're starting to think, because it was put on 90-odd runs, Williamson and Latham, and thinking, when's the next wicket going to come? And then all of a sudden, before you know it, as you said, this game changes so quickly. They picked up 3 in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden now, West Indies can see an opportunity. They get 1, 2 more. They can see an end of the innings. So that's hence the reason, a lot more chatter, a lot more energy. chatting between balls.
And Roach steaming into short delivery. Young shaped to play the pull shot and then dropped his gloves, dropped his body, watched it fly through to wicket keeper. In luck. 109 for 4.
I like that from Roach. Generally likes to bowl full, but just keeping Young honest. So not everything's going to be full. I'm going to bowl the odd short one as well. Trying to make it difficult for him to get too far forward to him.
Roach passes umpire rifle, and defending off the front foot is Young. All trickles all the way up to mid-off, and no score. 109 for 4. Roach 127k that last delivery, hovering around that sort of high 120s, early 130s. Not quite the pace of his youth, but as he's proved already today, very accurate when he's on. Another delivery back of the length this time, and Young offers no shot as it angles back towards the right-hander.
Made his debut in 2009, so we'll just give him a little bit. High 120s, that's all right. Playing 16 years of Test cricket. It's a pretty good effort as a fast bowler.
See, that's nipped back a long way, hasn't it? That's pitched quite significantly outside the off stump. And look where the keeper, I know he's standing back a little bit, but he's taking that quite well to his left. So it's certainly nipped back.
Well, when it's moving like that, as you said, high 120s is enough.
It is enough, yeah.
Not mucking around either, Roach. He's in again. This time off the back foot is Young, defending on the onside, and there is no run. End of the over. Roach has bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13, and after 38, New Zealand batting first here in Christchurch, 109 for 4.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Vitality and a buzzing festive atmosphere only Addington can deliver. Book now at addington.co.nz.
This is day one of the first test between New Zealand and the West Indies, coming to you from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. New Zealand batting first in the second session of 109 for 4. And Johan Lane is going to continue from the Botanic Gardens end, bowling over the wicket to Blundell. This one up on the hip, tries to turn it on the onside. Doesn't get enough power into it. Plays it to square leg and no run. 109 for 4.
It'll be interesting too, won't it? Because Harry and I were just saying, I mean, Blundell likes to keep scoring. He'll want this thing to keep moving along. That's his natural instinct, I think. Whereas I think at the moment Young is looking relatively, I don't want to put the mockers on him or anything like that, but he looks quite organised in his defence.
Lane waits, Blundell off the back foot defending.
I thought he's getting forward quite nicely with the head over the ball. It's a decent stride. The bat's there right beside the pad. And going back, he handled the last ball of the over quite nicely. He went underneath the delivery comfortably. He's normally an opening batsman, and he's coming in now, and there's nearly 40 overs bowled. The ball isn't, even though it's in reasonable order, it's not a new ball, and it's not a fresh bowlers. They've all had 10 overs, 11 overs, that sort of thing.
Lane into Blundell, wide of off stump, end ball angling back, nipping back, taken by keeper Imlak.
It's a great point, Jerry, and I think further proof to the point that they've done their research, particularly with Tom Blundell, knowing that he likes to score freely and get on with his innings quickly and rotate the strike. They've got a deep backward point. It's an area that he loves to score, and so if they do get it wrong, they've got protection there to save the boundaries. I think it's probably a tad defensive at this stage of the game at 109 for 4, but it's just preventing Blundell from that boundary option. So they're aware that he likes to score, and they're trying to keep him quiet.
Yeah, look, I can understand it in some ways, but in others I'd like to have another catcher. I think, now that you've got the New Zealanders on the run a bit, you don't want one to go through third slip.
Lane bowls to Blundell, wide of off stump, and a bit of width there, but he wasn't tempted this time, Blundell. Happily to watch it pass. He's still got the 2 slips in the gully, but that player on the boundary at backward point, you'd like to see that player moved, Jerry, or somebody else?
Absolutely. I don't think you need him there at 109 for 4 at the moment. You've just picked up 2-3 wickets. I mean, this is you could break the back of this. One more wicket here now. It's Santner.
Bracewell.
Oh, sorry.
The leave from Blundell.
Are we playing 12 today?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm picking the wrong bowl and you're picking an extra player.
Yeah, I know.
We are sorry.
Isn't it great we're watching this game, everybody?
You can play 12 as long as he's injured. Unfortunately, Santner is.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Next thing you know, Ian Smith will be walking out there. All sorts. Lane over the wicket again. Blundell, he's throwing his hands at one and it's gone through the gap where the second slipping gully is, and it's flowing down to the boundary, and Jeremy Cody's not happy at 113 for 4. End of the over. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Garth Galloway will join Chris Harris and Jerry Coney.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If you're a lifestyle block struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
And welcome back to the cricket from the Hagley Oval. It's going to be Kemo Roach bowling from the Port Hills end, and he will bowl to Young, who's onto the back foot playing into the onside. No change to the score. 113 for 4. So a couple of orthopaedic surgeons coming into the ground there, Jerry. Did Andrew Vincent operate on you? Where did you have your surgery done?
And missed the steps.
Now, the one thing that I don't think you told our listeners about is that you you endeavoured to...
This doesn't have to be anything private, does it really?
You tried to have the operation without being knocked out.
Yeah.
And it sort of failed, didn't it? Here's outside the off stump through to the keeper. Tell us about that, Jerry.
Garth. You and your nurse's uniform this morning on the bike. That's ridiculous.
Well, trying to add some spice to your life.
Yes, thanks. No, I'd already had a spinal. What the women epidural would say, yes.
Long time since.
So it wasn't as if I had no.
He had no feeling below his waist.
Correct.
Yeah, but they offered it in a nice opportunity.
Well, they do it to everybody, I think. Would you like to remain awake?
No, thank you.
Or do you want
to say?
Or do you want to be put down? Put down.
I don't think they're going to put you. They asked us to put you down. We might have had some thoughts on that. In fact, offered some money as the next ball's played into the onside.
Why did all the hands in the back of the box go up?
That's right.
Interesting, isn't it? You go and look. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sue. You came for a hip operation, but we're going to put you down.
It's the best we can do.
That would sort out the surgical list, wouldn't it?
It would.
Absolutely. All right. So you heard. I think it was it the saw or the drill?
Both. The saw. I didn't realise it was quite like panel beating on a car, and the saw put me off for a start.
Roach bowls, Williamson, Young defence.
A little bit of smoke.
Not a nice smell, is it?
No. Knowing it's your own bones.
Jerry, did you stay awake for the whole thing?
No. Well, I haven't finished the story yet,
because the dislocation's not fun either.
No. Where the leg comes back. Yeah, and then... But the other thing, it was the hammer. It really...
Put you to sleep.
Stop. I said stop.
And the chisel.
And said, yeah. Oh, look. And yeah, I said, I'll have it now. I'll have that extra help now.
Last thing you remember is Roach bowls and Young plays a good shot coming forward and driving the ball nicely. It's Seals who has the chase from mid-on, and he retrieves 2 runs to Young, but that's a good confident shot striding forward and playing a nice on drive. 115 for 4. Young is 10. Yeah, the burning smell's not nice, is it?
No, no.
I told a very bad when I had.
What did you have done?
Well, I was going to launch into a vasectomy story, but I did have I won't go there. I can talk about. I had Wolff Parkinson White.
Sorry about this, everybody.
No. I had Wolff Parkinson White syndrome.
If you want to turn over to the cricket, we've just moved off now. We're into medical matters.
Well, it's the surgeons who have arrived as we see Young playing into the offside. Good encouragement from behind the stumps, and overs come to an end. 115 for 4. Young is 10. Blundell is 7. Roach just getting the cricket out here. 1 for 15 from 11. I had the same condition as Richard Hadley, Wolff Parkinson White syndrome, where you have two electronic pathways which short circuit a bit and send you into tachycardia. Not very nice.
Where's that?
Where's what?
Is that south of Oamaru? Tachycardia. Heavens above.
Medical condition.
Tachycardia.
I had an ablation at Christchurch Hospital about 30 years ago. An ablation where they burn it out.
Yeah.
And they said when they find it, they get very excited. They pump adrenaline up through the groin region, through a thing, and they try to reproduce the racing turn. And when they find it, they're very excited and they burn out the other pathway. Here, I'll come back to it in a minute because there's cricket being played. Here's Lane running in and bowling, and this is played, it was tempted to be played through the onside, and it's been played square of the wicket through the offside aerial. He's been got a leading edge there, and Young really turned inside out by that delivery. Picks up a single as it transpires. It was going down the leg side. Blundell it is, and he really has been squared up. Jerry's had enough of medical matters. He's gone, and I don't blame him really. We can end the story there.
It was about you getting excited, or someone was getting excited.
It was just about. So the final thing is that they say when they finally get the pathway, as Coney leaves, cracking a joke as he disappears, a joke of sorts, as Lane, none for 28 in his 7th over, runs in and bowls, and this is driven by Young, but no real timing down to mid-on. No, the final part of that little story with the heart surgery is that when they find the extra pathway, they burn it out, and they say to you, you're going to feel a nice burning sensation across your chest, and you do, and it's not nice.
So you were still conscious for that?
I certainly was. Yeah, well, conscious, but with about 5 tabs of Valium.
That wouldn't be enough for me.
You'd be surprised. 116 for 4 it is.
Was that in Christchurch? Was that James Blake?
It was Ian Crozier about 30 years ago, who I think was key in developing that pathway surgery. Here's this ball outside the off stump. No shot from Young, who's looked good.
It's revolutionised it, hasn't it?
Sure has. Now here we are. This is one for you, Harry, I think. I'm a 16-year-old who has just started playing club cricket.
Yes, you're too young for a hip operation. Is that the question?
He is. Or it could be she. Do you have any tips on playing slow, medium pace on bowler-friendly grass pitches? Well, I think Chris Harris, no one can talk better than slow, medium pace than Chris Harris. He was excuse me? He was very much of that ilk, because the next ball is driven to mid-on.
You're actually going to be here on your own in a minute. Jerry's gone, and I'm very close to leaving as well, Garth.
So no curry at home in a couple of nights?
No, it's probably a fair description of my bowling, though.
All right.
So how do you play it?
Let's talk to the 16-year-old, please, who's listening intently. Do you have any tips on playing Chris Harris on bowler-friendly grass wickets?
There's 2 options, which I'll have a wee think about and get into after this next delivery.
Who is not slow medium, it's Lane bowling, and Young is paddling the ball around square. That's a lovely shot. He's pulled it away to the square leg boundary for 4. Much better timing than I thought. He just stood tall and pirouetted and gets over the top of that ball, playing it with a horizontal bat. Good shot from Young. He's starting to get into his work. He's 14.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot. It was well controlled, wasn't it? He didn't look hurried. He just got in a nice position, rolled his wrists over the top of it, hit it all the way along the ground and deep, straight past the square leg, and run away for 4. That'll give him lots of confidence.
Back to to your slow medium bowling on?
Also, the two options, obviously defensive, make sure your bat and pad are close together and play the line, and the other, obviously, more aggressive approach is to go after them. Generally look to hit straight. Look to hit it straight back over the bowler's head.
Here's Lane bowling, and it's a good ball. He's caught at slip. Graves takes the catch, and Young's innings, just as we're saying, he's looking good. We've cursed him again. It's Graves who takes it. It went at a very comfortable height indeed, and you can hear how delighted the West Indies are. Young's innings comes to an end at 14, pushing forward, and a first test wicket. Wonderful.
Well, I'd be absolutely delighted. You always remember your first test wicket, and it's a big one for Lane. Will Young starting to look good, played a wonderful pull shot, and then Lane finally got one in the right area. And Will Young playing a forward defensive shot, took the outside edge, and again the West Indies took another good catch in the slips. They've been very good behind the wicket today, taking every opportunity that's come their way, and that's part of the reason after 41 overs, New Zealand 120 for 5.
Yep, superb stuff. Well, I'm pleased, Harry. I was asked on the show on Sports Nation this morning, talking about what I perceived to be an imbalance between the two sides, and the host Alex said, do you think, could we see a position where New Zealand were bowled out for 200? And I said yes, I'm pleased I did, because I think it's very likely now. 120 for 5, a lot of work for New Zealand to do now.
Well, Jerry and I were talking before that wicket fell of a past score where New Zealand find themselves at 120 for 4 at around 230 from what we've seen on this surface, and I think now New Zealand would probably take that with both hands, because they're going to have to do a lot of batting to get through to 230. We know they're capable of getting more, just the way that West Indies have started bowling. They're catching very well. They look as though they've found the answer on the surface, the length they've got to bowl.
Well, and Daniel McHardy was giving me a statistic earlier that since the start of 2024, something like 33, 34 innings in Test cricket, the West Indies, as Roach bowls, and this is turned into the onside. This is a really good shot by Blundell, playing into the mid-wicket area. There's a chase for a couple of fielders there who get to the ball now and ensure that it doesn't cross the boundary. So 3 runs to Blundell. Good shot by him. He's 11, 1, 2, 3 for 5. But of those 33 or so innings, 24 of them, I think, have been under 200. So New Zealand obviously battling hard here, but the West Indies will have a lot of work to do as well when their turn comes.
Well, New Zealand would have done their homework as well, and they would have known that stat, and knowing that even though they find themselves 123 for 5, how important, I mean, it's pretty obvious how important every run is, but knowing that if they get it right, it's going to be challenging for the West Indies as well. Talked about the weather being overcast tomorrow, so I can't see this pitch changing much in the first 2 days, just because there's moisture in the air and it's not really drying out.
Round the wicket is Roach, and Bracewell plays his first delivery into the offside. Really pleasant conditions here in Christchurch as we move towards the tea break. 4:27 it is here in Christchurch, and we've had a day where the first session was just disrupted on a couple of occasions by rain and curtailed a little bit. We got through all of this section unscathed, and hopefully the lights are off now, and hopefully we'll get through the rest of the day without any further rain as well. None forecast as Roach goes around the wicket, bowling to Bracewell outside the off stump through to Imlay.
I feel like I need to do more justice to that question from the 16-year-old about playing medium slow bowling.
Hugo's his name.
Hugo?
Yes.
So the one thing that I would say, being a bowler of that type of delivery, the most challenging batsmen I always found to bowl to were the ones that were taking on and being aggressive. Didn't mind bowling to defensive batsmen because you always feel as though you could have pretty aggressive field, and you knew if you bowled in a good area you'd get respected. Generally with people that play you aggressively, so much harder to bowl to.
Here's Roach going around the wicket to Bracewell, who stands tall and drives beautifully to Seals at mid-on.
So it really depends from a batting point of view what your strengths are. If you play better being aggressive. I think you're better to be aggressive. Just pick your options, give yourselves 2 or 3 options. Straight is always a good one, or play the bowler on line. If it's off the stumps, then you can play your sweeps and your reverse sweeps and things like that. And if you're defensive, you just got to get to the other end.
There you go, from Chris Harris, one of New Zealand's great slow medium bowlers, saying it as it is and how to play him. Here's Roach going around the wicket, bowling to 4 slips now and a gully, and this ball is driven into the offside, fielded there at mid-off by OJ Shields, playing in his first test. Lovely to see Johan Lane picking up his first test wicket when Blundell was dismissed. And this West Indian side, just every time things look to be settling down a bit for New Zealand, they seem to be able to come back at them.
There's real chat out there at the moment, isn't there? Even
sure is.
We saw Bracewell hit, just drive one to mid-off, and there was oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, and even though he played a good shot, just creating pressure.
I thought it was a very good shot as Bracewell's letting a ball go outside the off stump. Roach is getting nice pace and bounce, and Bracewell's judgment is good on that occasion. 1, 2, 3 for 5 it is. Speed of Roach is down though at just 125 k's an hour. The old man, 37 years of age, but such an experienced and vital campaigner.
Yeah, you get away with that pace if you're moving it, and I think Roach is still getting a little bit of movement in the air and just enough off the seam. So at around that 120 to 125 to 128, got to be moving, and if it's not moving, then that's going to become a little bit easier for New Zealand, but still just enough on the surface that it's still creating problems for New Zealand.
So it should be tea after this over. You can just hear Blundell taking his guard again, perhaps trying to use up a little bit of time and make sure that this is the last over before tea. It'll be bowled by Johan Lane, who's just picked up his first wicket in Test cricket. Bowls, and this is driven beautifully by Blundell. Gorgeous shot into the offside, full by Lane, and driven really nicely indeed along the ground all the way to the cover boundary for 4.
Blundell at his best, really walking into an over-pitch ball from Lane, getting in good position, lovely foot movement, not necessarily to the ball, but his weight going forward, beautiful hands. It's a shot that he loves to play through extra cover. Can be a dangerous player if he gets in. Blundell likes to score quickly, and it was a wonderful shot.
One, 2, 7 for 5. Lane is over pitching again, and it's looking to see what's happened there. It's been a diving save, has there? Yes, indeed. And a very good one at wide extra cover. 1, 2, 7 for 5 it is. Campbell diving away to his left and ensuring that another boundary doesn't come off consecutive balls. Lovely shot though from Blundell.
It's been very good, Campbell, on the field today. He's made a couple of brilliant stops at cover, and that was full stretch to his left. Got his left hand in it. It's definitely saved 4 runs. Very good in the field.
Blundell faces Lane onto the back foot, mistimes a cut shot, and plays it again, practices it again as he runs through to the non-striker's end. It's Seals who fields from backward point. 1, 2, 8 for 5. 3 balls remaining, and you can hear through the sound effects microphone that Johan Lane is going to go around the wicket to Michael Bracewell. He'll be bowling to 2 slips and a gully. So New Zealand batting first here. Conway out, just facing a couple of balls. He was caught by Greaves from Roach's bowling. It was 1 for 1. And then we saw a good partnership of 93 between Tom Latham and Kane Williamson. This is outside the off stump, and no shot from Bracewell. He's just looking to come back in towards that off stump. Bracewell's judgment so far has been good.
It's obviously a plan the West Indies team have got to all the left-handers in the New Zealand batting order is to bowl round the wicket, because they all have the ball. Every bowler's bowled round the wicket when bowling to the left-handed New Zealanders.
Pace just dropping away, 129 k's an hour from Lane on that occasion. Bracewell looking to get through to T. He's on 0 yet to score. He's faced 6 deliveries, and this time he drives back to the bowler. This time there's just a thought that ball might squeeze between bat and pad. Just not a lot of foot movement and swinging through the line. 1-2-8 for 5. And just one ball remaining before tee. So Williamson was dismissed when he was caught by Athanase from Greaves' bowling for 52, his 38th 50 in Test cricket. Then Tom Latham's long vigil came to an end when he was caught behind, tempted into a ball by Graves, moving outside the off stump, and Imlach taking a catch. Latham 24 from 85 deliveries. It was a long effort by him. And we see Bracewell playing this next ball to mid-wicket, and the umpires are removing the bails and heading off for tee. So Latham 24 from 85 deliveries. He was out when the score was 95 for 3. Williamson's wicket falling at 94. Ravindra came and went. He was bowled by Seals for 3, facing just 6 deliveries, 103 for 4, and the 5th wicket was Will Young, caught by Graves, giving Johan Lane his first wicket in Test cricket. Young out for 14 from 38 balls. Kemar Roach 12 overs, 1 for 18. Jaden Seals 11 overs, 2 maiden, 1 for 26. Johan Lane 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. OJ Shields 4 overs, no maidens, none for 20, and Justin Graves 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18 at tee. Blundell is not out on 16. Bracewell is not out yet to score. And Chris Harris, just your thoughts on that session and where things might go. You just feel this is at a critical stage again when we talk about those West Indies low totals in the last 2 years. If Blundell and Bracewell can put together a partnership, New Zealand will have the edge, and if not, the West Indies right in it.
It seems to be a word we use a lot, critical, but you're absolutely right. It's at that stage. A much better session from the West Indies where they picked up the 4 wickets. New Zealand were looking to take control when Williamson and Latham, but a great fight back from the West Indies, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that session to have New Zealand 128 for 5. They, as I said, now they can see an end to this first innings. New Zealand will be aware that every run is crucial. Blundell's capable of scoring big runs, as is Bracewell, so work for these two to be done, and West Indies will know how important it is to break this partnership. They'll be looking to bowl New Zealand out for under 200, and New Zealand will be desperately keen to get past that magical 200 mark, knowing the stat that you brought up, that in the last, I think, 34 innings, West Indies haven't got to 224 of those occasions, so that'll be something that New Zealand will have in their memory banks, but still work to be done. Big last session for both teams.
Those thoughts from Chris Harris. It's 128 for 5 at tee here at the Hagley Oval. When we come back, Blundell on 16. Bracewell is yet to score. Our scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals, and our summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Your business funded faster. Daniel McHardy after this break.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch on Sport Nation.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Find your next winner with loveracing.nz, your Group 1 destination for racing news, previews, replays, fields, form, tips, and much more. Get amongst the action at loveracing.nz, your home of thoroughbred racing.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prospa.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Big call today, Skipper. You declared early.
Yeah, had to. Saw the thinning up top and knew I had to act.
How did you fix it?
The team at Grow implanted my own hair into the thinning areas in one session, and now it grows naturally.
I gotta say, strong comeback for the hairline.
No need for a third umpire on this one.
With over 40 million hairs transplanted in the last decade, Grow helps you declare on thinning hair before it's too late. Search Grow Clinics now. That's GRO Clinics.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Caught on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a Test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled! Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The Test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
As he faces Seals and he's onto the back foot. This time he'll pick up his 50. And the crowd applause. Kane Williamson, 51 from 88 deliveries. New Zealand, 89 for 1. His 38th 50 in Test cricket. Graves bowls to him again. And he's caught at a second slip. Diving away, Williamson departs. Graves is yelling at his players. He's celebrating, and this time I don't think Williamson's going to get a reprieve. Just as we're saying he's worked so hard, he's got a ball leaving him outside the off stump. Followed it a little bit and been caught at second slip, diving low. Williamson's innings comes to an end.
Graves bowling a play and it misses it. No, out the edge because Ravindra's gone. Latham, my apologies. On the drive, there is that wicket. Two new batsmen they will have indeed. It's 95 for 3. It's all joy from the West Indies as Graves has a second. And you would think with Rachin Ravindra facing up to Seals, and he bowls off stump Yorker, smashes in. Superb fast bowling, and Seals gets his first, and all of a sudden it's 103 for 4.
Here's Lane bowling, and it's a good ball. He's caught at a slip. Graves takes the catch, and Young's innings, just as we're saying, he's looking good. We've cursed him again. It's Graves who takes it. It went at a very comfortable height indeed, and you can hear how delighted the West Indies are. Young's innings comes to an end at 14.
The last wicket to fall in a gripping second session on day number 1. You are with Sport Nation. This is the Blue Bubble tea break, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. New Zealand's batting hasn't stayed safe, although it looked like after the West Indies came out after lunch they were a little bit accurate. New Zealand 17 for 1 at lunch, and thanks to Latham and particularly Kane Williamson, they started, it seemed, to grab control of this game, putting on 93 for the second wicket before Kane Williamson was caught by Athenaeus off the bowling of Graves at second slip for 52. 1 run later it was Latham gone, trying to drive thin outside edge and like behind the stumps, gobbled it up, and Graves had a second as Latham fought hard. 85 balls for his 24. 8 runs later, Rachin Ravindra, an odd dismissal, kind of playing down the wrong line, trying to almost turn it to the onside as the ball smashed into off stump. Seals picked up his first, and Young, the last to go in the middle session, caught at second slip. He really is struggling outside of off stump. Number of dismissals recently, caught keeper and in the cordon today. No different. Graves taking another catch. Graves had couple of wickets, couple of catches, can't keep him out of the game in this game. Right now, slightly ahead. The West Indies, you would say, with New Zealand 128 for the loss of 5 at tea in the middle session, and 32.3 overs. 111 runs were scored, so over 3 runs and over, but 4 wickets taken, and those 4 wickets coming in the space of about 11 overs for just 26 runs added. Latham 24, Conway the man out in the opening over without scoring, Williamson 52, Ravindra 3, Young 14. Blundell is 16 not out. Bracewell yet to get off the mark. Extras playing quite a handy knock. 19 already with 4 no balls, 6 wides, 4 byes, 5 leg byes. That's helped New Zealand creep along to 128 for the loss of 5. The West Indian bowling figures: Kemar Roach, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18. The veteran, I thought, was good in that first spell, showing signs of tiring later on in that second session. Seals their number 1 strike. He's an excellent bowler. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Lane, a first test wicket, and boy, didn't he enjoy it as he sprinted off on an arcing run out towards point. They had to chase him to catch him. 1 for 37 off 8 overs and 1 maiden. O.J. Shields, he was fairly erratic, it has to be said, the man on debut. Can bowl quite quick, but no accuracy. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. But Justin Graves, really the man of the day. He came back in when needed to control the scoring rate. Not only did that with 3 maidens and 8 overs, he picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 18. So, what a fascinating test match we have. We're only 2 sessions into it. An overcast day in Christchurch, no rain right now, which is fabulous. This is the summer of a cricket. Well, I think yesterday, $6-7 the West Indies were paying. Let's go to our man, Brad Lewis, with the live TRB odds update. Brad, what are the numbers telling you?
Thank you, Daniel. Bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at trb.co.nz. R18, please bet responsibly. So yes, New Zealand's paying $1.25, so they haven't really moved from that. And 128 for 5. We're actually getting a lot of good value on that. $4.80 though for the West Indies, so they've come in from $6.80 this morning. I think they were as high as $7 a couple of days ago. So the West Indies coming in on the betting there. And as far as the draw no bet, so that's for New Zealand, Daniel, to score over 263.5 runs. That's $1.87. Under 263 is also $1.87. So the draw no bet, very, very popular. Kane Williamson is he's been dismissed for 52. He is still leading the odds for New Zealand's top run score at $2.35. Tom Blundell at the crease at the moment on 16 is paying $2.75. Michael Bracewell paying $5. The batsmen to come: Nathan Smith 17s, Matt Henry 31s, and Zach Folkes at 41s. That is where we're at, Daniel, with your TAB update this session here at T. Bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. R18, please bet responsibly.
Brad, can I ask you a question? Sorry if you did actually read those out. What's the draw paying?
$11.
$11.
Yeah, and there's a bit of weather around tomorrow in there. So, but Thursday, Friday looking very, very nice. And the Godfather would like to get back to Auckland on Saturday for the derby, just quietly. Yeah, so
it's going to be painful.
Hoping for a Friday finish for you. Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
Did you see that? It's the first time that the Phoenix have won and Auckland FC have lost since they came into the competition on a weekend?
Won't be the last.
You say that?
Won't be the last.
$11
for the draw. That's what the odds are for the next Ashes test, and the ball hasn't been bowled in that one. Incredible. Thank you very much, Brad Lewis. This is the Blue Bubble Tea Break. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. 128 for the loss of 5 wickets. Blundell's look quite tidy, getting through to 16. Bracewell really hasn't started his innings. And as far as conditions, it certainly favoured the bowling throughout the day. Overcast, I know, on-off in that first session, but it is cool. It's not draining by any means. So let's give you our Weatherforce weather report. Weatherforce, your local water management partner. As it has been most of the day, it's about 15 degrees. They keep promising us it's going to reach a high of 19. I like to see that sooner rather than later. Thick grey cloud above at the moment. We've got a southerly breeze at around 20 to 25k at the moment. Certainly not bitterly cold. That wind that we encountered last time we were at Hagley for the white ball series here. But the forecast itself says these cloudy periods to continue with a few spots of rain, though those should clear throughout the afternoon. Now we're into late afternoon, so that is a good sign. Hopefully we don't get any more of that. Easterlies have turned to the south and will remain so throughout the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening. As far as the longer range forecast, as Brad hinted at, bit of rain around. The forecast for tomorrow is mostly cloudy with a few spots of rain in the afternoon and evening, which is good. Hopefully we will get through unscathed. Southeasterly strengthening for a time in the afternoon and evening, but it's going to be another cold day. Down to 14 degrees, that is the expected high. Beyond that, though, it's looking better. That is looking better. That is your Waterforce rather, your local water management partner. This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation, and this is the Blue Bubble tea break. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We will return shortly to Hagley Oval with New Zealand in a precarious position, 128 for the loss of 5.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Sport Nation.
Ugh, my rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Yep, another ad. But stick with me. If you love watching live sport, you can bet on the game too with Betcha. Get all the stats and insights you need, place your bets before the next play, and watch your bets come in with the new Bet Tracker. All on the Betcha app. Select sports and markets. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Sport Nation.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here, and this season it's bigger, bolder and louder than ever. LoveRacing.nz, together with major partners Spates and Smirnoff, bring you New Zealand's most iconic mashup of thoroughbred racing, music, fashion and festival energy. Headline acts Example and Saatchi, supported by a stellar lineup of local DJs, will bring the non-stop vibes to race day. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and get ready to make it grand. The Grand Tour Racing Festival. Book today at thegrandtour.nz.
At Tavendale and Partners, we believe great legal support starts with great relationships. We're more than just lawyers, we're partners in your success. Whether you're growing a business, protecting your assets, or planning for the future, we bring expertise, innovation, and a refreshingly down-to-earth approach. No jargon, no one-size-fits-all solutions, just clear, confident advice that puts you first. Partner with us today, visit tp.co.nz or call us to transform your legal landscape.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse. Like Sabrina Carpenter's Sweet Tooth 75ml EDP now $39.99, save $10. And save $11 on Musashi Reaper Creatine 300 gram, now $41.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sport Nation.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Sport Nation.
You know how good our deals are normally.
So you probably thought we couldn't possibly do any better for Black Friday.
Wrong.
Black Friday deal on the Samsung 65-inch QLED TV at Magnus Penrose.
$1,599. That's ridiculous for a TV this good.
Quantum processor with AI upscaling. Everything looks stunning.
And dual LED backlight for perfect contrast.
65 inches, $15.99. Black Friday pricing.
Get in here before we change our minds.
100% Magnus Penrose Black Friday.
Before you turn green with envy.
It's on Sport Nation.
And welcome back to our live coverage indeed of the first test between the West Indies and New Zealand being played at the beautiful Hagley Oval here in Otatahi, Christchurch. This is the summer of cricket on Sports Nation thanks to Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. And the third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. So it is when play gets underway here shortly. 128 for 5 New Zealand. It was Roston Chase, the West Indian captain, who won the toss today and decided that he would field first, and I think that is exactly what New Zealand would have done as well. New Zealand going into this match without Mitchell Santner, who I'm sure would have played. He has a groin injury. Daryl Mitchell also left out due to that hamstring injury which he incurred here in a match against the West Indies. So Mitchell left out, Tickner also left out, and that means that Foulkes comes in to play his first test in New Zealand. Michael Bracewell, who's batting at the moment, is batting at number 7 for New Zealand, and it is New Zealand 128 for 5. After the first break in play, they were 17 for 1. We saw Conway being dismissed for naught, and then rain stopped to play. We had a break, and eventually New Zealand went to lunch. I'm just looking to see if I can find my score. I'll get to that in a moment. But 128 for 5 it is. Latham is 24. Conway out without scoring, just pushing at a ball and being caught nicely by Greaves at second slip. Williamson batted well for 52, his 38th test match 50. It was a sedulous innings from him, really. He had to dig in. He played and missed quite a lot after the lunch break. Really struggled at times to get his feet going. And just as Ed Smith and I were saying that he was building an innings and looking like he was going to be around for a while, it was the curse as Williamson caught by Athanase from Greaves bowling. Again, another catch going to second slip, and Williamson out when the score was 94. Latham's innings of 24 from 84 balls came to an end when he was out driving at a delivery outside the off stump at 95 for 3, and then Ravindra lasted just 6 balls before he was bowled by Seals for 3 as play gets underway after the tea break. Roach is bowling, and it's played into the offside with soft hands by Blundell, fielded in the gully by Shai Hope, who's been in that position all day. And the last of the batters to go was Will Young again. We were just saying that he was starting to look good, working through the demons that have plagued him really throughout the season, but unfortunately for Young, he was caught by Graves at second slip from Lane's bowling for 14, and New Zealand were 120 for 5. They went to tea at 128 for 5. Blundell on 16. Michael Bracewell on naught, and that's exactly how you find us now here in Christchurch. No ball bowled by Roach, the first ball after the break, so he bowls another one, and this is outside the off stump, and Blundell, who's looking to get those feet moving and looks keen to get on with things. Tom Blundell, just think this will be a crucial session in terms, we use that word a lot as Chris Harris said, but there are lots of things happening in these little mini sessions within the test match. 129 for 5. There you are. Lots of encouragement for Kemar Roach. You can hear his name being yelled out. Come on, Roachy, do it again. Here he is bowling to Blundell. A full delivery, which is going to pick up runs as he clamps down on a ball. It was just short of Yorker length, and it's got a thick outside edge and run down to the third man boundary where Chanderpaul chases with those pads on. So at some stage, no doubt, he'll be moved back into short leg. Doesn't look too dissimilar from his father. 131 for 5. Blundell 18. And still some more people coming into the ground, always in the hospitality area. It's pretty buzzing in there after people have been enjoying the facilities and so on. Our expert commentary with Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Jeremy Coney's been in there as Roach bowls, and this just squares Blundell up a little bit. He plays it well enough, pushing it to the offside. But it's busy in there, Jerry. Lots of people enjoying the hospitality and so on.
Yeah,
it's a good scene, isn't it?
They are. It is a good scene. You're right. Not a variety of discussions. Former players, of course, like to come along. And met a few old mates there too, so that was good.
I ran into Greg Shearer, who's an old mate. You know you're getting old, don't you, when your mates start to spend the winters in Australia. Here's Roach bowling outside the off stump, and no shot from Blundell, who's on 18. But he tells me that. But he's in a New Zealand blazer and tie, veterans New Zealand cricket. So that's the over 60s. So Hoggy Shearer's finally made it. Yeah, well, there's a difference. You've got to play to get picked, I think.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Only by a couple of years. People still say they can't believe it. 131
How's
for
that
5.
Burning sensation?
What, the indigestion?
Yes.
Or the heart operation?
The heart operation.
How's your hip, mate? 131 for 5 it is as Roach bowls, and Blundell plays a very good shot through the onside. He's going to pick up a boundary at mid-wicket, I think. Seals has got the chase, and he's going to make a fool out of me as he just flicks the ball back, and they run 3. So a good chase from Big Jaden Seals. In fact, they've run 4. Brilliant running from New Zealand. That gives you a size, an indication of the size of the square boundaries here at the Hagley Oval. 135 for 5.
I was reading the other night the difference between Walcott and Weeks.
Yep.
Both very good, of course. There were 2 of the 3 W's. And Weeks was a much more neat kind of, and struck the ball just like that, so that it just teased the fielder and tired them out. Walcott,
Walcott
I like that.
Yeah.
Strong, hitter.
Very.
A bruising hitter.
Well, Weeks scored heavily against New Zealand over here.
Yeah, he did. 51, 52.
Yeah, they'd been to Australia. Here's Roach running in now and bowling to Blundell outside the off stump. They've been to Australia and played against them. There's the over called. 135 for 5 it is. And that was their first trip to New Zealand,
yes,
wasn't
it was.
And then they played, and you mentioned it this morning, 55, 56.
Yes, 3-1 to the West Indies.
Yeah.
That 4th test, the win, of course. That's right. But it was, and that's Ramadan and Valentine.
Yeah, and they were 51, 52 as well.
Yes, they were.
And incredible when you think about that series, because our younger listeners and the people who have grown up with cricket over the last 30 or 40 years, they always think about the West Indies as being about fast bowlers. You know, when I was a young kid, I remember, the big thing in Test cricket was 300 Test wickets. That was the magical milestone. And only when I started watching the game, only 2 players had done it. Fred Truman, I think, was the first there, and then Lance Gibbs. Yeah, the West Indian offie, who must have been a magnificent bowler. Here's Shields playing in his first test, and this is a beautiful delivery which really squares up Bracewell and goes past the outside edge. Bracewell's looked pretty solid in the 9 deliveries he's faced, but that one was too good.
Yeah, just nipped away, drew him forward, so the length was relatively full, and just nipped away and squared Bracewell up. But can Shields just keep it there? And he does that, he's going to get an edge at some point, or hit the top of off. That's the sort of thing I think his captain would love to see. He doesn't have to, spend himself trying to bowl faster and faster and lose control. Not on this pitch.
Here's Shields going around the wicket, and Bracewell is, he's just again playing and pushing the ball down with his hands. It jumped a little bit on him and surprised him a bit with bounce, so some uncomfortable moments. Yeah, but coming back to that 1952 series here, they'd been in Australia, the West Indies, and it was gathered, both England and England played against both the West Indies and Australia in 1950-51. They lost both those series. So the West Indies-Australian series was billed to be the World Test Championship in 1951, and Australia dealt to them, really. And then they came here. Here's Shield running in and bowling, and Bracewell ducks underneath the ball.
Yeah, and as I said this morning, I think that's the last time New Zealand have lost series against the West Indies since they've been coming here, since that 51. All the rest have been either 1-1 or 1-0 to New Zealand, or it's it's quite amazing the strength of some of those sides and the individual brilliance of some of their players who have toured New Zealand. Hasn't been enough to beat the New Zealanders. The sort of the corporate will of the team they were playing against.
Here's Shields bowling, and Bracewell is again squared up by a ball. He's just not quite, just lost his timing a little bit. The ball is ending up to cover, not too dissimilar to the period we saw Williamson struggling a little bit after lunch. Bracewell's getting bad on ball. He's getting him behind it, but he's just struggling with his alignment a little bit. 2 balls remaining in the over. But that England series where the West Indies beat them and beat 1950. Them well. Yeah, yes. Good England side too, with Len Hutton and Trevor Bailey, Bill Edrich, Dennis Compton, Alec Bedser, Cyril Washbrook. I mean, it was a useful side, and the West Indies really took to them. 135 for 5 it is. As this is again causing problems. An appeal for LBW from the bowler Shields, and then Imlach decides to support it at the last minute. Bracewell is really uncomfortable. 13 deliveries yet to score. But Alf Valentine, the left-arm finger spinner, and Sonny Ramadan, you were just talking about, Valentine took 33 wickets and Ramadan 26.
Yeah, well, one a very Valentine being a man with a huge hands. I met him, and
did you say you've got big hands?
Well, I said it sort of put them round my body. And said, "Come this way, Mr. Coney."
Mr. Coney.
Yes, that's right.
He must have been a hell of a bowler.
Oh, yes.
Shields bowls, and too good for Bracewell. That's a really fine over by Shields. Too good for Bracewell on a number of occasions. 5 overs, none for 20. His figures 135 for 5. Bracewell none from 14. Blundell 22 from 28, and an opportunity for Bracewell to contemplate. And Ramadan, of course, who had his shirt done up at all times, as long sheets
right arm,
shirt.
Of course, right arm,
and turned it both ways.
Yes, he did,
without any apparent change in action.
Yeah, well, that was when I spoke to Sammy Gillen, who of course played originally for the West Indies and then for New Zealand in '56.
Logan Van Beek's grandfather.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. But yes, just flicking one hand. If you imagine the first and second finger, just flicking it one way and then flicking it the other, so it just came out spinning one way or the other, depending on which way he chose. Must have been quite hard to see.
Kemar Roach bowls to Blundell, who's going back and then runs away to make sure that the ball doesn't go into his stumps. Blundell, quick thinking. We'll have to watch the replay to see if he had to hit the ball away from his stumps. It looked like he might have. He got a bottom edge onto it, and then it was heading towards those stumps, and he was very quick indeed to make sure, and yes, he did hit it with the back of the bat to make sure that it wasn't going to drop from a height onto his stumps. I think it would have missed.
It would have been substantially behind the stumps, but he wasn't going to risk it, and he was, because he's getting quite well out of his crease too. He's trying to change the length.
He wants to dominate as he's onto the back foot. He'll have a run. Good running too. Really good cricket as he pushes the ball into the offside, and Campbell picks up and moves to his left at cover, shies at the stumps, throws his hands to his head, but they're through safely. Blundell 23, and fascinating, that brings Bracewell back on strike. Well, Ramadan, just back to him. I had a choir master at my secondary school called Bob Field Dodson. It was just a great sort of romanced about cricket a lot. Bob loved it, and always talked about how Ramadan's shirt, he always wore a shirt that was too big for him, so that the cuff was blowing in the wind, and covering. It helped to disguise the action.
Came out of the end of the shirt.
Basically, yes. Old Sonny, yeah, big shirt. They would have tailored special, possibly made one sleeve a bit longer than the other for him and ballooned it. 136 for 5 it is. Hey guys, is there anywhere we can watch the game with your commentary? I much prefer listening to you guys. Can you help with that, Jerry? I suppose you can put the TV on, turn it down and stream us.
I think you can sync it up, can't you? I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm looking at all the technophobes behind me.
Here's Roach bowling, and this is Bracewell again, plays outside the off stump, again sparring at a ball. Beautiful delivery, and it's through to Imlach. The struggle continues for Bracewell. One of the reasons we don't like people to line. We don't want our mistakes to be seen.
The wonderful work from the technophobes has been, why don't they mute the television and just turn your radio up?
That's what I think. Isn't that what we're saying? Yeah.
But of course, that might be out of sync. They'll be behind. You have to pause it. You see, fellas, you haven't thought about this enough.
Roach bowls, and this is played into the onside, and Bracewell desperate to get off the mark, but well fielded by Campbell. And you feel the encouragement. New Zealand know, the West Indies know that Bracewell's under a lot of pressure. And it's Lane who runs across and gives Campbell a high five, saying, well done, he's still on strike. Yeah, the only problem is, as I say, once you start to watch TV and listen to us, you might see the odd mistake, which we can hide on the radio usually. Only the odd one, McHardy.
Remember Winston McCarthy used to do that? I remember watching as a young boy at the rugby in Wellington.
It's a goal.
Well,
that was Wayne McKenzie, not Winston McCarthy. Here's the ball driven down to mid-off.
No, it was just a case of he made the game sound. He made it sound so exciting, and yet a guy was just kicking for touch.
Oh, Fergie McCormick from 20 metres in front.
Yeah.
Wait for it. It's a goal.
It's a goal. There you go. Brian Cedarwall's very good at that. He does it into a jug. Very good.
At the Petone Working Men's Club. 136 for 5.
Maybe not the first jug he's had.
Dry between rounds. Bracewell yet to score. Blundell 23. And the West Indies have been fantastic after the tea break. Very demanding indeed. Bracewell still searching for his first run, and this is outside the off stump, and Bracewell leaves. 136 for 5 it is. Bracewell yet to score. Blundell 23. And this is just Bracewell 18 deliveries to get off the mark. It's reminiscent again of just players coming in here and really fighting hard. Gosh, it's a strange game, this Test cricket, isn't it?
Oh, it's great. All the West Indies going past Bracewell, looking good.
I mean, it's not really...
And Bracewell smirking and that sort of thing, but he's still there, isn't he? And
yeah, is it? I mean, it's not really sledging, is it? It's just playing with the mind a little bit. 136 for 5. That's nice. I love that stuff. I mean, the funny sledging and the comments are a great part of the game, done well when there's not too much nastiness.
Always room for that.
Absolutely. And lovely to see Bracewell smiling as well. He knows. But hopefully, from his point of view, he won't be lulled into a silly shot. Here's a nice shot, and it's going to be Bracewell back on strike again. And I'm sure that Shields will be very pleased about that. So it is a single as Blundell turns the ball square of the wicket on the onside. It's Chanderpaul, I think, fielding there. So one more run to the total, and Shields will be very pleased indeed to have Michael Bracewell looking good back on strike.
Shields has bowled a lot better, hasn't he, in this spell, and he tried to do everything in the first spell. Yes, he has. He's brought the stumps into play. That was off an inside edge from Blundell to, sort of backward square. Now we return to the battle.
And it is a battle as Bracewell plays and misses outside the off stump, and Tevenim thinks he's seen something. He raises the glove and says, how's that? But no change. Here's one. Jeremy umpired when I was playing once at the Black Cottage ground in Blenheim. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
A great guy, but not sure how much he respected me or my bowling, which has continued to trouble me. Jack in Devonport.
Jack at Devonport, okay.
Do you want to apologise?
Well, no.
Sorry, Jack. I've done my best.
I'm sorry it troubled him, but I
imagine your big arms were coming up and going wide. No ball. 137 for 5 it is. Here's Bracewell off the mark at last. He gets a shorter delivery and pulls the ball in front of square, and it is fielded there and returned. So 2 runs to Bracewell, finally off the mark, and the crowd enjoying it, just applauding. John Campbell, the fielder.
He's fallen over actually as well, Bracewell. He's got to the far end and at the non-striker's end has fallen over. He's just not supplied the power. It's hit the bottom of the bat. That's why he didn't get power, and then he slid and fell over. Got back for 2, however, now facing up again.
God, I've got a coffee. I haven't even asked for one. That's fantastic.
That was me.
Oh, is it 139 for 5? It is. As, here we are seeing Bracewell driving to mid-off. No, it's not yours. There's one for each of us. Thank you very much.
I thought I ordered 2.
But, would you like a coffee, Jeremy? Yeah, 2 flat whites, please. 139 for 5 it is.
Only so I could tease you, Garth.
Thanks,
all right.
Jerry. No, that's good.
No, just make sure you wear that nurse's uniform again tomorrow.
Back on the bike tomorrow
so
morning.
I'll get a photo of it.
I might have another surprise for you.
Oh, no, what now?
Just think about it. 139 for 5 it is. Blundell 24.
Put on the Merrill chains.
Some chains anyway. I'm not sure if they're Merrill. Here's a good shot from Bracewell going onto the back foot. Seems to have a little bit more confidence. Athanase Fields at backward square leg. Things just feel like they're freeing up a little bit. Might present an opportunity for the West Indies. Daniel McHardy's waiting in the wings to come in.
It's a great ground, the Black Cottage ground.
Tell me
Lovely
more.
private ground in Blenheim. They've put a lot of vineyards right around the boundary as well, and they've grown really well now, and there's a stock bank there. There are a couple of trees inside the boundary, just of course the same in England that they have.
Lovely.
Down in Kent.
But they won't be surrounded by Sauvignon Blanc.
And you can get caught out off the tree.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Definitely.
Wonderful. That's fair. Maybe that John from maybe you didn't do something along those lines when you were umpiring. 141 for 5 it is, pushed into the offside. Bracewell is 3, Blundell is 25. Shields has bowled 6 overs, none for 25, and after this break it will be the captain, Daniel McHardy.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Prada Paradox 50ml EDP now $159.99, save $77, and save $76 on Mont Blanc Explorer 60ml EDP now $69.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Make business happen. Fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. 141 for the loss of 5. 47 overs into the New Zealand innings. Exactly 3 runs an over. The over rate just a tick over 12. We're into the third session on day number 1. The third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. Ian Smith alongside Jeremy Coney now, as we will see. Change of bowler. Graves back into the attack. He was excellent in the middle session. He starts full wide of off stump. There's no run. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Jeremy Coney, after calling a head of technology a technophobe, he's stormed off. So you're now
That's right. We've got a bit more room in the back. That's what we need. Too many people in here.
So Jeremy has been promoted to head of technology at Sport Nation. Have you got any technology questions for Coney?
Send them in.
Send them in.
You'll get some good answers that you won't have heard before.
8833. It's a loose drive that's chipped over cover. Campbell sets off after it. Blundell trying to be assertive. Won't get a boundary. Campbell gets there. They'll come back for 3. We saw Bracewell in the previous over. Smithy tried to drive, hit on the up. 144 for the loss of 5. Not in control at all.
It's been an interesting first day pitch, to be perfectly honest. You know, and there's plenty there for the bowlers still, and I think it's going to stay unless we get a really hot period of weather where it just bakes anything that's in the pitch out of it. I think this is going to be a low-scoring, interesting test match in that regard. I don't see it changing too much. It's a pitch you really have to be to the pitch of the ball and over the top of it to comfortably feel as if you're going to drive along the ground. We've seen even Williamson earlier in the day. How many drives did he hit through the covers in the air? It's not that easy.
Bracewell deep in the crease, turns the ball from his hip into the onside. There won't be a run. Loving the energy for the West Indian field. They know they're in it with a great shout right now at 144 for 5.
I reckon this pitch has actually scalloped, so that in the sense that every time the ball, I think it was soft enough today that it's taken little divots, if you like, where it's landed, taken it out, and that is damage that you can't repair. You can't roll those out. They will remain throughout the match.
Could you come tomorrow morning perhaps a bit earlier and have a look on our behalf?
Yeah, well, I'll look from underneath again.
Okay,
I've got a bit of burrowing to do.
Down the slide.
I might sleep.
Drive to the onside between mid-wicket and mid-off. Bracewell will get a couple. This is day one. I hate to think what mood we're going to be in by day 4. 147 for the loss of 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Second time that's happened. Tom Blundell's dropped both his gloves while running between the wickets. And maybe it's because he changes his bat from one hand to the other to turn it the other end. I have to study this because I've never seen that happen twice in a short space of time. I mean, some batsmen take their gloves off. Jerry, you used to do that a wee bit, didn't you? You take your gloves off.
Too sweaty, so I'd have to. But that was at the non-strikers end, thankfully.
It's almost like he's done it deliberately, dropping his gloves, running between the wickets on at least a couple of occasions. Dowell out the back. Open stance, bends low, and then tries to cut. He goes hard, but he misses.
Here's a question for our listeners at home. Those people can text us on 8833. Bit of a general knowledge one, this one. When was the last time 2 Test batsmen batted together whose names began with B and ended in 2 L's? Started with B and ended in 2 L's.
Bloody hell, it is tough.
It's a B and a Y.
Finished with 2 L's though, the hell, I guess. Scratching my head. 8833 goes from over the wicket. The bright sunshine as Blundell theatrically whips the ball from outside of off stump with plenty of bottom hand into a gap in the onside. That's the end of the over. 148 for the loss of 5. Blundell moves to 29. Bracewell 6. Conway. Oh, sorry, Smith. Go ahead.
I think Blundell's in trouble injury-wise.
He pulled up at the end of that single.
And he's kept his head down. I think he's done a hamstring or twinged a hamstring or something in that regard. He is
the right leg.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble here, Tom Blundell. I think he has twinged a hamstring running that run. And both of them are standing mid-wicket, looking mid-crease, looking towards the dugout, and he's doing stretching on his right leg, Tom Blundell. And of course he's the keeper. They do have a really good backup in Tom Latham, so that's not an issue. But he's now summoned a medical person out. He actually pulled up lame towards the end of that run. So that is not a good sign at all. I think they're going to need a medic, and they are getting a medic out there. The drinks guy goes out there, but behind him goes the physiotherapist or the doctor. I think he's done a right hamstring, Jeremy.
Yeah, I noticed it as well. The very first he took off, it was a flicked sort of pull to mid-wicket, and he did. As soon as he got to the other end, he pulled up and stopped completely. And since then it hasn't looked good, has it? I mean, he is bending it, that's for sure. The knee is being bent and so on, and the man has placed his hand in uncomfortable positions. But it's he's leaning down there at the moment.
So what do you do here in this situation? Going to get it stretched as well. I think he'll bat on. I think he'll bat on, but
no, he's lifting. He's just lifting the hips up, isn't he? Like a hip flexor.
It's different. Everything's different these days.
I know.
It's not a traditional hamstring stretch at all. It's a crazy thing.
You're a physio too, Jerry.
Now the physio's lying down next to him.
Any technical advice you want there about
now
that?
In the outfield, they're doing weird stretches. What is it? Weird stretches hour here at Hagley Oval.
John in Hastings asks, Jerry, can you help me with my Ford Model T? Can't get it going.
T. Yeah, turn your TV off.
Might be a car, Jerry.
Yeah, it replaces it. Did the Model A replace the Model T? I think it did. Early on, 1920s.
Yeah. To say it with authority, people will believe you, so... He's on his feet, but he does not look comfortable at all. It's to the scoreboard for New Zealand, but the 148 for the loss of 5. Conway gone without scoring. Williamson 52, Latham 24, Ravindra 3, Young 14.
Well, here's the predicament here.
Hang on, he's stopping, is he?
No, they're going to...
He's just removing all the various
I think they're going to strap
thigh pads.
I think the physio's going to strap it.
Yeah.
So that means he's going to try and bat on, which I think he's probably has to do, committed to do. But within that, the group there now, Tom Latham, I think, would be... Obviously, he's a better wicketkeeper than Devon Conway, so he'd be lining up to be a much busier test match than he thought, because he's got to captain the side, keep and open the batting all of a sudden, I think. But the problem is for Blundell, if you bat on and do it further damage, that's the series done, and he only plays test cricket. He doesn't play white ball cricket. Or does he go off and hope that it's just the slightest of twinges and he gets some medical attention for it, and a bit of a rest overnight, takes a painkiller or two and comes back tomorrow? Or if he goes on now, how much damage will he do? Bracewell's got to be aware of the fact that the bloke at the other end is on one leg, and therefore quick singles are out of the equation. Probably threes are as well. So there's the other conundrum. You might be missing out on runs while you've got a bloke who can't run. Interesting.
Well, Smith next, I would say, wouldn't he?
Well, I think Smith's good enough that I'd send him out.
That's not you, by the way. We're talking about Nathan.
It was me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be out there now.
I know.
Get off. Good at batting New Zealand out of trouble.
You love running out to face the West Indies, didn't you?
This one, yeah.
You would. You'd sprint out in 2025.
This is a dream come true, this one. As opposed to a nightmare.
You can borrow Tom Blundell's towel.
This is what I'm just trying to go through from a wicket-keeping sense. If you've got a bad hamstring, it's almost impossible to wicket-keep freely. So it looks like he's going to bat on. I might have erred on the cautious side, because I think Smith's a fair enough player.
Folks too.
Folks is a fair player as well. If we're in New Zealand, we're 8 or 9 down, and it was sort of last resort-ish. So I'll be interested to see whether this is a genuine twinge, or whether it's a slight tear, or what.
Yeah, it might just, he might feel that he can run this out, so to speak.
Okay, Jerry. Spud has a question. Hey, lads.
Car model.
Question for Jeremy. I have a PC at home which will switch off the screen intermittently and won't boot immediately on restart. I suspected it's a corrupted graphics driver file, but I wondered if Coney had any ideas.
Yes, what you do is you face north.
Yes. Blundell facing up to Jay Shields. He gets plenty of pad as a blue to the onside.
Who it was? Spud, right. Murphy. Yeah, and just kick it over into the neighbour's fence. Over the neighbour's fence.
I was expecting you to go with the old switch it on and off.
That's the obvious thing. Spud would have tried that.
Yeah, Spud would have tried that. He also
it's December. Spud asked Santa for a new one.
Keep up the great commentary, he does add. Chief Technology Officer Jeremy Coney, taking your questions. Cuts, goes under the bats and through to the keeper, tumbling stop.
I'm happy to give a little dissertation tomorrow at some point. I think also, perhaps in the remainder of the match, that I'll be able to deliver, and I'm sure it'll be of interest to people who are having trouble.
148 for the loss of 5 in the 49th over of the day. Blundell is 29 not out. See if he's effective with this injury. He's picked up. He squats at the knee and is bowled. Tried to drive, and OJ Shields waits nervously. He got Williamson bowled earlier, but it was a no ball. He won't believe it. He's not believing it just yet. He's staring at the umpire, and now he celebrates his first test wicket. He didn't want to believe. He has to now. He has taken a test wicket, and a really important one, as Blundell gets an inside edge on the drive, and he's gone, and New Zealand in trouble at 148 for 6.
Yeah, looking to drive, but the foot is nowhere near it, and so the bat is the thing that gets to the ball first, not alongside the front leg at all. Whether that's a problem of the hamstring or not, I don't know, but he's just got an inside edge. He's bowled so much better, Shields, since he's come back. He's taken his pace back just a shade, I think, and he hasn't tried to bowl short and frighten batsmen. He's just kept it up there and brought the stumps into play. Look, he's bowled some very good deliveries, beaten Bracewell numerous occasions, and there he's got his first wicket, and thoroughly deserved it too, actually.
So Nathan Smith arrives. 102 test runs, an average of 25, best of 42. New Zealand need the tail to wag and often hasn't in recent years. Credit the West Indies. Credit the skipper too, backing the man on debut. Wide of off stump, left alone, because Smithy, the game was really evenly poised at 128 for 5, and they've given him the ball straight after tea.
Well, this is a new bowling combination. There's one guy playing his second test and one playing his first test. Very, very new. Kemar Roach has been out of the side and come back in. So, as a combination, they've never even remotely even thought that they'd be playing together this lot. And since the drinks break in the second session, they've taken 5 for 54. And they've done it by bowling in tandem. Every one of them has done their job. Not been taken apart, not been loose, not let New Zealand capitalise on them. It's been a really good afternoon.
Beautiful sunshine now as Smith, the right-hander, comes forward, turns to mid-wicket, no run.
So you do. They won the toss and bowled, and in the end, if you said to Roston Chase at your interview, and I don't know if you asked him that, if you had New Zealand 6 for 148, would you be happy? I reckon he'd have said yes.
You'd be ecstatic.
Well, it's what he's done now.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been picture perfect. It's taken a while, but they're settling into the groove. They've learnt. I think they've found a little bit more about the pitch in terms of zones they have to bowl. They've bowled a little bit more tightly. They're still giving run scoring opportunities. But New Zealand are in a bit of a shell.
Yeah, they are. Smith waits, looks up, sees the quickest of the West Indian bowlers releasing and turns again to the onside from the crease line. There is no run. The end of the over, 148 for the loss of 6. Blundell gone for 29, bowled by OJ Shields.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Melody and a buzzing festive atmosphere only Addington can deliver. Book now at addington.co.nz.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation thanks to Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Seals continuing from the Port Hills end, round the wicket to the left-handed Bracewell. He's flashing in front of point. Good looking shot from Michael Bracewell. He's timed it well too. Heading out towards the point boundary, and it will reach the rope. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand onto 152 for 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Bracewell up to 10, of course, the third session of play, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis.
I think Graves is struggling a wee bit too. He did a very good job early on, and they brought him back for a little spell there, but I don't think Justin Graves is 100% fit either. Just looked to be hobbling a bit, so they've brought Seals back in. I don't mind that approach, but New Zealand's approach will be interesting from here on in.
3 slips in place as Seals goes round the wicket to Bracewell. Gets one high on the hip, tries to turn it down to fine leg, takes it on the leg, and they scamper through for a leg by 153 for 6.
I think both these players like to score and score relatively quickly, and I think it's the old adage you used to say to all the kids, just play your natural game, just be yourself. I think that might not be a bad move from New Zealand's point of view to be more aggressive than defensive in this situation and see if they can put it back throw it back at the West Indies and say, right, we've just scored 30 or 40 runs in the last 30 or 40 minutes and we're getting close to 200. How are you feeling about things now? Rather than just sitting back and waiting for one that might have your name on it.
I certainly think Bracewell will be more aggressive. I think Smith will give himself a little bit of time to get in, but Bracewell will certainly chance his arm.
Seals bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, and he's leaving. First delivery facing up at the Botanic Gardens end. 153 for 6. I think Harry, you and Jerry were talking about a pass score of 230. If that could be reached, who would feel the happier at the end of the day? Say at the end of the day New Zealand is 230 all out, who would be the happier of the two sides?
Well, it depends on at what stage you're thinking of that. I think at 230 now, New Zealand would take that. I think at 96 for 1, they wouldn't have. But it's been a great fight back from the West Indies. They'll be the happier of the two teams at this stage, I think. But there's some interesting stats, which I'll talk about in a minute.
Seals in again to Smith, who's playing and missing. To a good delivery from Seals.
I think it mentioned it earlier. I think in the last 33 Test innings, West Indies have been bowled out 24 times under 200. Now that's obviously in all different conditions, but New Zealand will, after the way they've seen this surface play, I think they'd be reasonably confident if they bowl in good areas with their attack that they could put West Indies under the sort of pressure that they've been put under themselves. So at 2:30, I'll feel as though New Zealand would still confidently think that they could come out in the first innings with a lead. But they've got to get to 2:30 yet.
It's a long way off at 153. 4-6. Smith waits again. Happy to leave. Another length delivery from Seals.
They just look so much more threatening when they pitch it up, don't they? I mean, even that's still full, but it's still just a little bit too short for me, where it's comfortable for the batsmen, because they know the bounce here at Hagley's pretty consistent, and that length, you know, even if the line's straight, you can leave on length. When they're fuller and threatening the stumps, it just looks as though they're making things happen. So I just want to see them pitch it up just another yard fuller.
4 slips in place for Nathan Smith. Austin Chase hasn't been afraid to stack the cordon at different stages. Here's Seals, and again to Smith. Gets one the leg side and clips it down to fine leg and takes a single. Smith underway with 1, and New Zealand on to 154 for 6 at the end of the over. Seals 12 overs, 1 for 31. His figures.
Keep swinging, boys. Do keep swinging, boys.
Best part of the day. A lot more blue sky evident now. Good seeing conditions. We had the lights on for a session and a half, really, and they had to be for us to be out there. And it is really, apart from the fact you look at the scoreboard, about the best time to be batting in terms of seeing and the age of the ball, etc., which is now 50 overs old. You would be thinking it might be a time to prosper when fortunately, when you've had a bit of a collapse of the nature that they have, there are no liberties.
154 for 6. The Shield starts a new over. He bowls to the right-handed Smith, and he's defending from the crease, and there is no run. 154 for 6. Smithy on the text machine, 8833. What was the trivia answer?
I've got Big Loz, Laurie Colliver, and who's the statistician for Fox Television in Australia. He's doing the Ashes. He's had a few days off. So I said, I texted him and said, mate, you've been doing nothing for about 11 days. When was the last time? He said, give me a few minutes. So we'll see if he comes up with it. Because if anyone can, Loz will.
Still the 3 slips in place for Smith as Shields is over the wicket to him, and he's leaving a wideish delivery. 154 for 6.
The last time there's 5 Wellingtonians in a New Zealand Test 11.
Conway, Ravindra, Blundell, Bracewell, Smith.
Usually there's 9 Cantabrians.
I was about to say something about Canterbury sitting next to one. Well, some of those teams that you're a part of, Harry, they were stacked with some of your major association teammates. Shields holds to Smith. Tries to work this one behind square. Didn't get any timing, and they get through for a leg by. 155 for 6.
Well, you go through eras, don't you? I know there was, in my early days playing for Canterbury, there was a lot of Auckland players playing for New Zealand. I think to the point, I think there was one game I played, a first-class game, where Willie Watson, who was playing for New Zealand at the time, might have been 12th man for Auckland. And I'm pretty sure that happened with Canterbury as well, when sort of in those mid-90s, when there's a lot of Canterbury players playing for New Zealand. Quite often you come back to first-class cricket and a couple of New Zealand players were saying, no, we're okay, thanks, we don't need you.
Bracewell, he's on 10, faced up to 26 deliveries. His next delivery round the wicket, delivered by Shields, played onto the onside, no run.
You look at this field for Bracewell and you almost feel as though he's the one threat that might go after them with a deep fine leg, deep square leg, and also a deep sort of wide third man or backward point on the boundary. So it almost feel as though this attack, or their plan, is to bowl short to him, which is a bit of a surprise when you look at how the wickets have fallen today.
She did get a good answer in from Mark from Christchurch, who suggested John and Brendan Bracewell playing together in Test match. It may well be right. have to rack my brains to think what test match that was.
Yorker length delivery this time from Shields, dug out by Bracewell. Bowler does his own fielding.
Might have played together in a test in 1985? No, 1980. 1980 they might have played a test at the Gabba against Australia. Might have, 1980. What's that, 40-something years? To rack my brain on that one. That was not the Hadley test match. That was one New Zealand lost in about 2.5 days. I think we lost 2 in a row in 2.5 days, and there was a sign at the MCG on the Boxing Day test match.
Shields into Bracewell trying to drive. They're going to scramble a single as the ball just trickles out to point.
Someone had borrowed one of the mother's big king sheets, white sheets, and said all we want for Christmas is a 5-day test. 156 for 6.
That's the end of the over.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
156 for 6, New Zealand batting first. 51 overs into the first innings of this first test match. And Jaden Seals is going to continue. 12 overs, 1 for 31, operating from the Port Hills end. Round the wicket to Bracewell. Gets one back of the length, punching square. But there is a player out at point on the boundary, so it's just one. Bracewell 11, 157 for 6.
I think West Indies got to be a little careful here. They don't go too defensive. I know they're trying to protect the boundaries, particularly against Bracewell, as they feel he's going to be aggressive, but you still feel as though, I don't know, I just feel they've adjusted their length to him and bowling a little bit too short. I'd love to see them pitch it up, because that's what's worked for them all day so far.
It's almost as if, Harry, that they seem quite keen to bowl to Nathan Smith, almost happy to give Michael Bracewell a single, as absurd as that sounds, at 157 for 6. They've got 4 slips in place for Smith. Seals us in, and Smith's up on his toes, playing the ball back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Or it could be very clever, and they think if they ever go at Smith and they get him out, then they're amongst the bowlers. So they're just desperate now to, we've sort of talked about it a lot, to break this partnership, but they'll feel as though they break this partnership and they've got a really good chance of running through New Zealand. Even though this is the type of wicket, you can see someone like a Matt Henry coming out and smacking a quick 30.
Yeah, if New Zealand were bowled out and the West Indies had to bat for an hour tonight, you could see Matt Henry landing it on a dime here. He just can be in that mood, and there'd be all sorts.
Seals into Smith. Beaten. Half-hearted appeal. Some arms raised in the slip cordon. They weren't committed to it. 157 for 6.
Yeah, Duffy, who's been bowling well. Henry, Duffy, particularly those two new ball bowlers, and folks, of course, with some swing.
Especially to the left-handers.
Yes.
And there's lots of left-handers in that West Indian lineup. It'll be a bit of the old West Indian back to them, bowling around the wicket to the left-handers.
At the moment, they have a job to do with the ball. West Indies attack. Seals into Smith. Wide of off stump. No shot off it. I heard you touch on before, Smithy, about the pitch and how it hasn't really changed or may not change. Therefore, it would be quite encouraging for the likes of Henry and Duffy to get in. They'd be quite happy to have a go.
Yeah, I just don't think. I was talking to Neil Wagner, actually, poked his nose in to say hello, and he was obviously very interested, invested in this pitch surface, and he kind of thought that it could be one of those pitches that offers quite a bit for most of the game, however long it goes, rather than just pans out and becomes a featherbed, as it can do from time to time, and you see big partnerships. I'm not sure that's going to happen for a few days anyway.
Seals into Smith. The ball wide of off stump. He's happy to leave, and it flies through to Imlay.
just feel that's a little bit of that inexperience because it looks so good. It's that back of a length and it's flying through to the keeper and the pace looks good. It's just not threatening. Nathan Smith just happy to let that go. Want to be trying to encourage him early in his innings to drive. Don't mind if you get driven down the ground for 4. It just brings all those catches in play. 3 behind, a slip in the gully. 3 slips in the gully, I should say. Well, it's almost 4 slips now. They're the men you want to bring in play.
Smith, lovely shot. It was on the pads and he's just flicked it with the wrists and timed it to perfection too. Down to wideish, long on for 4. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Smith to 5. And at the end of the over, it's 161 for 6. Action on the third session of the opening day, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. 161 for 6, and we might be getting a change of pace here, Ian Smith.
It looks like Roston Chase has decided that he'll have a role himself, and sometimes 2 players down the order, that's not a bad thing. Just as an experiment, it might not be a long one. It'll be nice to see, and particularly with a left-hander at the crease, to see if there's any movement at all, deviation. Not quite sure. The great late Shane Warne used to say, if it seems, it'll spin. And it has seemed a little bit today. And Bracewell's attitude to this will be quite interesting. Whether he's going to take him on or whether he's just going to sit back and say, it's going to happen, it's going to happen at a slower pace and I'll take my time.
161 for 6, slip in place for Chase. Man under the helmet 2. He's coming round the wicket from the Botanic Gardens end. First delivery short. Bracewell goes back and turns it straight into that man who's under the helmet, Chanderpaul, and there's no run. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. 161 for 6 New Zealand. High cloud, blue patches as Bracewell goes back, punches. Long off is on the fence, and so he'll have to trot in and collect, and they'll get through for 1. Bracewell 13, 162 for 6.
Why would you have him back there? Well, first over you're bowling and you've got a deep long off and now a deep long on. That's a mystery to me, to be perfectly honest. That's just a get down the other end, single down the ground.
Same field, Chase is going over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, goes back, defends. No run score.
Even more so when you look at the pace that he's bowling, and he's bowling back of a length and he's bowling quick. It's almost like slow medium pace. Pretty brave player to take that over mid-off in the first over.
Chase in again to Smith, and he's turning this one behind square. There's a player though there to do the fielding. There's no run.
Surely as a right arm off spinner, your preference is to bowl with a left-handed Bracewell as well, and so you want to make it difficult for him to get off strike. Having a long off just makes it too easy.
Smith waits again as Chase goes back. It's this one in the air through point. There's a player who's 2/3 of the way out to the boundary, and they get through for a comfortable single. Smith is 6, 163 for 6.
And I've got to say, why would you have a guy at deep point in the first stage? You get a deep point and a deep long on, a deepish mid off. That's to the right-hander.
Long off is back again as Bracewell's on strike. He's happy just to defend this time. Coming forward, Michael Bracewell, and that ends Roston Chase's first over. Cost him 2 runs, some perplexing fielding positions. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals New Zealand 163 for 6. All a bit odd, that one, Smithy.
Well, it is to me. I know these days you tend to, sometimes if you've got a fledgling spinner, you tend to be a bit careful with the field while he settles into his line and length and gets into his rhythm. So you protect him a wee bit, but he's the senior bowler in this. He's the captain as well. And I'd be thinking, I've got New Zealand, particularly where I want them at the moment. If they want to try and take me on, that's fine. They're going to have to hit it well.
It's almost though he's come on, and I know I'm not going to pick up wickets, but I'm going to protect the boundaries, and I'm just going to bowl tight, give the seamers a bit of a rest. I'll come in for a quick 3 or 4 over spell, won't go for many runs, and then we'll have another crack with the seamers. That's what it feels like, but I think he's better than that. I think he's a real wicket-taking option.
Seals continuing from the Port Hills end. Bowls to Smith, and Smith's trying to turn this one on the onside, and it's ballooned up into the covers. Fell well short of the fielder. But for a moment there, Nathan Smith thought he might have given it away. Tried to play it on the onside, the leading edge, in the air a long time. Smith survives, 163 for 6. Still the 3 slips, and there is still a backward square on the fence and a fine leg for Nathan Smith. Seals over the wicket to him, and he's beaten this time. Delivery coming back at the right-hander.
All you have to do is just bowl in that corridor. Not going to get hurt bowling that kind of line and length, and particularly to guys batting down the order. Just be patient. Good test match bowling is just patience. Expecting to get a wicket, but not expecting it's going to happen that quickly all the time, and just waiting. Bowling in those zones, 2 slips in the gully and a keeper. That's where you're trying to get them out.
Smith 6, Bracewell 13, New Zealand 163 for 6. Seals in again to Smith. This is wider this time, so Smith's able to more comfortably leave the ball through to Imlach. Just going back to Roston Chase. Gents, is it possible? I mean, he's played a lot. Obviously, he's played in all the T20s, played in all the one-days, and Harry made the point there about sort of almost like happy to give New Zealand a single. It's almost a mindset of the one-day game. Happy to give you one, not happy to chase the wicket at this stage of a test match.
Yeah, I think he's brought himself on more as a defensive plan, just to, as I said, keep it tight, get through a few overs and give his main bowlers a bit of a rest. But I think he's got more to offer than that.
Seals into Smith, wide again. No shot offered through to Imlach.
And I think he could give it a bit of the air. I don't mind a little bit of protection early to settle, but yeah, if you're going to come in and just bowl fast and flat, you might as well leave the field up and say, if you want to take me on, take me on. Because I think he could create another opportunity. And I'm sure it's not. I mean, they're quite a few overs behind. I think they're 5 or 6 overs behind where they should be. So I'm sure that hasn't come into the calculation that I better get through a few quick overs. Because I'd expect to bowl New Zealand out tonight. I'm sure that's the plan.
Seals into his 14th over the wicket again to Smith, short, and he's ducking under at this time as the New Zealand right-hander.
Keep going, Jerry. Keep going, Jerry.
Been impressed actually with Seals. They say he's one of the real prospects within the West Indies side. No Josephs, no Alzuri, no Shamar. And they say when they're operating at full steam, and this Seals is one of the guys alongside them, it is a fairly formidable bowling attack. He's the heart and soul bowler, this guy.
And he's in again to Smith. Down the leg side, he's tried to help it, it's on its way. Couldn't catch up with it while taken down the leg side by Imlach, and that ends the over. New Zealand innings is 54 overs old there, 163 for 6. Bracewell 13, Smith 6. Take a short break here on Sport Nation, and when we come back, Chris Harris will be joined by Garth Galloway.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
And welcome back to the cricket, the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. Here's Chase bowling to Bracewell, turns the ball behind square for a single. Easy runs for Bracewell. 14 his score, 164 for 6.
Evening, Garth. Welcome back.
Thanks, Harry. Good to be with you, mate.
Have you liked what you've seen from this partnership so far? I have. Back in the com box?
Well, I tell you what I like about, and we've seen a lot of it today, players trying to establish themselves, and we've seen that with Bracewell. who took, I think, 18 balls to get off the mark, but he's now there on 14. But he's not on strike. It's Smith who plays this ball to Chanderpaul under the helmet at short leg. 164 for 6. Bracewell 14, Smith 6. Probably the best conditions of the day. It's lovely now, but quite warm out there and a bit of blue sky. It's been a funny old day in Christchurch with a little bit of rain early on and grey clouds. Here's a drive from Smith. It's uppish, but there's no one at mid-on. There's a fielder at long-on, and he fields scoreboard with Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman TV deals 165 for 6, and it's OJ Shields fielding down at long-on. So the left-handed Bracewell comes in to take strike, and here's Chase bowling around the wicket to him. Bracewell drives and another easy run. I'm not sure that the strategy's working for the West Indies. 166 for 6. Bracewell is 15.
No, I think it's a little bit defensive. I don't mind the way he's bowling. I think it's a defensive mindset with the field. And I think that's playing right into New Zealand hands, allowing these two just to be comfortable at the crease and to get their innings underway.
Chase goes over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, and Smith comes forward.
And I think the key for these two is just to play their natural game, to be positive, because I think there's a win-win for New Zealand. If they score quick runs, it puts pressure back on West Indies. And if it works out that New Zealand do get bowled out, I mean, the New Zealand bowling attack would be licking their lips to bowl for an hour on this tonight.
Here's Chase bowling, and Smith is back this time and playing into the onside to the end of the over. 166 for 6 it is. 55 overs have been bowled in New Zealand's innings. Bracewell is 15 not out, Smith is 7, and Chase has bowled 2 overs, none for 5. Well, it does seem to me that I like where Bracewell in particular is scoring runs, and Smith to a slightly lesser extent, but looking to play down the ground and not across. It'll be interesting to see, Harry, if Tom Blundell takes any further part in the game. We saw him suffering a hamstring injury and getting some treatment. Very similar it looked to Daryl Mitchell down here in the one-day game against the West Indies. Play stopped for a while, and then we saw him really just teeing off at one, obviously having restricted movement and so on. So I assume they've got a few options, haven't they? Tom Latham could take the gloves.
Or Conway.
Or Michael Bracewell. He's kept before. 166 for 6. I don't think he'll keep in this match. Here's Seals going around the wicket bowling, and Bracewell is driving the ball square of the wicket down to deep backward point. 167 for 6 runs, just starting to come a little bit too easily for New Zealand, one feels.
Well, I think it's playing into New Zealand hand, this field. What it does is it allows these two to rotate the strike quite comfortably. Sure that the runs aren't coming quickly, but what it does is it just takes the pressure off one particular batsman, and if they keep changing strike, it just shares the load, which makes it much easier in a partnership. And I think with the defensive mindset of the West Indies with this field, because I think with the seamers they should be certainly attacking and not having so many players in a defensive or almost boundary saving. You've got a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, and they've got the offside man up, which is good. So there's still 2 slips in a gully, and then just a ring on the offside for Smith.
Seals at mid-off. Chase at first slip. Athanase at second. Here's Smith playing away from his body. Gets a short delivery, and he's hit that to the cover point boundary for 4. Good shot from Smith, getting over the top of the ball, and big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. 171 for 6, and the West Indies, I think, need to start rethinking that strategy.
He's been waiting for that width, has Smith. He's let quite a few balls go just around that length where he's practiced the cut shot, and that one he got the width that he desired as well. Played it beautifully off the back foot, stood till and hit it all the way along the ground through cover point. Wonderful shot. He moves to 11, and that'll make him feel good.
And it's getting lighter and brighter here in Christchurch. Shadows starting to emerge. A long one from Seals as he runs away from us at the Port Hills end, and this is a good delivery. Smith just looks like he's surprised by a little bit of bounce there. The pitch has, I mean, it's been interesting, hasn't it? And an engaging one where batsmen have never really looked in. Even Kane Williamson struggled.
No, you make a good point, and no one has really ever looked comfortable for a long period of time. Even Latham batted for a long time. No one ever, and Williamson, as you said, no one really looked fluent. So this partnership will just be becoming a little bit frustrating for the West Indies, because it's just starting to take some substance for New Zealand. Getting ever closer to that 200 mark
tap at the bat from Smith, and this time he comes forward and drives, and he might pick up his second boundary in the over. It's racing out there, and there's a chase for the fielder from cover point, and he picks up the ball and retrieves the ball nicely now. So 2 more runs to the West Indies total, in fact 3. Chris Harris is signalling to me 1-7-4 for 6. Athanase the fielder, and 3 further runs. Good shot from Smith, but a miss by the bowler, just a bit over pitched and a little bit of width.
Yeah, he's getting the benefit of some good leaves early in his innings. All of a sudden, West Indies now, just perhaps that inexperience, just going searching a little bit. We saw a short wide one, and then he's just over-pitched on that occasion, and Smith, who's worked hard for his 31 deliveries or his 14 runs, he's got a couple of balls in an area that he likes to score, and he's put them away.
Bracewell away to a very slow start, now 16 from 36, and looking more comfortable as over the wicket is this delivery from Seals, and Bracewell comes back, and again playing with the full face of the bat, the ball just trickling down to mid-off. So good cricket from Bracewell. He is starting to look comfortable. Jordan Lane is the fielder, and Johan Lane, let's try it again at mid-off. So 2 slips and a gully. West Indies continuing to, it's kind of an in-between field, isn't it? Attacking, defensive. So just those 3 behind, almost 3 slips, and then a ring circle, a couple of fielders back, 1 square of the wicket on the offside and 1 at long leg as the speed is driven nicely to Lane at mid-off. The end of the over. Will take a break with the score 174 for 6. Bracewell 16, Smith 14, and Seals is bowled.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Discover the thrill of thoroughbred racing at loveracing.nz and celebrate the heroes of our sport. Follow our equine superstars from the breeding barn to the racetrack, through to their life after racing. Be a part of the action. Loveracing.nz, your home of thoroughbred racing.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. It's going to be Chase again. So the West Indies captain is backing himself to try and get a breakthrough. I think New Zealand would be very disappointed indeed if they were to lose a wicket to Chase's bowling. Here he is having the ball turned behind square, and it's picked up there by Athanase just at backward square. 174 for 6, and we've got a fielder who's now been moved into the short mid-wicket position. So Graves is fielding there. A change in the field. Perhaps they've seen something with Smith. I think that he might be exposed in that area. Here's Chase bowling full and flat, and he won't be to that ball as he plays to Athanase behind square again.
Well, I don't mind that. I mean, we saw in the previous over with Smith with a long on in place that he's happy to hit to mid-on even in the air. So I think West Indies see an opportunity with that short mid-wicket. I think if you're going to hit me down the ground to try and get your 1, there's a risk involved now with that short mid-wicket.
Over the wicket for the West Indies off spinner again, too short, and again Smith is onto the back foot and clipping the ball to cover with Carterfield.
Keep going, man. Keep working it, boys.
Campbell, it is. Not a new player for the West Indies. 174 for 6. Our listeners will be worried. Here's Graves, who misfields in that short position at mid-wicket, but parries the ball away, and Chase darts across to make sure that the score remains 174 for 6.
See, I like there's 4 dot balls, and all of a sudden you feel as though there's a wee bit of pressure forming, even though there shouldn't be on Smith. It just feels as though he's just feeling a little bit under pressure.
Smith faces again, and this time he plays the ball back to the bowler. Lots of noise and oohing and ahhing from the West Indies. Tevin Imlach, the wicket keeper, is an enthusiast. Shai Hope is at first slip, supporting his bowler, and captain as Chase bowls driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. The end of another over. So 3 overs, none for 5. A maiden by Roston Chase. It's 174 for 6. Bracewell is 16. Smith is 14. Our scoreboard with Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman TV deals. Harry, I was just showing Jerry Coney off air a video of you playing golf in Dunedin. We went down there to watch that West Indies game, and you and I were so excited about getting to Dunedin. Lovely city, and up to Balmacewen we went, the home of golf in New Zealand, as it says when you hit the answer phone.
So many iconic holes.
Unbelievable. But I think the windiest golf conditions I've ever played in. I was showing Jerry the picture of you where your hat blew off and you had to run about 200 metres on the 7th down the fairway in the wrong direction.
Was he impressed with my running style?
I think he was. I think, for a man who's had a hip replacement, he was envious. 174 for 6 it is. So Justin Greaves is back into the attack. 2 for 25 from 9. His figures. He's done well as he bowls from the Port Hills end, and this is driven by Bracewell. This is a good shot, hitting the ball on the up. In fact, he's timed that so beautifully that it's just a retrieval job for Seals. That's a lovely shot, hitting the ball on the up, a little bit of width. 178 for 6. Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals.
Yeah, absolutely great description, Garth, because it wasn't a half volley, it was on the up. But he's done the hard work now. He's confident that if he gets that width, that he's happy if he gets in a good position to hit through the line. And that was a wonderful shot, because by no means was it a half volley. And I tell you what, it looked originally when he hit it that he might get 1 or 2, but the timing was so good.
I thought it was a push for 2. It was right out of the middle of the bat. Just sweet as Graves bowls, and this time Bracewell's playing into the offside. A mistime shot on that occasion. Campbell, who's been patrolling in that cover area for a lot of the day, moves to his right. 179 for 6.
Another easy run, though, because they're protecting that deep backward point. I mean, if that man was up inside, well, up saving 1, that wouldn't be a run. Again, just allows New Zealand to keep the scoreboard ticking over and to rotate the strike.
Well, a partnership now worth 31 runs for the 7th wicket, starting to be problematic for the West Indies. Conway out without scoring. Williamson 52, Latham 24, Ravindra 3, Young 14, Blundell 29. Bracewell is 21 not out, Smith is 14 as Graves bowls, and it's pulled around the corner by Smith into the square leg area for another single. So runs coming nicely, a good rhythm to the New Zealand batting at the moment. Smith is 15, it's 180 for 6 in the West Indies bowling figures. Kemar Roach 14 overs 5 maidens 1 for 26. Jaden Seals 15 overs 3 maidens 1 for 44. Johan Lane 8 overs 1 maiden 1 for 37, picking up his first test wicket today, as did OJ Shields. 8 overs 2 maidens 1 for 26. Graves 9 overs and 2 balls 3 maidens 2 for 30, and Chase 3 overs none for 5. Here's Graves bowling again, and Bracewell is forced to play defensively back to the bowler. Just feels a little bit like with the ball 57 overs old that things are just becoming a little bit more benign, perhaps.
Yeah, just all of a sudden feels a little bit more comfortable for batting for New Zealand. And you've just seen in this over anyway, Bracewell hit a delivery on the up, and then Smith play a comfortable pull shot that only went for 1, but he hit it. He felt as though he had time, and he got in good position and hit it all the way along the ground. So all of a sudden this partnership becoming a little bit of an issue for the West Indies.
Graves bowls over the wicket to Bracewell and repeated the last ball, slightly mistimed, and back to the bowler. Best conditions of the day as we look out towards the Mount Hutt area and Methven and so on, West Melton. Blue sky out that way.
I don't know if it's my imagination, Garth. It looks like Graves almost limping a little bit.
I thought he was on the follow-through.
Yeah, it just looks as though he's got a sore hamstring or something, which is not good news for the West Indies.
Well, he's down in pace, Harry. The slowest 120, the fastest 124 out of the 5 balls that have been bowled in this over. And some warming up being done by Lane at mid-on. Here's Bracewell onto the back foot, and he pulls a short ball through the onside for 4. A shot of real authority from Michael Bracewell, short from Graves, and pulled into the onside for 4. 184 for 6. It is big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals, and that really was a fine shot. We'll take a break.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
the third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. Here's Chase beginning another over, driven by Smith. Nice shot down the ground to long on, where it's fielded by OJ Shields. 185 for 6. Bracewell 16. The West Indies just look a little short of answers here.
I think it's partly because how well these two have batted, but it just feels like it's drifting a little bit, isn't it, for the West Indies? Just feel as though they're waiting for something to happen rather than trying to make it happen.
Chase will go around the wicket to the left-handed Michael Bracewell, a short leg, and a first slip of the fielders in close, and Bracewell again so easily. He's done it a few times off Chase's bowling, onto the back foot and playing the ball down to Shields at long off. 186 for 6.
Firmly believe these are valuable runs as well, Garth. We thought, or Jerry and I earlier thought 230 was par. New Zealand getting closer and closer to that mark, to the point where they might try and get closer to 250.
38 runs this partnership is worth now, as Athenaeus is brought into the action behind square on the onside. Smith just turning a ball off his hip. Nice crowd in here. They really are enjoying the best conditions of the day, the sunniest conditions, and a bit of warmth as well as Chase bowls, and Smith plays into the onside. Thinks about a run, as again it's Athenaeus at backward square leg. This time it's about 10 metres to his left, but he's swooped on the ball.
He's pretty quick, isn't he, to the ball, Athenaeus, and Bracewell's aware of that. I don't think it's worth the risk trying to take him on.
Chase is just making an adjustment as he moves his fielder laying out on the boundary at mid-wicket, just a bit squarer. Here's Chase bowling onto the back foot as Smith, and he clips this ball. It's Graves who hits the Chase from backward square. In fact, seals it is, and he moves to his right to cover about 20 metres off the boundary. Another single. Smith 17, and this really is easy runs for New Zealand. 187 for 6, 1 ball remaining.
The batters coming together. Smith apologising at the end of that run, saying there was probably 2, but he just got off to because he went so deep in his crease, got off to a slow start. Didn't think it was worth the risk.
Here's Chase around the wicket to Bracewell, gets a short ball and he hits it hard, but can't beat Lane at cover, who's standing, giving them one, and his throw is a good one straight into the gloves of Imlach. The end of the over, 188 for 6. I think we've got drinks coming onto the field. Bracewell is 27, Smith is 17. Chase has bowled 4 overs, none for 9. After this break, it'll be Daniel McHardy.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, Example, Sachi and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Hey, are you looking for a new home to bet on your favourite sports like basketball, NRL or the UFC? Sign up to Betcha today and we'll double your first deposit up to $100 in bonus cash. Download the Betcha app. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Sport Nation.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled! bowled.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. We're in the third session of the first day, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. 188 for the loss of 6 wickets. 59 overs have been bowled today. Still 31 overs. We can go through to 7:30 because the over rate is just so slow. 12.2 overs per hour. And other than that, pretty compelling day's play. New Zealand sent in after the West Indies won the toss. No Daryl Mitchell, no Mitchell Santner, both failing late fitness tests. West Indies handing a debut to O.J. Shields. They had Lane without a test wicket, inexperienced group alongside Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals. They got a wicket in the first over, a truncated first session. Only got 10.3 overs in. It was 17 for 1. At lunch, Conway, the man out without scoring, caught second slip off the bowling of Roach, second ball. Lovely bit of bowling. Angling in from around the wicket, then just moving away, and Conway couldn't resist. Playing outside his eye line, healthy edge, good catch by Graves at second slip. In the second session, New Zealand started very brightly, picked up the scoring rate, and were in a very handy position at 94 for the loss of 1 wicket when Kane Williamson also caught at second slip. And then New Zealand slipped away. Latham gone for 24. Williamson made 52, by the way. Latham gone for 24 1 run later. Then Rachan Ravindra was bowled by Seals. 103 for the loss of 4. Then 120 for the loss of 5 when Will Young was caught behind. 128 for 5 at tea. Tom Blundell played some nice strokes, but pulled a hamstring or picked up a high leg injury, received some attention, and a short time later looking to drive. The feet went nowhere and he was bowled inside edge off the bowling of Shields. His first test wicket gone for 29. 148 for the loss of 6 at that stage. Jeremy Coney, who's alongside me, providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Drinks are about to leave the field. I have to ask, from a West Indian perspective, I hope there's an energy drink in there. They have just left it drift over the last half
Yeah,
an
they
hour.
have. Really, they have set quite wide set fields, haven't they? And they've allowed New Zealand to run at them a bit and take their singles. And you just sense the level of threat. I don't think the pitch has changed a great deal. I don't see any reason why that would happen. So it's still there. And I can't see it being used to the same extent that it was what you've just described, where New Zealand lost 3 or 4 quite quick wickets. So what's happened is we've had a partnership for New Zealand of 40 between these two, Bracewell and Smith.
63 balls for that.
Correct. And you know, Bracewell has a batting average of 19 and he's now 27. He took some time to get going, took a long time to get going, didn't he, with Smith bowling at him, Shields bowling at him, sorry. And also Smith's got himself to 17. His batting average is in the 20s.
Well, it's Lane to start up after drinks. 8 overs, 1 for 37 from around the wicket. He bowls to Bracewell short and wide, and it's punched away, backward a point out to the boundary right for a single. 189 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Roach has bowled 14, 1 for 26. Seals 15 overs, 1 for 44. Lane into his 9th, over 1 for 38 now with that single. O.J. Shields has bowled 2 spells, only 8 overs in total, 1 for 26. Graves has bowled 10, 2 for 35. Looked in a bit of trouble, quite pained sort of stride as he finished his last over, and Chase has bowled 4 overs, none for 9.
Yeah, there was talk before the start of this game that Graves had some sort of injury and might not play, but he's obviously done that. But it's whether the bowling is presumably aggravated that. 2 slips and a gully now to the right hand, who gets a ball flicking off his thigh pad, and tumbling effort from the keeper Mlak, who's very tidy behind the stumps. So this has been a really important partnership for New Zealand, hasn't it? I mean, in the context of 148 for 6, another 40 runs has put them sort of on the cusp almost of 200. So many games in the past, Daniel, have been very interesting matches in New Zealand when you're getting 235 and 220 and those kinds of things.
Width outside of off-stump, crunching sound off the bat. That part of the field is protected. A deep cover point, a single to Smith, who looks in good nick. He's 18. It's 190 for the loss of 6.
And it just has the sense about it, this game, I think, at the moment, is that so far we've seen batsmen, okay, the best probably today, Williamson, would you say? But he had to work very hard for a start. Then he went quite, quickly through to about 30 or 40.
And bowled off a no ball.
And then struggled, didn't he, towards the end? So...
back around the wicket to the left-handed Bracewell, who drives wide of mid-off. Won't get it past the tumbling effort of Athenaeus or Warrican's on. Might be single. Taken Hodge, in fact. It's Hodge.
I'll have him Hodge, yep, okay.
Yep, he's on.
How's that?
I was a little surprised that he didn't play, actually, in this match, because there's what's called a lazy appeal.
They've got through for the single. Bracewell's gone down and done some gardening.
How's that? Yeah, he's made his ground.
Seals is having a bit of fun with the umpire. Oh, let's not have a mini Lords moment. No. 191 for the loss of 6. Left alone outside of off stump. Good lead, bit of movement back in towards the right-hander, but after it went past the stumps.
So I guess what I'm saying is that it might well be one of those surfaces, and certainly you have to keep putting it in, because we've seen what we've just described, is that the intensity seems to have gone out of the bowling. But you're never quite in. There's always something that's about to happen that might cause your downfall as a batsman. Now, whether it's one of those surfaces, we're going to have to wait and see. That might be just us projecting ahead,
Reasonably nice conditions at the moment. Fuller of length, leaning forward, pushing back to the bowler. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 191 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Jerry, just put your captaincy cap on here. Low-scoring match. West Indies would want that, because that's often what they find their batting unit provides. Since the start of 2024, in 33 test innings, they've been bowled out for under 221 times.
I know. I went through it too.
That is quite alarming.
It's extraordinary.
So surely...
that's why they've had such a turnover of players. And not just injuries, not just getting on with the board, not just franchise, but poor performance.
But from a captain, you'll be acutely aware of that.
Oh, heck yes. So you'd be wanting to stop this partnership very quickly, and you wouldn't allow those singles. You can't do that.
Right, Chase with his off breaks from the Botanic Gardens end will start around the wicket. Angwin approach, drops his length down, and Bracewell can't get it past Seals. The energetic fast bowler doing good work, and the covers away to his right, no run.
Now, whether he feels that he's using up some seamers overs, because his seamers actually aren't quite up to it at the moment, are feeling it, I can't answer that for you, but you suspect there's part of that involved in this, because he's bowling almost slow medium himself.
Bracewell on 29 looks up, sees the tall, lean off-spin bowling from around the wicket, very straight. He comes forward and defends. Not a big turner of the ball. He good white ball bowler, isn't he? Often bowls around the wicket to right-handers. It's hard to get away. Doing a holding role here. And again, Bracewell gets a ball onto his pads, and he's able to nudge it through the square leg for his 30th run. 192 for the loss of 6. This is just the 61st over of the test match.
How many? There's no way we're going to get 30 or 29 left today.
The 5 overs behind the over range. So the scheduled end of the day was 7 o'clock. That included the rain interruption. But once again, an international cricket team completely forsaking and being disrespectful to the fans.
Okay, keep going. How many overs are we going to lose?
And then we'll ask them to hang around another half hour back over the wicket. Dragged down the leg side. Following it was Smith. They're interested. Good keeping. Really good keeping. Not sure what that noise was. They're not going to review. Imlay is very energetic behind the stumps. He goes chasing. Long way across. Just brushed the pad as it went past us. Smith goes back and defends on off stump. No run. There's energetic keepers, and then there's him. When Williamson was bowled off the no ball, he actually chased the ball rather than celebrate with his teammates. He was retrieving the ball down at third man. Chase it again. Very quick, spinning into the right hand and turning it into the onside. There's going to be no run. End of the chase over. None for 10 off his 5. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 192 for 6.
The other aspect of chase bowling, of course, is trying to get that over rate up, isn't it? I mean, so those are things they shouldn't really be influencing the play.
Position.
No, because it's not first day, it's prior to Christmas. You want your seamers bowling now. They've picked up all the wickets. They've looked the most dangerous. This is much easier for the New Zealand middle order tail end batsmen.
4 caught behind the wicket, 2 bowled. It's good pace, good carry. Spinners graveyard at this venue over the years. Nathan Lyon has the most test wickets from a spinner at this venue. Here's Bracewell driving up towards mid-on. There's going to be no run. He has 6 and 2 test matches. And crunch numbers prior to this test starting. For every 1 wicket a spinner has taken at this venue, 10 has been taken by the quicks. And for those listening in the caravan, I'm not picking on the West Indies. Well, I guess I am today, but it's just so common across the game. And the game just seems asleep at the wheel. 2 slips in a gully. Chase Athanaze and Hope in the gully. Awkward looking stroke here from Bracewell off the back foot. Hits the bottom of the bat. Finds a gap at point for a single. Campbell's across the field. Bracewell moving along to 31. 193 for the loss of 6 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Important innings for Bracewell, isn't it? I mean, he wouldn't have made this side if Santner had been fit and available.
Phillips had a significant groin injury and only just back playing.
He's bowled a few overs though, Phillips, and he's also scored some runs, hasn't he? So they've had 2 rounds. I watched him in Wellington. He bowled for quite a long time.
Smith leans forward, pushing right arm paceman up towards mid-on.
And he seems to be moving pretty well. He got quite a few runs, didn't he, in one of the innings? I think was it against Wellington or was it in the first innings against Canterbury? I don't know, one of those 2. So he
You're a big Otago watcher now, aren't you?
I seem to be. I'm certainly told to be. So, yeah, he looks as if he'll be ready, I would think, and available if they want him.
And in again. That one's hurried Smith up, who's thrown on the crease inside edge into the pads. For those unaware, Jeremy Coney's grandson playing for Otago.
Yeah.
You won't like me bringing this up, will you?
Not really.
Okay, good.
Not
we'll
really.
move on. Should we move on?
But yeah. But anyway, I mean, the point is that Phillips could be available. Bracewell hasn't really lit anything up, has he? Even in the white ball, and he's a white ball player so far.
Smith onto the front foot this time, driving up towards Seals, no run.
He's been given opportunities in ODIs to bat up the order a couple of times. Yes, he got, I think, some runs in the last match, didn't he? The last ODI. So that was a good start, and he's now starting to get an important little contribution here, and he's got to keep going. And it'll be interesting if this pitch does, as it starts to deteriorate, it may give a little bit of turn. He's quite a big turner of the ball.
Smith sees lane, bowling. Goes past the outside edge, back of a length. Fishing outside of off-stump lane, puts the hands up, frustrated. The end of his over. He's bowled 10 now, 1 for 41, his own figures on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. 193 for the loss of 6.
So, so I think Bracewell really is at a bit of a crossroads. He's now, 34? And so he showed a lot of promise, I felt, when he came in originally to the side. He got the ball up and down, and I liked the fact that he was giving it enough turn in order to do that, to get it down again. It's easy to get the ball up in the air as a spinner, but to bring it down, and to bring it down and when it does do that, it comes down at a different sort of dip, if you like, quite steeply.
Bracewell on strike. Chase continuing from the Botanic Gardens end, a swatting drive straight to Seals.
Whereas you see Chase isn't that kind of bowler. He's more just straight at you. He's not going to beat you in the air and get an edge and beat you and get a stumping. Pushing forward and getting a catch in close. He's not that kind of bowler.
From around the wicket, Chase will deliver again. This is one off into the spinners. Bracewell goes back and defends with a straight back.
Bracewell's a good fielder. He can field in the slips. He can field in gully. He can field in short catching. You know, he's very good in the park. And if he can put all that package together, he's very useful.
Powerful hitter. Tempering that though in this innings. Again, leans forward this time, pushing to the onside. No runners. Chanderpaul fields a mid-wicket.
And a bit similar with Smith, isn't it, really? Smith has not quite proved himself yet in terms of bowling, I don't think.
And that's his fundamental, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The drive into this packed cover. Two short covers almost. It's the straighter of the two. Smith really does, don't know about you, often opens at domestic level, not required to do that at the test. I mean, I think he's really struggling for a length. What is his best length? Turn to mid-wicket this time. Chanderpaul once more will field.
Yeah, he can't find an international length at all.
He's not the tallest. He's sort of skirts
that's
on.
the hard thing.
Normally moves it away. He's not a prodigious.
You need to move. He needs to move the ball, and I think he's just a bit straight.
Bracewell driving once more, this time to the bowler. Good six, according to the field around Chase. The end of the over, a maiden. 2 maidens in his 6 overs, none for 10. So he's done the job as far as controlling the economy rate. He's going at just a tick over 1.5. But certainly not threatening. And wickets, the currency the West Indies need to deal in. 193 for the loss of 6. Folks, Henry, Duffy still to come. Bracewell 31.
So until this partnership, you'd have had to have said today that the West Indies had taken their chances. They'd created some other chances as well that didn't quite go their way. But since this partnership, New Zealand are starting to pull this back, I think, to evens.
Lane starts a new over, tucking up at Smith, who's a good athlete. He sprints off as he turns it to square leg. He wants a second. Bracewell was ready to come back, and a late call of no. A single, 194 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Smith moves to 19.
Keep going, boys. Keep going here,
They're certainly in good spirits out there. Jovial mood.
Yep, they are.
We've really enjoyed their attitude throughout this tour, pushing New Zealand and the white ball closer than a lot of fans thought.
Yeah, that lower order really came to it, didn't they? If they could get one person to bat with that lower order from a batting point of view, they could do some damage.
Around the wicket. Here's an edge that won't carry to the third slip. That is Hope. Or did it? It's close. They'll get a run. Bracewell will go to 32. But Lane, much better length. He's a tall man. He obviously likes hitting the surface. And they've had Joy when they've pitched it up. He gets a little pat on the back from Seals who can appreciate some good bowling. Jerry McHardy will look at the replay.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's sometimes hard with the taller bowler to pick up the length of the ball because it's coming from such height. And there he's almost played that into the leg side as well, looking to play it. He's got an outside edge. Nearly carried. One of those half chances.
Short wide of off stump and slapped away to the fence for 4. Poor bowling. Good batting from Smith. His third big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. He moves to 23 in New Zealand, 1 short of 200. 199 for 6. And that is a 51-run partnership of just 90 balls as they take New Zealand from a tricky position at 148 for 6 when they came together just 64 minutes ago. That's a sign of the inexperience. You bowl a good one to the left-hander, left-hand, right-hand combination. You've got to adjust back over the wicket. The length horribly wrong. And the man at deep point wasn't interested. Never going to cut it off. It's full of wide, driven up towards Seals at mid-off, no run.
And just looking at that, both of the batsmen have contributed towards those 50-odd runs, haven't they? One on 23 and one on 26, something like that. So it's not as if New Zealand have been reliant on one of the two particularly and wait until he faces and the other person sort of playing it, the dunny door or anything like that. It hasn't been one of those sort of Jackson innings, so it's good that there's runs coming from both.
Bright sunshine now. Lane goes short, and quite a noise as it went past Smith trying to play a pull stroke. Has it gone down in front of the keeper?
Maybe, is it a bottom edge?
Sometimes hard to pick up. We're not quite in line. Sort of at long on. We'll have to see the replay here. It's a woody sound. Chase is smiling. One of those captain smiles. Yeah, everything's fine.
Do you mean inattention?
Exactly.
Okay.
Lane bowling over the wicket. Bouncer swaying out of the way. Nicely played by Smith. The end of the over. 199 for the loss of 6. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. After the break, it's Tom Bartlett.
What started as a 16-year-old's dream in St Kilda 1926 became the Diamond family's legacy, creating hundreds of jobs, inspiring all Australians. Penrite Oil powers thousands of engines. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and big wheels. One thing is for sure, 100 years on, they're only getting started. Australian owned and made. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
64 overs have been bowled in the New Zealand innings. They are 199 for 6. Roston Chase continuing around the wicket to the left-handed Bracewell. Goes back, punches to the fielder who's stationed at forward of point, not far from the square leg umpire. And you can hear the applause because that is the New Zealand 200. Up 200 for 6. Bracewell 33, Nathan Smith on 23. Good evening, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Tom. They're 52. It's good partnership, isn't it? But it hasn't been such a good period for the West Indies.
Smith looking to turn this one behind square. Fielding is done, though.
The way Chase is bowling here at the moment, it looks like we've got to get through the overs kind of, that's why he's bowling this spell at the moment, because there's not too much high level of threat with it.
So into his 7th over. No wicket for 11. Chase over the wicket to Smith. Forward defending. No runs.
So it's protection of boundaries on the leg side as well. One long off and one deep mid-wicket just in front of square. Deep pointish, really. That he can pick up a lot of shots as well.
Chase in again to Smith. And he's heaving and he's caught. Tried to play it down the ground, but there was a fielder in close on the onside and a catching mid-on. And he's taken the catch, and Nathan Smith kicks the ground in frustration. New Zealand 200 for 7.
Well, I'll leave that for Smith to talk about Smith.
Yeah, well, it was a nice piece of bowling, actually, because it's one of the very few that he's flighted up. And it was a very good field set in the regard that he had a player as a deliberate catcher. And it's sort of an unusual position, but Nathan Smith must have been able to see him. He was in his eyesight. He just tried to chip it over him, and he didn't get enough elevation on it. And he's very frustrated because he had an opportunity for a decent test score there, a really decent test score. And that's why he'll be cross with himself. A nice partnership. Took New Zealand to the 200 mark. And at a stage of the day where both of these players were looking confident and taking it to the West Indies without too much threat, it's a soft one.
Smith goes 200 for 7. And Chase, as you talked about, Jerry, hadn't really looked that threatening, and all of a sudden has a wicket in his 7th over.
He does, and I suppose you've got to give it to him for that. But really, I think there's a lot of batsman error in that. There's no need to try and chip it over. The way that the New Zealanders were able to just play quite comfortably, there's no threat of the new ball happening tonight. They would be able to just carry on and get themselves into 40s and 50s and that kind of territory, which makes a heck of a difference when you are starting to try and prove not only to yourself that you're quite capable of getting a test 50, but also to the rest of your team and to the selectors to say, you cannot drop me. You've got to consider me in the development of this side. Smith can say, I can field. Now I can bat and score a few runs at number 9 and I can look safe. And then, of course, there's his bowling. He's got to kind of do that, in the next innings. But, I mean, he's lost a chance. You're dead right, Smithy. Absolute golden opportunity.
An opportunity, though, now for Zach Folkes, who's facing up to Chase. First delivery, Folkes defending on the offside, and there is no run. 200 for 7. I noticed immediately that player, John Campbell, who was in that sort of catching position on the onside, has moved. So it was a one and done, if you like. Still with the long on back. Here's Chase again to Folkes, goes back and punches down the ground. Diving is the player at a wideish mid-wicket and will not score at 200 for 7, and that ends the chase over. 7 overs, 1 for 11. The West Indies captain. Bit of a bonus wicket there. Nathan Smith dismissed. Caught well by Campbell off Chase for 23. 200 for 7. And we've got another, about 40... more than that, 50 minutes to play potentially. Well, so at the rate of 4 minutes and over, and Kemo Roach is coming back into the attack, which I think is a good move. You're looking at probably 12, 13 overs here, in which the West Indies should have the opportunity to bowl New Zealand out if they're in the mood to. The trouble is when you haven't won a test match for a long period of time and you haven't played that well, you lose the confidence to be able to think that way. Sometimes you're just sort of hoping and drifting along and hoping that, and that's what it looked like to me to Ross and Chase. He felt like he was losing grip and he didn't want to lose grip quickly, so he went sort of semi-defensive. And that dismissal now of Nathan Smith should give him a clue to go hell for leather at New Zealand now. Roach back into the attack. He's bowling to Bracewell from the Port Hills end, and he's angling the ball across the left-hander, nipping it away into the gloves of wicketkeeper Imlach. So if he could bowl New Zealand out today, that's a big victory. That's a massive victory for him today. And that gives his batsmen an opportunity to bat for a long period of time in the first innings and put it back on New Zealand, who will be under a bit of pressure because they haven't got enough runs. So this, to me, is a crucial. You say 40 minutes, it's all overtime, but it has to be well spent. Roach round the wicket again to the left-handed Bracewell, who pulls away while the ball had been delivered. It's a dead ball according to the umpire, Paul Rifle, but it's very late to withdraw from the stance, Bracewell.
That was a late withdrawal, wasn't it, from Bracewell?
I was just looking to see if there's anyone behind the side screen, around the side screen. I didn't see anybody. Normally it's because someone's walking past, but it was almost in his delivery stride for Kemo Roach. Very frustrating.
Garth Galloway.
Was it?
He's not here. Here's Roach around the wicket again to Bracewell. He's thrashing at one. There's a dive from the third slip, but it's evaded him, and it's flowing down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. So creating an opportunity, Roach, and Bracewell through the hands of it, got the thick outside edge, and Hope just to his left couldn't quite reel it in. It's a boundary, and New Zealand 204 for 7 now.
Or did this carry? It looks as if it had. How wide is it? He's driven again. Carry, did you think? Just low and just a bit wide? Yeah, that's right, just a bit wide. Lucky. Roach almost down on his knees. He's been looking for that for some time. He picked up an early wicket of Conway and hasn't seen much since then.
Bracewell 37 as Roach comes around the wicket to him, and he's coming down at the fast bowler Bracewell, and he hasn't timed it all that well, but he's got it well enough. He's beaten the man at mid-off, and it's flowing down to the boundary for 4. So 2 boundaries in the over. 2 big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 208 for 7.
What's this, a left-handed Harry Brock? He's gone charging at Kemar Roach. He might be down on pace, but he's gone at him big time there. With very expensive.
Yeah, he didn't quite get it all, did he? He's closed the face of the bat just on impact, and it meant that it hasn't supplied the power he would have liked. But whether he's interested in having a little battle over length and, trying to win that war a bit more and force them to bowl a bit shorter, we'll just have to wait and see in this next these confrontations now, the rest of the over.
Bracewell up to 41 as Roach goes around the wicket. This time he's turning him on the onside just towards the square leg umpire, and they will walk through for 1 run. 42 to Bracewell, 209 for 7. I was going to ask you, what do you think Michael Bracewell's approach might be with Zach Folkes at the other end? Of course, coming into the bowlers, would anything change, Smithy?
I wouldn't think so. I'd be trusting Folkes, and I'd be trusting Matt Henry. Matt Henry's got good runs in all forms of the game without being sensational, but I think he's got a good enough technique. Duffy, not quite so sure about. But I think at the moment, I'd be looking to trust Zach Folkes in particular. He's a pretty accomplished all-rounder. And certainly Henry, and then maybe 9 down if I'm batting with Jake Duffy, maybe.
2 slips and a gully in place for Folkes, who comes straight away, takes a step towards Roach and then digs it in short. Now there's a throw at the stumps from the wicket-keeper, making sure Folkes got back in his ground. It's all happening there.
Yeah, well, he's giving a bit of a shimmy as well and letting them all know he's got the short ball, hasn't he? He's got the response, and now he's just got to get back into his crease before he's stumped, I guess. But that's an interesting one. It's taking away the dangerous ball, isn't it, really? As long as you're prepared to get underneath the short one. And, it's been full of balls that have taken wickets.
Kemar Roach, last ball of his 15th over. Again, Folkes is coming at him, and he's beaten the outside edge of Folkes' bat. Is looking to defend and nips away into the gloves of Imrak, who can't take it cleanly. And on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, New Zealand 209 for 7 now. Bracewell 42. Folkes, the new man, he's yet to score. So 66 overs bowled in this innings.
I'll be interested to see now the approach to both these players as the lights come back on here, just getting a bit overcast, to Roston Chase, whether that was a tactic against Roach only because of his consistency of length, or whether they've decided to try and make them pay in the last 35 minutes by upping the ante and going aggressively at them. The attitude here will be interesting.
So Bracewell's on strike. Chase is coming around the wicket from the Botanic Gardens end. There is a long off in place. First delivery, drags his length back, and Bracewell goes across and hits it into the offside square and takes a single. 43, Michael Bracewell. 210 for 7, New Zealand.
Yeah, well, I got the sense there that Bracewell was interested in attacking, wasn't he? I mean, even though in the end he didn't get the length he wanted and it was a bit short, he was able to punch it through that quite a large gap from cover to sort of short third man. Now what can Folkes do? He's really just got to support Bracewell here, doesn't he?
Slipping a short leg in place as Chase is into Folkes, and he's defending back down the pitch to the bowler.
We'll get 2-2 straight. Nice Roscoe.
Long on is back for Folkes, but not all the way to the boundary. As Chase goes in again, goes back and turns it behind square, and will take a single. Zach Folkes to get off the mark. He's won 211 for 7.
This is a second test match, but that's his first test run, because he played against Zimbabwe and I don't think he batted. In fact, Daryl Mitchell was batting at 5 and he never batted in the test either.
But he got 9 wickets.
But he never got, it's his first test run.
His first bat.
Bracewell waits as Chase comes around the wicket, defending. About a single, but there was 3 West Indians coming in off the offside to collect that ball. Score remains 211 for 7. Lights on at Hagley. Just got a little bit more gloomy as the evening comes in. Bracewell goes back this time, and he's taking the cash. No, the ball's gone down. Hands on head. Went back to play it on the onside. Offside, Bracewell rather. And I think that's been put down.
Yep, it's a drop. That's a drop. He's gone to play a big cut, and he's got a top edge. And Imlach took it in the gloves and had 1 go, 2 goes, 3 goes. As the ball went forward slightly out of his gloves, he got another hand to it and then tried to take it. Surprised he didn't take that last one.
Next delivery from Chase, defending this time out into the covers from Bracewell. And that ends the over, bowled by Roston Chase. 211 for 7. Bracewell gets a life on 43.
It was an odd one, really, because he got a decent part of it. It went above the bat, genuine top edge, so it bounces out there, parries it up, and then as it takes an eternity to come back down again, puts it down again. So he's actually had 3 cracks at it and still missed out.
Bracewell could have been gone 3 times.
Bang, bang, bang. Not good. Sometimes you just panic a wee bit. You know, you panic, you go looking for it rather than just saying, well, there it is. Thank you.
Certainly that last one where it was just bobbling in the air. So it's in the book. Roach is continuing from the Port Hills end, bowling to Folkes, and he comes down and looks to drive through long on. Doesn't pierce the field. 211 for 7. Folkes 1, Bracewell 43, and Roach figures of 1 for 35 at the start of his 16th over. Still the 3 slips for Kemar Roach. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Roach into Folkes. This is wide of off stump. No shot offered. There's still plenty of enthusiasm in that fielding unit.
That's good. And it should be too. I mean, they've had a good day. It's been their day. And they should be full of it. And go right to the end here. Pick up another 1 or 2. Don't have to do too much tomorrow apart from pick up a wicket or 2 and then bat the rest of the day. Set up a good test match.
Roach, and again to Folkes, who's coming at the bowler. And this one to mid-on, no run.
And the interesting thing about Folkes' approach here is that he's actually coming out of the crease and then getting set again. It's not like he's coming at him full time and charging at him. He's actually adjusting his stance about a metre out from the orthodox and then getting reset in a normal stance. It's quite unusual in that respect.
I'll play off 18 yards here, basically. It's almost as if there's another set of lines. about another yard out from the one that's already there.
Roach into Folkes. This time stays where he is, and the ball flies past the outside edge through to wicketkeeper Imlach. 211 for 7. Not doing it every ball though, is he?
See, that's just moved away again. I think that we're going to see this right throughout the match. This ball is in good condition too. If you can see that quite clearly, we're in to the 68th over, and there's definitely it's in good condition. Good grass cover around the ground, even though it's been hit. Not too many times, only 211 runs. But, you know, even the surface of the pitch hasn't damaged it in any way.
Folkes waits again and leaves another delivery from Kemar Roach. 211 for 7. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now.
But Folkes looks as if he can hold a bat. Look, you know, even moving out of his crease, he keeps himself relative to where his stumps are. You know, he's not just wandering out, and he's starting to vary it a little bit. He looks as if he played a nice on drive earlier on in the over. He's playing cricket shots is what I'm saying. But that'll be the end of him.
We shall see. Here's Kemar Roach, bowls to Folkes. Lovely looking off drive. Beat the fielder Janderval. at mid-off, and that ends the over. 68th of the New Zealand innings, 211 for 7 is the New Zealand score. Bracewell 43, folks 1, and Kemar Roach, who broke through with the first wicket, now bowled 16 overs with figures of 1 for 35. So that's the end of Roston Chase from the bowling crease, Smithy, and it looks like we're going to have Shields, OJ Shields coming back.
OJ Shields is who has had success on his first day in Test cricket, 1 for 26, and they could pick up a couple more here with this gloomy light situation. It's right. Nice time, still a nice time to bowl. Jerry's talked about the condition of the ball. He's got the odds in his favour. Number 9 out there.
211 for 7 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard as OJ Shields continues. First delivery, bowls to Bracewell, and he's heaving this one over mid-wicket. It's a good-looking shot from Michael Bracewell, and he's timed it well too. It was short from Shields, and Bracewell was onto it. Swung through and out to the boundary for 4. He's 47, and New Zealand 215 for 7.
I think there's no doubt that Bracewell is starting to look to play much more aggressively, isn't he? We've seen that. He was dropped last over, but he was looking to cut very hard against Chase. He looked to drive one earlier. He came down the wicket. There's a number of little instances where he says to all the bowlers, I'm after you now. And I think that's probably a relatively wise thing to do. New Zealand need to get these runs tonight if they can, as many as they can.
Shields in again to Bracewell. It's another short delivery, and he's swinging. Not quite as short though. There's no contact, and good bit of work behind the stumps from Imlach as Bracewell went hunting another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
2 different spells, hasn't he? This is his third. Shields' first one was looking at pace particularly, and he lost it a bit, and it cost him in terms of runs. Yes, he got Williamson bowled off a no ball. And then his second one, I thought he was much more controlled. Took the pace off the ball a little bit and was able to pick up wickets with just good deliveries on this surface, and it still responded. You didn't need to bowl ultra fast.
3 players out on the onside for Shields. Bowls to Bracewell. Ball short again, fending it into the gully. And no runs scored. 215 for 7 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. That, folks, just comes down for a little chat midway through this over. Play scheduled to continue till 7 o'clock, but we can go beyond that. Can go for another half an hour. If you're just joining us, only 10 overs possible in the first session today due to showers across Christchurch, across the Hagley Oval. Keep the players off the field for large portions. Here's Shields bowling to Bracewell. Fuller delivery, driving this one up to mid-on. Won't score. 215 for 7.
If the umpires, when the lights are on, still deem the light not to be good enough at some stage, because if they were thinking about it, now it might be about the time. It's pretty gloomy, and I'm not a big fan of leaving the field now that I've finished playing as much as I used to be, but I just sort of sense that it's pretty murky.
Certainly has just got a little bit darker as OJ Shields comes in again to Bracewell. He bowls a short delivery. It's in the air. Player coming in. Will take the catch out of square leg. Bracewell, the field was set for that. Shields dug it in. He couldn't help himself but play the shot. Spooned it out to square leg. Catch taken. Bracewell's out. Shields has 2 on debut, and it's 215 for 8.
Gosh, you know, that's a good bouncer because he gets it high enough on Bracewell, and Bracewell can't control that. He doesn't come down, and he hasn't timed it quite as much. It's hurried onto him, and he's got it perhaps high on the bat. And there's a slight arrogance about it. It reminds me a lot of watching the Ashes again last week, where there are men out and the English batsmen, tail enders, having a go at trying to go through them and over them. But that's cost another wicket. And so 215 for 8, and Bracewell goes after quite a good innings, but a poor ending, you'd have to say.
I suspect both he and Nathan Smith will feel that frustration. Smith dismissed for 23 after a good innings, and then Bracewell, who was heading towards another Test match half-century, undone by a Shields bumper, caught out on the boundary. 3 players were positioned out there, so he knew what the plan was, but he fell for it anyway. Matt Henry, averaging 17.68, has 4 Test match half-centuries, a best of 72 in his 33 Test matches, out to join Zach Folkes. 2:15 for 8, and now with 34 odd minutes to play on this opening day, the West Indies definitely can smell the opportunity here to roll through this New Zealand lineup in the day. Short leg in for Henry. There was a leg slip. It's Chase still at leg slip. He's got player backwards square. Fine leg. Got to go in front of square, of course. So that's what the delay was. So here is Shields bowling to Matt Henry. First delivery, drives well too. Lovely cover drive from Matt Henry to get off the mark. And he's timed that pretty well. I think that's going to reach the Toblerone. It does. It was full to Henry, and he did not need a second invitation. Nice looking shot to get off the mark. He's 4. New Zealand 219 for 8.
Well, this is Matt Henry at his best is when he's in this kind of mood, and I think that's the right thing for him to do, is just to score at every opportunity he gets, even though it's getting close to the end of the first day. I think Matt Henry, if he can get a quick 15, 20, 30 here, it really takes New Zealand into the 240, 250 mark, and I think that's an in-the-game score, definitely in the game at 250, 260 with these conditions. So if Matt Henry gets in that mood and plays well for 20 to 30 minutes, New Zealand will get there. And he may well be saying that to folks as well. Play aggressively if you can. We're not here to survive. We are here to actually profit while we're here. So it'll be interesting to see. A dangerous little 30 or 40 could stamp it and bring it back to an even keel on first day.
Oh, Matt Henry has, as we alluded to just a moment ago, 4 half-centuries he can hit. Has scored quickly before. Folkes is on strike though, and Kemar Roach is continuing from the Port Hills end. Bowls to Folkes. First delivery, heaves it through mid-wicket. Chase for the mid-on fielder. Will cut it off inside the rope lane, and they get back for 3. So good start to the over for Folkes. He's 4. 2-2-2 for 8.
And on that occasion, Folkes started outside the crease by about 1.5 feet. He didn't come down and reset himself. He was already took his stance out of the crease. Hit the bottom of the bat as he tried to pull across through the onside. Nice shot, actually. But it looks an intention that while we're out here, let's be positive and do that. It's called a licence.
Change in the field. One of the West Indians going about 2/3 of the way out to the boundary on the onside square. Here's Roach, bowls to Henry, and Henry's playing from the crease back down the pitch to the bowler. Cuts it off. 222 for 8. Henry 4, Folkes 4. And with the lights on at Hagley, it could be an entertaining half an hour of Henry and Folkes can get on top of the likes of Kemar Roach here, who's been good today. Roach into his 17th over. Henry waits, then goes, Folkes swings and gets it top edge, flies over the top of the slips, and it'll go down to the boundary for 4. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Henry's second boundary in the innings. He's 8, 226 for 8.
Very clear, isn't it, what Henry's going to do? He's going to have a crack. And this is exactly what happens sometimes later on. And they swing hard, and even edges fly like mad, and it's very hard to set a field to and very frustrating. They'll drop a man back now. Back he goes. He's back at that sort of fine third man behind the slip cordon.
There's also a no ball, Jerry, to add some insult to that one for Kemar Roach. 2-2-7 for 8.
Here's Roach, bowls to Henry, tries to repeat the dose, swinging from the crease. Ball flies past and into the gloves of the wicketkeeper in luck. So that second slip's gone down to the fly slip position. Fine leg still out on the fence. Backward square almost all the way to the fence. First slip and what's really is like a fourth slip, Shea Hope. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on are the other positions. Roach passes the umpire, bowls again to Henry. Henry swings hard, but he's picked out that man who we just talked about, who's about 2/3 of the way out to the boundary, square on the leg side. And Matt Henry's little cameo, it only lasted 4 deliveries, but he is out. Roach has his second wicket. And New Zealand lose their 9th. Matt Henry goes 227 for 9.
Well, he made his intentions clear. He got away with it a few times, and this time he's picked out a sort of a deep-ish mid-wicket. He's kind of not further back than halfway to the boundary, so he's clothed it really. But he's made 8. And will New Zealand now possibly have to bowl? 10 minutes in between innings. Will they, with the lights, say that's the end of the day? Or will they say, no, New Zealand had to face, in these conditions, you'll have to do the same. We don't think that it's got any darker. So that's the next little issue. Could there be a period of maybe 2 or 3 overs, 10 minutes to 12 minutes left for New Zealand to bowl at the West Indies? And would they put a night watchman in straight away?
Well, Jacob Duffy, the last of the New Zealand batsmen. Let's join Zach Folkes. Couple of matches, best of 36. I think he came in as a night watchman in Zimbabwe. I might be right on that, or is that, am I making that up, Smithy? Anyway, he's on strike, and Kemo Roach is desperate to wrap things up for the West Indies. Here he is, he's bowling to Duffy. Duffy's going to score. He's played it off the back foot in front of point. It's flying out towards the boundary, and it probably will get there too. It does. So Duffy comes in and finds the middle of the bat straight away, and New Zealand go to 231 for 9.
Well, he's a tall young man, and tall players tend to get over the top of the ball if they can, even if they're a number 11, if they've got half a technique, and that's exactly what happened there. It was a very good shot, actually, just in front of point. It looked to be in any trouble at all, Jacob Duffy.
231 for 9. Roach into Duffy. It's short. He's taken one on the helmet. I think he's trying to duck under. We'll have to get all that checked out. And he takes the helmet off straight away. And that ends the over. 70 overs bowled in this innings. And New Zealand 231 for 9. We'll take a short break here on Sport Nation. And when we come back, Garth Galloway.
Looking for a career in the thoroughbred industry? Visit careers.loveracing.nz to discover the endless career options available. From jockeys and racehorse trainers to stable hands and track work riders, stud management, turf specialists and more. There's a role for every passion in the racing world. Starting out or seeking a career change, there's plenty of training and education opportunities available. Do what you love what you do. Get started today at careers.loveracing.nz.
Welcome back to the cricket here at the Hagley Oval. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding, and we're just coming towards the end of the first day, and in fact they're going to walk off now, are they? Looks like 231 for 9, and it looks like Jacob Duffy, well that's unfortunate, it does look like they're going to leave the field. So we're seeing if the stumps remain in and whether or not New Zealand will now have to come in and bat. But Jacob Duffy has obviously suffered some sort of injury. The stumps remain in the ground, and that's not a good sign from New Zealand's point of view. 231 for 9 it is. 231 for 9 with Duffy leaving the field now. And the umpires still in the middle, so we are assuming here that we will see the West Indies possibly as the umpires head down the far end of the ground face a very awkward spell of bowling. So it is. Fuchs not out on 4 from 13 deliveries. Duffy, it looks like, is retiring hurt. We'll get confirmation later on. They're saying it's stumps now, are they? So my fellow commentators are disagreeing with me, but the stumps remain in the ground and the umpires are out in the middle. 2:31 for 9 as the players depart. Conway out without scoring, just faced a couple of deliveries, did Devon Conway. Tom Latham, he batted very in a sedulous way, really, a diligent way for New Zealand. At one stage he had 2 of 47 deliveries. He made his way to 24 from 85 deliveries before he was out for 24. It was 94 for 2 at that stage, and that became 95 for 3 when Williamson was, in fact it's the other way around, Williamson was third out. Williamson out for 52, facing 102 balls. Ravindra, 3 from 6 deliveries. Will Young, 14 from 38. Blundell made 29, and now we're still waiting to see as everyone's trying to work out what's going on here. Lots of expert comment from in the back of the commentary box and down in the crowd. Blundell, as I said, made 29. Bracewell, 47, and Smith, 23. Matt Henry was out for 8. Folks not out on 4. Duffy not out on 4. Roach 2 for 47 from 17. Jaden Seals 15 overs, 1 for 44. Johan Lane picking up his first test wicket, 1 for 47 from 11. OJ Shields 9 overs, 2 for 34. Justin Greaves 10 overs, 2 for 35. Roston Chase 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Absolute confusion reigns, Harry.
No, not at all. I've found out what's happening, Garth, and they've come off for light.
But the lights are on.
No, even with the lights on, there's got to be a certain level that it's got to get to.
There you go. There you go. Off for light. Well, that might be it, and in fact it is. The stumps have been pulled out of the ground now by umpire Kim Cotton, and the covers are being put on. So the end of day 1, you look like you've got something to say.
No, with the light. So if you come off, even though we had the potential to play to 7:30, which we would have because of the overs, if you come off for light after the actual scheduled play, which was 7 o'clock tonight, and we're now past 7 o'clock, so if you come off for light, that effectively means it's the end of the day's play.
Good news is Jacob Duffy should be okay in that case.
Well, he's got time to recover from his HIA.
He certainly does.
He looked fine, though, didn't he? It was a good hit, but he got the helmet off pretty quickly. He was looking at it, which is normally a pretty good sign that he's okay, and the modern equipment
has done its job. Absolutely. All right, well, let's reflect on today's play. 231 for 9. We're going to take a break, are we, Brad? We are, and then we'll come back and reflect on today's play. It ceased with New Zealand 231 for 9. Duffy 4. Folks is 4.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Reliable, super pure blue bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Catch inside the ring, what a catch!
You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Strange old end to a strange day of Test cricket. Players leaving the field. We assume we've had nothing official from match operations. We assume it is light. We are basing this. Us, radio and the television crew next door that we charged and kicked the door open and said, what's going on? Just as the umpires wanted off, they were spotted looking at the light reader. So the stumps will stay out there, Harry, because they can go through to 7:30, and they hope that miraculously at 7:09
well, on the scoreboard that
in
we're
local
looking at,
conditions,
it says stumps play to resume at 10:35.
Yeah. So whoever's inside the ground operating the big screen has gone 1 + 1 equals end of day. So
I thought if you came off for light after the actual original scheduled end of play, which is 7 o'clock, then that was the end of the day's
that's
play.
why the fourth umpire is still out there and the stump's still on the field. But we're not going to get back on, right? The light's not going to improve at that time of the evening. And we've just seen a tail ender hit And I'm not sure Ralston Chase would want to come back on and have to bowl spin at both ends. So the day is over. We won't see any more cricket.
So regardless, common sense prevails.
Well, sense prevails. There we go. Not common what we've seen here. No, very uncommon. Not common. So it is time to wrap up the day's play. And boy, we'll catch our breath, because it is now time for our Headache Clinic Player of the Day. The Headache Clinic Migraine and Concussion Experts. All right, Harry, use that big brain. Who has stood out? Who has been the Player of the Day, as far as you're concerned, as New Zealand sent in 9 down at the end? Lots of starts, no one's gone on. 231 for the loss of 9. Or do you look at the visitors?
Well, you look at the visitors first, and there's 3 bowlers that have got 2 for. So, look, I'd probably say, for me, it's possibly Kane Williamson going in at 1 for 1, and then that big partnership with Tom Latham. And although he wasn't that as fluent, blessed, because he hasn't been playing a lot of cricket, I think that was a crucial partnership. So I would probably give it to Kane Williamson.
He had to fight hard, didn't he?
He did.
He really did. There were a couple of odd moments. That pull stroke or hook stroke where it hit the back of the bat and almost hit it to second slip. He was bowled through the gate on 33 as OJ Shields thought he had his first test wicket with a beauty nipping back, and Williamson missed it by a mile, like by Kane Williamson standards. It was quite unusual, but somehow, some way, the Kane Williamson way, he finds another half century, 38 in Test cricket to go along with 33 Test 100.
He went through about 3 different phases for me. He was a little bit tough at first, then his feet started going and he looked more comfortable than anyone else, and then he went through another phase after lunch where it looked a little bit more awkward again and his feet quite weren't going, but he played some very fluent shots throughout that 52. He'll be disappointed that he didn't go on with it, but as we've seen, there's plenty of assistance in the surface, and if the bowlers get it right, it's never easy, and it feels like one of those pitches that you never really feel in.
That was the Headache Clinic Player of the Day, thanks to the Headache Clinic. And good to see Jacob Duffy looked okay after he took a blow late on. 4 not out. Folks is 4 not out. 231 for the loss of 9. We only had 70 overs bowled in the day. We'll get Harry's reflections on the West Indian bowling effort. I know those listening back in the Caribbean will be very interested to get that perspective. So stay with us. We'll take a short break and more as we wrap day number 1 of a fascinating opening day of this 3-match series between New Zealand and the West Indies, where New Zealand find themselves 231 for 9.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch on Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prospa.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The Mighty Mobile Black Friday deal is here with deals you don't want to miss. Get unlimited data for half the price for the first 6 months with no caps, no slowing down, and plans starting from just $20 a month. That's right, unlimited data for half the price. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Visit mightymobile.co.nz and find the perfect plan for you. It's time to go mighty. T's and C's apply.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their sure is as sure as your sure? Easy. Don't just be sure, be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
Greatness doesn't begin at the finish line. It's passed down through generations. You don't find greatness, you raise it every single day. Brecon Farms is proud to have bred some of the finest in Australasian harness racing, including Group 1 winners, Bet and Win, Meant to Be, and All-American Player. And they'll be selling at Karaka 2026. Visit brecconfarms.co.nz for more. That's BRECKON farms.co.nz.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
At Tavendale and Partners, we believe great legal support starts with great relationships. We're more than just lawyers, we're partners in your success. Whether you're growing a business, protecting your assets, or planning for the future, we bring expertise, innovation, and a refreshingly down-to-earth approach. No jargon, no one-size-fits-all solutions, just clear, confident advice that puts you first. Partner with us today, visit tp.co.nz or call us to transform your legal landscape.
A day spent at Auckland FC is the city's best day out. Whether you're a die-hard football fan or just looking for something to do with the kids, a trip to Auckland FC guarantees entertainment on and off the pitch. And after a massive first season in the A-League, it's time for the Black Knights to chase the title. So get behind your team, put on some blue and black, and enjoy Auckland's best day out. Get your tickets and membership now via Ticketmaster. Celebrate summer at Auckland FC.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread temporary surface protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation. On Sport Nation.
Summer of cricket here on Sport Nation, as we say au revoir to Garth, Galloway and Jeremy Coney, already scurrying off while the rest of us work hard for the people. Chris Harris. This is the Summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Right, so the end of the day's play, well, technically in 12 minutes, but they're off for bad light. It's done for today. So 231 for the loss of 9. Yes, we have had confirmation. Technically, they did leave for bad light. 231 for the loss of 9. Only 70 overs bowled today. Harry, the West Indies win the toss. Ruston Chase has a beaming smile. He sends New Zealand in. Tell us how the visitors went with the ball.
I thought they went brilliantly in the first over because they got Devon Conway out second ball. So instantly Roach was rewarded by winning the toss. He knew how important it was. And then I thought it was a brilliant partnership between Latham and Williamson under tough conditions because there was swing, overcast conditions, there was movement off the wicket, and both had to battle very hard. And that was a great indication. I think Tom Latham's 24 took 84 deliveries. So it was tough. But I thought New Zealand fought back really well, got through to about 95 for 1. And that's when the West Indies came back, I think, because it looked at that stage as though New Zealand was taking the game away from the West Indies, and then they fought back brilliantly. All the bowlers ended up chipping in with wickets. I thought they got their length better. They bowled fuller. And then it looked as though they were going to bowl New Zealand out for potentially under 200. But then a very good partnership between Nathan Smith and Michael Bracewell. Smith got into the 20s and Bracewell I think was 47, and then another wee fight back from the West Indies. So it's sort of on the fence to who do I think's in the best position. West Indies will be happy, even though for me they had the opportunity to bowl New Zealand out for 200 or just under if they got their length right, and I think New Zealand will be reasonably happy considering
they were 94 for 1.
Well, they won't be after that. But then it looked at one stage as though they're going to be bowled out for about 200, didn't it? And I think they'll be reasonably happy to get through to 231 for 9. We're still, obviously, Folkes and Jacob Duffy, they'll be hoping they add another 20 or so. I think 250 will be a good score, considering in the last quite a few test innings, West Indies have been bowled out for under 200 on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I think about 2/3 since the start of 2024 they've been bowled out under 200.
24 occasions out of 33 innings.
21, yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot, isn't it, Harry? So 231 will be a stretch for them because we'd expect conditions to remain the same. It's been generally under thick grey sky most of the day. We had the odd period of sunshine. The surface wouldn't have dried a lot tomorrow. It looks like the same. Overhead conditions will be overcast. The rain is forecast for later in the day. I think even colder, 14 degrees. So Matt Henry especially, he's going to be a real weapon.
Yeah, well, I just think the inexperienced lineup of the West Indies just cost them a little bit, and that's why New Zealand were able to get to 231 for 9.
Because they drifted in two parts, didn't they? Yeah. Straight after lunch and then through the Bracewell-Smith partnership.
I thought they lost their length and then they lost their line a little bit, and it just made it easier for the New Zealanders to get in and then start scoring as well. We won't see that from the New Zealanders. The West Indies are going to have to work very hard. We know Matt Henry's going to land on like a dollar coin. He's just so accurate, so he's going to really test that top order. We know how well Jacob Duffy's bowling, and then you chuck into the mix Zach Folkes bowling to left-handers, loves coming around the wicket, moving away a little bit like what Roach did to Conway, and then obviously the backup of Nathan Smith. So this West Indian top order is going to be very much tested by this Black Caps bowling lineup, as they have throughout this, even the shorter format in New Zealand. So yeah, it's going to be tough for West Indies when they get their opportunity to bat sometime, I think, tomorrow morning.
The thoughts of former New Zealand international Chris Harris providing expert commentary alongside Jeremy Coney and Ian Smith today. Our experts with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. As we wrap things up from Hagley Oval under grey skies, the heavy covers are going off, the stumps have been removed. It's all over for today. New Zealand 231 for the loss of 9 wickets. Devon Conway out in the first over, third ball of the match. He was gone, caught behind. His second ball he faced, caught by Greaveswell at second slip off the bowling of Roach, and it was 1 for 1. But then Kane Williamson and Tom Latham got through a tricky 10.3 overs. The players were off twice for rain in that first session. It was 17 for 1 at lunch, but after lunch the West Indies just lost their way a little bit, and Kane Williamson especially put the foot down. He led the scoring and got New Zealand to within 100 or close to 100 before he was caught, also at second slip, gone for 52. 94 for the loss of 2, but straight after that the wickets went tumbling. New Zealand collapsed to 120 for the loss of 5. Latham the next to go, gone for 24. Rachin Ravindra was bowled by Seals for 3. Earl Young was caught. Greaves bowled Lane for 14. Tom Blundell looked in pretty good touch, although it looked like he picked up a high leg injury. Had to receive some attention from the medical staff, and we were wondering if he might need to go off. He stayed out there, and the feet didn't really work after that, and he was bowled, got an inside edge onto his stumps off the bowling of Shields. 148 for the loss of 6, but the second 50-run partnership for New Zealand today was between Michael Bracewell and Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith will be really frustrated how he got out, sort of chipping chase the off-spinner to mid-wicket, gone for 23. 200 for the loss of 7. Michael Bracewell took on the hook off the bowling of Shields. He was caught by Chanderpaul in the deep for 47. And the last to go, Matt Henry, swinging hard as he so often does these days. He hit a couple of boundaries, but then was caught by Seals off the bowling of Roach. At stumps, Folkes for Duffy for 23 extras today, 4 byes, 7 leg byes, 6 no balls and 6 wides.